Chapter 232. He believed that as long as he could avoid Lu Shi's attacks, he would definitely be able to enter the second level of the Shadow Step. Cultivating the second level of the Shadow Step meant that he had comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, which meant that he was about to break through to the Emperor Realm. Once he broke through to the Emperor Realm, he was absolutely confident that he could defeat Lu Shi, who had set a limit on his strength, and break through the puppet channel. A god-rank expert constantly used the laws of space to attack him. Wasn't this a free sparring partner and teacher? If Yi Qinghan didn't seize this opportunity to comprehend the laws of space, then he would be a pig. Thus, he began to cultivate painfully and happily. Lu Shi was helpless. He had been guarding this god-slaying mountain for thousands of years. No. The word guarding was not accurate. It should be said that he had been trapped in this god-slaying mountain for thousands of years. Even if he was a god-rank expert, time was no longer important to him. A god-rank expert had an almost immortal lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years. Usually, they would cultivate in seclusion for decades or even centuries. For thousands of years, it was just a snap of a finger. However, staying in this god-slaying mountain all the time was not the same thing. He was a god-rank expert. Even if he didn't enjoy the supreme glory of dominating a region, he should at least have a free and hot-blooded life. Moreover, although the master of the god-slaying mountain had given him a supreme secret skill, his comprehension of the mysteries of the laws had been stuck. As a result, his strength could only be at the peak of the heavenly god realm. Things like the mysteries of the laws could not be comprehended by meditating and deducing. Therefore, he really wanted to go out. Not to mention exploring other places. Even if he just strolled around the Flame Dragon continent, he might be able to comprehend something. Moreover, he had stayed in this place for thousands of years and was very tired of it. He longed for an exciting and adventurous life, longed for freedom, longed for the outside air and sunlight. However, the restriction of the god-slaying mountain would not disappear until the small divine pavilion at the top of the god-slaying mountain was opened. Although his strength was considered top in the Flame Dragon continent, he couldn't break this restriction and couldn't get out. After 500 years, the second genius to reach the last stage of the puppet channel had finally arrived. However, it was a youth who hadn't even cultivated to the Emperor realm. Alright, it doesn't matter if you're weak. In any case, the checkpoints of the god-slaying mountain were designed to test the potential, perception, and luck of the challengers. The fact that this young man was able to obtain the soul ring meant that his luck had reached its peak. To be able to reach this level of strength at such a young age, his comprehension and potential were quite good. But, why didn't this foolish young man cultivate? Not going to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth? Why did he ask her to beat him up for no reason? He doesn't know. Had she already seen through his pet and his hidden strength? Did he not know that the strength he had set to pass the test had already reached the bottom line set by the master of Luotian Mountain? You said you wanted to comprehend the laws of others through their attacks. This was not wrong, and it was feasible. Moreover, Lu Shi had suggested to Yi Qinghan that he wanted to train Yi Qinghan. Lu Shi also felt that this was a good way to go. Hence, he chose the simpler spatial law among the laws that he had mastered. He continuously attacked Yi Qinghan so that Yi Qinghan could comprehend something and step into the imperial realm. Then he would go to the third test to try his luck. If he was lucky, he could enter the small divine pavilion and break through the god-slaying mountain. In this way, he could also benefit from it and leave the god-slaying mountain that had imprisoned him for thousands of years. But, what made Lu Shi so angry was that this kid was like a monkey. He had been jumping here for half a year without making any progress. And looking at this kid's appearance, he seemed to be enjoying it very much. Did he plan to continue jumping? He did not know that if one path of understanding the laws of heaven and earth did not work, would he find another way to understand it? Did he have to hang himself on a tree? Seeing that the time was getting closer and closer, but this kid was jumping more and more happily, Lu Shi was anxious. According to the previous method, if he failed to pass the test, he would be killed directly. It was just that this kid had a big tree behind him. The red-robed woman's aura alone made him feel that he was invincible. Although the woman said that if he failed, she would directly destroy his cultivation and throw him out. However, Lu Shi was afraid that if he really did this, he would secretly offend the red-robed woman. If he did not do this, he would break the rules set by the master of Luotian Mountain. So he was very helpless. Looking at Yi Qinghan jumping happily, Lu Shi was even more helpless. So he increased the strength of each attack. He decided to make this young man unable to be happy or jump. Sure enough. 5 minutes later, Yi Qinghan lay on the ground and waved his hands repeatedly, indicating that he had reached his limit and that if he continued to attack, he would die. Yi Qinghan was also very helpless. It had been almost 8 months since then. Every day, he was chased around like a monkey. He was covered in injuries and there was not a piece of good flesh on his body. He spent every day in pain, but he had not touched the threshold of the laws of space. Although his body had become extremely hard and his defense had greatly increased after being constantly beaten and healed by the soul ring for more than half a year. Although he had practiced the first level of the disorienting footwork to the point where he could move at will. His reaction speed had also become abnormally terrifying. But he had not fully understood the laws of space, and the disorienting footwork had not reached the shifting shadows stage. He had not stepped into the Emperor realm. Actually, he could not be blamed for this. It could not be said that Yi Qinghan's comprehension was poor, nor could it be said that Lu Shi was a poor sparring partner and teacher. It was just that Yi Qinghan's foundation and received too little knowledge. He was only at the first level of the elite realm before the age of 15. His current strength was completely achieved by continuous fortuitous encounters, constant hard work, and the help of the dragon crystal spirit fruit in the soul ring. Most importantly, his basic knowledge and foundation were too poor. Before the age of 15, he was still the 7th son of the Yi family. His position in the family was not even comparable to a high-ranking servant. He was not qualified to learn martial arts and cultivation knowledge at all. Moreover, he had never received a systematic explanation and education from a cultivation powerhouse. Although Yi Qingmiu and Yi Ruoxue had casually explained some to him previously, his martial arts cultivation theoretical knowledge was too poor. But his knowledge of martial arts cultivation theory was too poor, so poor that any random core disciple of the 5 great clans was much stronger than him. Without foundation, how could he quickly comprehend the laws of heaven and earth with just comprehension? How could a coal miner expect a nouveau riche to understand the true taste of a noble in such a short time? Kid, are you going to continue fighting? Lu Shi looked at Yi Qinghan lying on the ground, grimacing in pain and panting like a dog. She could not help but sigh. Of course. Yi Qinghan said with a grin. However, his grin had probably pulled at his wounds, causing his smile to become a little forced. Chapter 233. Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly. What else could he do but continue? He had no other choice but to grit his teeth and walk down the path of comprehending the laws of space. He really didn't know what to do. Sigh. Lu Shi sighed deeply and was about to say something to comfort him. Unexpectedly, he suddenly looked to the left, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Yi Qinghan saw Lu Shi's cold, goat-like face suddenly change. He couldn't help but follow his gaze in surprise, but all he saw was the golden wall at the side of the hall. At this moment, there was a sudden fluctuation in the air. A pleasant sound suddenly surged into his heart. At the same time, he felt as if he saw, very strangely saw, a rainbow-colored cloud suddenly descend from the heavens and the earth. Then, this cloud suddenly bloomed, illuminating the earth. Then, a bolt of purple lightning suddenly fell from the sky, directly entering the ground, and then instantly disappearing without a trace. What is this? Yi Qinghan forgot his pain at this moment. His mouth was wide open in shock as he asked Lu Shi in a trembling voice. This scene was too magnificent, too shocking. And why did it suddenly appear in his mind? Lu Shi gave a rare smile. He looked at Yi Qinghan and said, "Don't be surprised. Someone from your flame dragon continent has become a god. This is the descent of the laws of heaven and earth, bestowing the instant movement skill and divine crystal upon him. And what you feel is a phenomenon that will occur automatically at this moment, as long as a martial artist has begun to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, or has already comprehended the laws of heaven and earth. Someone has become a god again. Someone has become a god. Yi Qinhan licked his lips, thinking of that rainbow-colored cloud and that bolt of purple lightning. He seemed to vaguely think of something. He hurriedly ignored the pain in his body, sat up with difficulty, and closed his eyes to meditate. Flame Dragon Continent, it was currently midnight. The ordinary people of the continent had long since gone to sleep. Only a few night owls, who didn't talk much, were still wandering the streets, bars, and brothels. When this rainbow-colored cloud suddenly lit up, very few people actually knew. But that bolt of purple lightning had startled countless people awake from their dreams. The clouds blossomed, and the entire continent's sky was filled with a demonic seven-colored light. Countless people were woken up by the thunderous dream and crawled up. When they saw the remnants of the rainbow light in the sky, they were so frightened that they knelt down in the direction of the divine city. Other than a miracle, there was no other explanation for such a change in the world. Countless experts at the pinnacle of the Marquis realm, Emperor realm, and Saint realm experts saw this shocking change at the first instant. Their expressions changed, and they gathered together to discuss this strange scene. Could it be that a rare treasure had appeared in the world with such a great momentum? Of course, in Dragon City, although the experts of the 5 great families were very excited, they didn't have too many doubts. In their clan's history, it was recorded that this kind of divine purple lightning was a sign that someone had become a god. They were just flabbergasted. Who had become a god? The god rank experts of the Flame Dragon Continent naturally knew who had become a god. Yi Ruoxue opened her eyes and revealed a faint smile. She then stood up and disappeared with a flash. The old ancestor of the Shui clan walked out of the cave outside the Driftsnow city. The 3 war gods of the Dragon City walked out of the seclusion chamber. The fishing rod in the hand of the hidden island's island lord inadvertently trembled. Then, she put away the fishing rod and disappeared in a flash. The tranquility in the valley of the demon god mountain was once again broken by the sounds of people talking and sighing. A few tall barbarians in the barbarian god forbidden ground stopped cultivating and looked towards the east. In the divine lord pavilion of the divine city, Tu put down the book in his hand and looked at the distant sky through the window. He ordered the massacre god guards to appease the citizens of the divine city and continued reading. He wasn't worried about the appearance of a few more god rank experts in the Flame Dragon Continent. Instead, he felt that things were getting more and more interesting. The Tranquil Lake Island was destined to be a chaotic night. That purple lightning struck the Tranquil Lake Island's northern court, the Happy Heart Pavilion. Everyone on the island woke up with a start, including those in the Ecstasy City. Countless warriors in the Ecstasy City were shocked. The warriors of the Yu clan rushed to the Tranquil Lake Island immediately. The other warriors followed behind them, wanting to enter the Tranquil Lake Island to find out what was going on. However, the Tranquil Lake Island had been sealed off by the Yu clan's experts. The leader was the Yu clan's supreme elder, Yu Ji. Yu Ji didn't give much explanation. She just said indifferently, "It's thundering, and it's going to rain soon. Everyone, go back to sleep. Keep your clothes. Yu clan's disciples, return to your positions." The hundreds of disciples and experts of the Tranquil Lake Island were confused. They didn't understand what was going on. However, the 4 supreme elders of the Yu clan took action and passed down their orders. Without further ado, all the disciples of the Tranquil Lake Island started to move, preparing to welcome the esteemed guest. The supreme elders didn't say anything, and the disciples of the Yu clan didn't dare to ask. Only a few experts had guessed what was going on, and their faces were filled with surprise. After a long while, a voice rang out in the air, making them even more ecstatic. "Yu clan's clan leader, you are a heavenly genius. You have cultivated the great Tao. Congratulations." A black figure suddenly appeared out of thin air on the plaza in front of the northern courtyard, causing a group of women from the Yu clan to be startled. However, the 3 supreme elders in front of the plaza quickly knelt down and bowed. "Thank you, Senior Yi, for visiting. Please rest first. Our clan leader will come out to thank you after he finishes his cultivation." Greetings, Senior Yi. When the rest of the disciples saw the three grand elders kneeling down, they quickly followed and saluted. It's all right. I can catch up with a few old friends. The person who came was Yi Ruoxue. He said with a smile. His long white eyebrows were slightly curved. He walked to the table that had been set up earlier and sat down. Buzz, 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 the air trembled again. 4 silhouettes appeared out of nowhere. They were the 3 gray-robed elders and the clan master, Long Bifu. The 3 elders looked very ordinary, but their eyes were frighteningly bright. The 3 of them were all smiling. When they saw Yi Ruoxue sitting at the side, they ignored the people of the Yu clan and directly walked towards Yi Ruoxue. One of them said, "Little Yi, you're quite fast." "Hee hee, I'm a little faster than my 3 brothers." "Sit here." Yi Ruoxue's white eyebrows furrowed. He quickly stood up and cupped his hands. Then, he ordered the supreme elder of the Yu clan, "Little boy from the Yu clan, dismiss everyone. Only the 3 of you will stay. My 3 brothers don't like too many people." The supreme elder of the Yu clan quickly dismissed the disciples. He quickly walked over and bowed, "Greetings, seniors." "Greetings, Clan Master Long." Although they had never seen the 3 of them before, they could easily guess that they were the 3 war guardians of the House of Aries when they saw the 3 of them together with Long Bifu. Chapter 234. Dispense with the formalities, dispense with the formalities. The Yu clan is very fortunate to have produced another divine-level expert after the Moon Empress. This is a cause for celebration. Little ignorant fellow, this time around, you've been defeated by a lady. One of the battle gods chuckled and teased the dragon. Yi Ruoxue assessed Dragon coward, smiling. This kid's not bad. He has a chance to become a god in 10 years. Brothers, you've taught him well. Those idiots in our family aren't as good as you. Come on, little Yi. You're just showing off. Do you think we don't know that little girl in the mountain behind your house? TSK. She got the divine crystal. Anyway, I've always wanted to ask you. Where did you get it? It seems that only Lord Devour in the God City and the Dark Forest has it, right? It's impossible in the God City. Did Lord Devour give it to her? One of the war gods asked a question that had been bothering them for a long time. The Dragon City and the Yi family's fort were close to each other. With their soul cultivation base, it was easy for them to find out Yi Qingyu's situation. However, they hadn't asked Yi Ruoxue yet. Yi Ruoxue didn't answer. She just smiled as if she agreed. The arrogance on her face was obvious. Actually, although the divine crystal was important in his eyes, the fact that the Yi family could have another god realm expert was enough to make the Yi family proud. However, the relationship between Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour made him more proud and happy. No matter what, Lord Devour was the real king of the Fire Dragon continent. Indeed, Yi Ruoxue acquiesced. The 3 war gods and dragon coward wore solemn faces. The way they looked at Yi Ruoxue changed. The 3 great elders of the Yu family didn't understand the serious relationship, but Dragon Coward understood it clearly as the palace master. If Lord Devour had such a relationship with the Yi family, it would be a big benefit to the Yi family and the House of Aries. However, although he was the palace master, he didn't dare to talk in front of Yi Ruoxue and the 3 war gods. He just stood there quietly. Buzz! At this moment, the air trembled again, and a white-haired old man wearing a straw raincoat and holding a fishing rod appeared out of thin air on the square. The old man looked at Yi Ruoxue and the others and smiled. He swung his fishing rod, causing it to shrink until it was as long as a finger. The old man put away the rod and laughed, "Everyone, I'm late. This journey is a bit long. We pay our respects to Senior Island Master." Dragon Weaver and the 3 Yu family elders had clearly seen this person before. They were the first to greet him. Yi Ruoxue smiled and waved her hand as she said, "Island Lord is too modest. You teleported here at such a great speed. Clearly, your law of space has improved a step further." "That's right. Little Een, you can't pretend to be 13. Fishing on the hidden island has greatly increased your cultivation. It seems that we should also go fishing on the hidden island if we have nothing to do. The three war gods were obviously very familiar with the hidden island lord and were casually joking around. Well, it wasn't easy for me to come here. I'm not here to disgust you. I'm used to eating fish by the sea. Let's eat the Yu family's spiritual fruit. Is the Yu family's patriarch not done cultivating? The hidden island lord laughed and sat beside Yi Ruoshui. He grabbed the fruit on the table and began to eat heartily. He didn't have the demeanor of a powerhouse of a generation. Soon. Fusing with the divine crystal is fast, but mastering teleportation will take some time. Alright, it wasn't easy for us to gather together. Let's chat and wait. In any case, the Yu family is rich. Let's eat as much as we want. Yi Ruoshui's white eyebrows twitched. She indicated for everyone to sit. In any case, time was worthless to them. Deity rank powerhouses didn't lack time. Swish. At this time, a gray-clothed old man appeared on the plaza. His hair was messy, and his robe was in disarray. He looked like a beggar wandering on the streets. The Shui family's old freak has also come. The hidden island lord chuckled and nodded at the gray-clothed old man. The three war gods also nodded at Shui Shiwen. Only Yi Ruoshui coldly nodded. This old man is no longer a member of the Shui family. I'm just a discarded disciple. There's something delicious to eat. Let's talk after we've eaten. Shui Shiwen cupped his hands at everyone. He reached out and grabbed a leg of meat, then took a big bite. Combined with his strange attire, he looked like an old beggar. Ha! Everyone shook their heads. Shui Shiwen was quite ruthless. He directly cut off his relationship with the Shui family so that no one would feel any dissatisfaction or ill will towards him because of the Shui family's previous actions. Yu Qingqing didn't go play the zither today. She had been summoned to the Happy Heart Pavilion by the Yu family's patriarch. At first, she was very confused. Why did the patriarch let her accompany her to the Happy Heart Pavilion for half a night, even though he knew that she was diligently cultivating? It wasn't until the middle of the night that she saw a rainbow-colored cloud and a bolt of purple lightning suddenly appear in the sky outside the pavilion. Only then did she realize that Yu Shishui was taking special care of her. That bolt of purple lightning mysteriously entered Yu Shishui's head. At the same time, it brought with it a dense amount of natural energy, as well as an aura that made her want to sleep. However, Yu Shishui told her that she couldn't sleep, and even instructed her to cultivate continuously until she woke her up. Yu Qingqing didn't know what was going on, but she didn't ask any questions. Instead, she closed her eyes and began to meditate. She quietly took in the intoxicating aura. Not too far away from Yu Qingqing, a white-clothed, masked woman was sitting cross-legged in midair. Her entire body was glowing with a faint purple light, and a holy aura slowly flowed around her body. After a long while, the scarf covering her face slowly slid off, revealing a beautiful face that could charm all living things. At the same time, her eyes slowly opened. Her limpid eyes shone like the stars in the night sky, dazzling and eye-catching. The corner of Yu Shishui's mouth curved upwards, revealing a smile that could make all living things go crazy. She glanced at Yu Qingqing and smiled again. With a gentle wave of her hand, a transparent barrier of light enveloped the entire room. Then, her body suddenly disappeared from the room. Greetings, Patriarch. Yu Shishui reappeared in the northern courtyard plaza. The three grand elders of the Yu family were overjoyed when they saw her. They bowed to her, tears of joy streaming down their faces. You guys can leave for now. I have a few things to discuss with these seniors. Yu Shishui smiled faintly, trying to calm them down. At the same time, she turned around and bowed to Yi Ruoshui and the others. Yu Shishui greets the 6 seniors. I am extremely grateful that you were able to come. Greetings, Patriarch Long. Younger sister Shishui is too courteous. There's no need to call us seniors. Now that you've reached the deity realm, we are all of the same generation. You can just call us brothers. Little brat, there's no need to call us seniors. Just follow his example and call us brothers. In any case, you're about to become a deity. The 7 of them hurriedly stood up. One of the war gods hurriedly tried to resolve the situation when he saw that little brat Long didn't know how to address Yushishue. Chapter 235. Little sister Shishue, I'm older than you by a few years, so I'll just call you little sister. Congratulations, you've hidden yourself quite well. You actually took this step before me. Dragon Bastard was also a hero of his generation. He didn't put on any pretense and spoke directly. I had a sudden epiphany. I didn't expect to be one step ahead of you. Yushishue smiled slightly, her beauty stunning everyone present. Impressive, impressive. I didn't expect the Yu clan's charm arts to be so powerful after reaching the deity realm. We almost fell for them. Little sister Shishue's charm arts are unparalleled under the heavens. Yi Ruoshue chuckled and began to tease her. However, he couldn't help but sigh to himself. This woman from the Yu clan had become a deity, and her illusionary and bewitching techniques were incredibly powerful. If a group of saints had been standing in front of Yushishue, they probably wouldn't have been able to resist at all. Let's not joke around. Let's get down to business. The island lord of Hidden Island, who had been gorging himself, suddenly tensed up. He immediately set up a domain that enveloped them. Then, he slowly said, actually, we came here this time because you've reached the deity realm, so there are some things that you shouldn't know about. Dragon Bastard, you're about to become a deity, so we won't avoid you. Please speak, Island Lord. Yushishue smiled faintly. She knew that business was about to start, and she hurriedly listened attentively. As for Dragon Bastard, his eyes also shone brightly. He was very interested to hear it. First, the Deity Realm Agreement. The Deity Realm experts of the 3 prefectures cannot directly participate in battles between commoners. Otherwise, all the Deity Realm experts on the continent will work together to destroy them. This agreement wasn't set by the City Lord, nor was it set by Lord Devour. The Flame Dragon continent has existed for a long time. It was set up by the older generation of Deity Realm experts, and has been around for hundreds of thousands of years. You must remember this. You can take revenge for personal grudges, but you cannot harm the innocent. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect you. It wasn't set up by the City Lord and Lord Devour. The continent used to have Deity Realm experts. Yushishue knew about the Deity Realm Agreement a long time ago, but she didn't know that it had been set up by the older generation of Deity Realm experts. She asked suspiciously, there were Deity Realm experts 100,000 years ago? Although the Flame Dragon continent is lacking in spirit chi, it's still possible for a divine realm expert to appear every few hundred years. Old Snow Beggar became a god 1,000 years ago, and Little Knight also became a god 500 years ago. Both of you became gods at about the same time. Do you think there were any god-level experts in the past? The island lord seemed to know that she would ask such a question and quickly answered. Yushishue and Dragon Weaver glanced at each other. They could see a trace of shock and confusion in each other's eyes. Longfellow hesitated for a moment before asking, to think that the Fire Dragon continent has a history of over 100,000 years. If a divine-level expert appears every few hundred years, then wouldn't there be several hundred divine-level experts in the continent? Where did these experts go? According to what I know, a deity-rank powerhouse has a lifespan of several 100,000 years. Yi Ruoshue suddenly smiled. She pointed to the sky and said, they have gone to the divine plane, which is the divine realm. Divine plane, divine world? An as expected expression appeared on Dragon Butcher's face, but he was even more confused. He continued to ask, then, why don't you all go to the God world? Can the 2 of us also go to the God world in the future? That's right. I've seen our clan records. The founding ancestors of our 5 clans all became deities, and they all went to the God world at the same time. Yushishue was also very confused. She asked the question that she had been hiding in her heart for a long time. He. The three war gods, Yi Ruoshui, and the hidden island master all laughed bitterly and fell silent. Finally, Yi Ruoshui sighed. Our ancestors did indeed all go to the god world, but they were the last group to do so. Of course, we also want to go. The fire dragon plane's spiritual energy is sparse, and if we want to advance our cultivation to the divine general realm, or even higher realms, it's almost impossible to succeed. If we don't go to the god world, it's almost impossible to succeed. It's just that, we can't go. It's not just us. I'm sure that the deities from the other two prefectures also want to go, but no one can. Apart from that bald-headed bastard from Divine City and Lord Devour, no one else can go to the god world. The fire dragon plane is like a dead well with its lid closed. Divine general realm? Bastard bald-headed bastard? Dead well? Yu Shishue and Long Bifu glanced at each other again, their expressions changing. There was actually a divine general realm above the heavenly god realm, or even higher. Yi Ruoshui had actually called the divine city lord a bastard bald-headed bastard? The fire dragon continent was a dead well? Why were the previous gods able to go to the god world? Why can't we go? Yu Shishue asked after digesting Yi Ruoshui's words. Because that damned bald-headed bastard from Divine City covered the fire dragon continent up. The hidden island master was evidently just as angry as Yi Ruoshui towards the Divine City lord. He actually cursed as he looked at the two of them. What I'm going to tell you next involves the greatest secret of the fire dragon plane. Remember, you must not spread this information, or else the fire dragon continent will definitely fall into chaos. In the end, it is very likely that the entire fire dragon plane will be destroyed. Actually, the natural laws of every plane have bestowed upon it a path to the god world. The entrance to this path is on Purple Island, which is a few thousand kilometers away from Hidden Island. There are 5 trials on Purple Island. As long as you can pass through these 5 trials with your own strength, you will be able to enter the Purple Island teleportation formation and be transported to the god world. However, a few thousand years ago, the Divine City Lord descended. The Hidden Island Master explained everything to Yu Shishue and Dragon cowered for half an hour before she was able to clearly explain everything. After she finished speaking, Yu Shishue and Dragon cowered didn't say anything for a long time. However, both of their expressions were abnormally agitated and resentful. If this continues, won't we never be able to jump out of this dead well? The billions of people on the Fire Dragon continent will continue their fate forever? This is too tragic, too hateful. Yu Shishue sighed deeply and shook her head. At this moment, her good mood had been completely overturned. Her heart was filled with pain. No. We're all waiting. We're waiting for a peerless genius to appear. We're waiting for this peerless genius to lead us all out of the Fire Dragon continent's fate. Yi Ruoshui finally stood up. She gazed in the southwest direction, at the tall mountain shrouded in white mist. That's right. Unless a peerless genius is born, we can only stay in this dead well. We can only look up at the beautiful world outside until the Fire Dragon continent is completely destroyed. The Hidden Island's island master sighed deeply and shook his head powerlessly. Everyone fell silent as they gazed in the east. In the east, dawn had already broken. The red sun slowly rose into the sky, and the night slowly receded. Warm sunlight shone down on the entire Tranquil Lake Island, bringing with it a sea of light. Chapter 236. Yi Qinghan had cultivated for an entire day and night this time. The rainbow light and the purple lightning yesterday had moved him greatly. Not only him, but all the Peak Duke realm warriors on the continent were also greatly moved. After all, they had already begun to touch the threshold of the laws of heaven and earth. The rainbow light and purple lightning were the most essential manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. Lu Shi watched as Yi Qinghan meditated for an entire day and night and sighed inwardly. This kid's luck was really heaven-defying. He had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Of course, the manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth when one became a god was the most touching for Peak Duke realm warriors and Peak Sage realm warriors. Those with a strong perception would definitely have some enlightenment. This kid had cultivated for an entire day and night, so it was obvious that he had gained some enlightenment. It seemed that this kid had a high chance of breaking through to the Emperor realm within 3 months. The second test, the puppet channel, had probably been broken by him. Now, it was time to see the last test. Thinking of the last test, Lu Shi could not help but smile helplessly. This master of Fallen God Mountain was really something. Who knew where he had learned all sorts of things to come up with such a clever move? Whether this kid could pass or not would depend on the will of the heavens. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and shook his head inwardly. He sighed. Just a little more, just a thin layer of window paper. He would have stepped into the threshold of perceiving the laws of heaven and earth. He could vaguely sense the magical laws of space, but he felt that there was an indescribable feeling to it. He had not completely understood it yet. Yes, he would continue to cultivate the second level of the shadow step. Now, he could already feel a trace of the concept. As long as he continued to practice the shadow step and constantly corresponded with each other, this layer of paper would be pierced sooner or later. He believed that this day would not be too far away. Senior, please continue to train me. I will definitely defeat you within 3 months. Yi Qinghan stood up confidently and walked towards Lu Shi with a smile. As he walked, his footsteps were erratic and indistinct. Humph. If you cannot defeat me in 3 months, I will have to kill you. Whether you live or die will depend on your luck. Although Lu Shi's words were still cold, there was actually a trace of urgency in his heart. He hoped that this kid would succeed in the end so that he could escape the cage of Fallen God Mountain. Xiao. Lu Shi didn't stand on ceremony. He waved his arm and a black iron rod appeared out of thin air. Then, the iron rod disappeared and reappeared behind Yi Qinghan's head. Yi Qinghan had long been on guard. He quickly stepped to the side and twisted his body at the same time, dodging the fatal blow. However, the speed of the iron rod was too fast, and it still hit his left arm. Yi Qinghan endured the pain and didn't care. He didn't look. In the end, he simply closed his eyes and began to run quickly around the hall. The painful yet joyful training began again. Divine City. Xue Wuhan was wearing a long golden robe as he walked on the streets of the Divine City. Behind him were a few envoys of the Divine City who were also wearing the same golden robes. Today, Xue Wuhan didn't train even though he knew that he was pressed for time. He only had a little more than a year left. If he couldn't raise his strength to the Emperor realm in this 1 year, then he would have to wear this cowhide-like robe for the rest of his life. He would live in the darkness forever, without himself, without hope, and without a tomorrow. The Divine City's city lord gave him an endless supply of spirit fruits, elixirs, and secret manuals, but he also gave him a deadline. Before the opening of Fallen God Mountain, he had to cultivate to the Imperial realm and enter the trial to obtain the Divine Sword. If he succeeded, he would reach the heavens in a single step. If he failed, he would become an envoy of the Divine City forever and wear this golden robe for the rest of his life until he died. Therefore, he was pressed for time, so pressed that he didn't even have time to play with women. He cultivated every day and night, almost to the point of insanity. A large number of spirit fruits, elixirs, and secret manuals aided him. His hatred towards Yi Qinghan, the Yi family, and everyone in the House of Aries, as well as the hope that he had dreamed of for more than a decade. This gave him a very terrifying obsession, and this obsession created a rocket-like cultivation speed. A few years ago on Hades Island, he was a level 1 marshal. The 12 golden-shelled insects were comparable to the elders of the Xue family. His overall strength was at level 3 marshal. A few years later, he was at the peak of the noble realm. The 12 golden-shelled insects were fully matured. He was confident that he could kill an Imperial realm expert with a sneak attack. However, he knew that this wasn't enough. He had to get stronger. He knew that the path of heaven would open in a year. There would be countless experts. If he wanted to survive, he had to get stronger. But today, he stopped cultivating. He put on the golden robe and walked out of the pavilion to the main street of the Divine City. Because he was released from prison alone. Tu Qianjun didn't change much. 4 years had passed. Time didn't leave many traces on his face. It was just a lot paler. These years in the divine prison, he still had good wine, delicious food, and beautiful women warming his bed every night. There wasn't much difference in his life. However, the lack of sunlight over the years had caused his face to have a sickly paleness. He looked at the countless people who came to welcome him at the entrance. He didn't say anything. He just stood under the sunlight greedily. He squinted his eyes and enjoyed the sun and the warm wind blowing from the corner of the street. Back to the immortal slaughtering pavilion. After a long time, Tu Qianjun smiled faintly. He waved his hand and led a group of people back to the immortal slaughtering pavilion. After returning to the immortal slaughtering pavilion, Tu Qianjun walked into the study room of the massacring god guards. He chatted for half an hour before walking out with 2 jade boxes. Everyone else, disperse. Shui Wuhan, follow me. After dismissing the emissary standing at the entrance, Tu Qianjun nodded to the emissary in front of him and walked into a small pavilion on the left. Congratulations, young master, for breaking through to the imperial realm. You have left the divine prison in advance. In the future, you will definitely soar through the 9 heavens. Shui Wuhan wasn't surprised. He followed Tu Qianjun into the small pavilion and took off the hat that covered his entire face. He knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, "Get up. I've troubled you for the past few years. However, it was a blessing in disguise. You obtained the Divine Master's recognition and your strength has skyrocketed." Tu Qianjun was full of smiles. Clearly, he was in a good mood after being released early and breaking through to the imperial realm. "I don't dare. Everything is because of young master's great fortune. However, when the heavenly path opens next year, I'm afraid I won't be able to return. I can't continue to follow young master around in the future." Shui Wuhan said bitterly. Don't worry. Don't you still have 1 year? Cultivate hard and break through to the imperial realm as soon as possible. Then, you can comprehend more laws. I have faith in you. Tu Qianjun waved his hand and replied with a smile. Then, he picked up a jade box from the table, and handed it over to Shui Wuhan. He then whispered in a mysterious voice, "I've specifically asked my father for this. You must practice diligently. Don't disappoint me." "What is this?" Seeing Tu Qianjun's mysterious behavior, Shui Wuhan couldn't help feeling excited. Tu Qianjun knew that the Divine City Lord had bestowed him with countless spirit fruits, spirit herbs, and secret manuals. Therefore, the thing inside this jade box was absolutely extraordinary. Chapter 237. Black Snow Lotus. Tu Qianjun said with a smile. "Ah." Shui Wuhan was overjoyed when he heard this. His gray and black eyes suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. Black Snow Lotus was a treasure. Of course, it was a deadly poison for others, but it was one of the top 3 treasures for the Shui family. With this Black Snow Lotus, the power of his 12 insects would double. Once he stepped into the Emperor realm, the trip to the God-slaying mountain would be extremely comfortable. Shui Wuhan quickly knelt down and said with a trembling voice, "Young master, you treat me so well. I don't know how to thank you, no need to thank me." Tu Qianjun sneered. The smile on his face suddenly changed. It became somewhat ferocious and full of hatred. His tone also became cold. "You don't need to thank me. I just want you to go to the God-slaying mountain. If Yi Qinghan is not dead, dismember his body. If he is dead, kill all the members of the Yi family and the Yu family. Leave no one alive, haha." Shui Wuhan opened his mouth and unexpectedly laughed. He turned around and walked towards the door. He said word by word, "Young master, you don't need to say more. As long as my golden-shelled insects successfully evolve, I will definitely make the people of the Yi family and the Yu family beg for death on the God-slaying mountain. No, it doesn't matter if it's the Yu family, the Yi family, the Feng family, the Hua family, or the people of Dragon City. I won't let any of them off. Ha! Ha ha! Two cold and cruel laughter rang out in the small attic, scaring the maidservants who were about to enter the attic to serve the guests. Lu Shi was very angry. Although he had suppressed his strength and soul realm, he felt that with his comprehension of spatial laws as a divine-level expert, Yi Qinghan would be like a locust trapped in a cage. No matter how hard Yi Qinghan tried, it would be impossible for Yi Qinghan to escape his grasp. However, he found something strange today. His iron rod that had always hit the target had started to miss. Although he missed once, he still felt that it was unforgivable. He was a God Realm master. How many years had he cultivated? Tens of thousands of years. How could he fail? How could he fail? However, when he saw that his iron rod was still lying quietly on the floor of the hall, and Yi Qinghan's figure continued to jump more and more happily in the hall, his body becoming more and more blurry, faintly discernible, he knew that he had indeed failed. He wasn't surprised that Yi Qinghan was slowly comprehending the law of space. However, even if Yi Qinghan entered the Emperor realm and entered the door of comprehending the laws of space, Yi Qinghan wouldn't be able to do so. He didn't care about it at all. Although his comprehension of the law of space was not too deep, it was still a piece of cake for him to deal with a rookie who had just entered the field. But why did he fail? He could not figure it out, and he put it down to mental fatigue. It was just that even he didn't believe this idea. A divine-level expert's soul was extremely powerful. With such simple control, he would not feel tired even if he were to control it for 1,000 years. Since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. He decided to continue chasing that monkey, striving to force him into the Emperor realm as soon as possible so that this young man could break the puppet channel and try his luck in the third stage. However, when he glanced at Yi Qinghan again, his brows suddenly twitched and a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. He couldn't help but smile. In the hall, Yi Qinghan's figure was still constantly jumping. However, as he jumped, Yi Qinghan's figure became more and more blurry. In the end, he suddenly disappeared, directly appearing in the space more than 10 meters away. Then, his figure disappeared again, and in the next second, he appeared in the space more than 20 meters away on the left. His entire person was like a ghost, constantly flashing around in the hall, shifting shadows, shifting shadows. I've finally succeeded in my cultivation. Emperor Realm, I finally stepped into the Emperor Realm. Yi Qinghan kept flashing back and forth in the hall as he laughed happily. After the rainbow light and the purple lightning that day, he finally stepped into the door of understanding the law of space in 2 months. He successfully cultivated the second stage of shadow step, shifting positions. He also successfully stepped into the Emperor realm. At this moment, he felt unprecedentedly comfortable. All the pores on his body relaxed, and his entire body, including his soul, was immersed in a feeling of comfort. He stopped moving, stood there quietly, closed his eyes, and began to enjoy this wonderful state. Dense heaven and earth yuan qi had already gathered around him unknowingly, and this heaven and earth yuan qi began to involuntarily flow into his body. Slowly, layers of black liquid started to leak out of his skin. At the same time, without him realizing it, his soul ocean expanded further. The core in his dantian was spinning rapidly, but it didn't grow bigger. Instead, it gradually shrunk, and its color became golden and translucent. Half an hour later, Yi Qinghan slowly opened his eyes and comfortably stretched. Unexpectedly, black powder started to fall from his hands and face. What's going on? Why is my body black and numb? What is this? Yi Qinghan had just woken up from that wonderful feeling and was suddenly shocked. Don't make a fuss. This is the impurities in your body. You entered the Emperor realm, and the heaven and earth yuan qi cleansed your body, making your body stronger. Lu Shi's voice sounded faintly. At the same time, he waved his hand. Yi Qinghan felt a light breeze blow past him, and the black pieces in his body actually turned into black powder and floated away. Even the dirt in his underwear was completely removed. His method was very magical. Thank you for teaching me, senior. Yi Qinghan moved a few times and felt extremely comfortable. He quickly turned around and bowed 3 times to Lu Shi. For half a year, Lu Shi had been his sparring partner for free, but he didn't have any complaints or dissatisfaction. He was very grateful for this. Although he was curious why Lu Shi was so good to him, it didn't reduce his sincere gratitude towards Lu Shi. Don't thank me. I didn't go against Master's rules. Everything was obtained by your own comprehension and hard work. Also, if you can really get out of here alive, you might even blame me in the future. Lu Shi waved his hand lightly. He had seen this young man's hard work and endurance for half a year. How could a normal young man endure being beaten every day for half a year? When Yi Qinghan heard this, he quickly shook his head and said, "How can that be? I can't even thank Senior enough. Why would I blame Senior? Hee, let me put it this way. You are now on the path of comprehending spatial laws. Actually, many martial artists think that spatial laws are useless. Basically, no one will choose to cultivate spatial laws." Chapter 238. You know that God rank masters can teleport, right? When a martial artist reaches the God rank, the laws of heaven and earth will automatically bestow them with teleportation skills and divine crystals. As for the law of space, no matter how one cultivated it, the end result was that the human body could teleport, and so could weapons. So, since one could obtain such a skill for free after becoming a god, why would a martial artist try to comprehend the law of space in the beginning? Of course, I don't have much understanding of spatial laws, so I'm not very clear. So, I hope I didn't harm you and you won't blame me in the future. So that's how it is. If God rank masters can obtain teleportation skills for free, then cultivating spatial laws is a waste. If you cultivate other laws, you will have more offensive and defensive skills after becoming a god, and you will also get a teleportation skill for free. Yi Qinghan understood, but he didn't blame Lu Shi at all. After all, if it wasn't for Lu Shi, he probably wouldn't have been able to step into the imperial realm. Moreover, he believed in the laws of existence. He didn't believe that spatial laws, one of the supreme laws, could only teleport. Of course I won't blame Senior, and I'm very grateful for Senior's explanation. I've decided to officially challenge you in 3 days. I'm prepared to break through the last stage and break through the puppet channel. Yi Qinghan bowed again and said sincerely. Okay. I'll be waiting for you to challenge me. Lu Shi nodded lightly. As he spoke, his sparse beard trembled. Together with his goat-like face, he looked like a white goat in human form. However, after he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something. He said again, "Just now, you seem to have dodged one of my attacks." Yi Qinghan looked at Lu Shi strangely, as if asking him in return, was it strange for him to dodge once after being beaten up hundreds of thousands of times? He had been beaten up for half a year and comprehended spatial laws. Was it not normal for him to dodge one attack? So he said very modestly, "I've cultivated for so long and only managed to dodge once. Did I embarrass myself in front of you?" Embarrass himself? Lu Shi was shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly said, "If you can dodge one more time, I won't embarrass myself in front of you. Come on, I'll attack you like before. Show me how you dodge again." In response to Yi Qinghan's reply, he did not believe that Yi Qinghan could dodge his attack with that little bit of space law he had comprehended. He didn't believe it at all. It had to be known that Yi Qinghan's strength, space laws, and impressive footwork were nothing in Lu Shi's eyes. Even if he was twice as strong, Lu Shi was confident that he wouldn't be able to dodge his attack. However, half an hour later, Lu Shi's slender and long eyes suddenly widened into round slits. Yi Qinghan had actually managed to dodge one of his attacks after he had attacked for 100 times. "Kid. How did you do it?" Lu Shi stood up and appeared before Yi Qinghan with a flash. She grabbed Yi Qinghan's shoulder and cried out. She no longer had her usual calmness, nor did she have the demeanor of a divine-level expert. "Huh. Just like that, I dodged, and dodged." Yi Qinghan was shocked. He scratched his head in embarrassment. Bullsh*t. I'm a peak heavenly god. How can you, a martial artist who has just entered the Imperial realm, dodge my attack. Even if you cultivate to the Sage realm, you might not be able to dodge it. Lu Shi panicked. He actually threw away the calmness of a divine-level expert and cursed. Yeah? How did I dodge it? What's going on? This time, it was Yi Qinghan's turn to be confused. He asked Lu Shi with a puzzled expression. You're asking me? I'm the one asking you. Lu Shi cursed again. Then, he realized that this kid had just entered the Imperial realm. How could he know such a complicated question? After a moment of silence, he let go of Yi Qinghan and continued to ask, tell me the details of how you dodged my attack. About that. Yi Qinghan saw that Lu Shi was being so serious. He fell into deep thought. After a while, he answered solemnly. Senior, for the past half a year, I've been thinking about how to dodge your attack. I've been practicing my footwork. As long as I successfully cultivate the second level of my footwork, it means that I've comprehended a bit of the law of space. Then, I'll be able to enter the Imperial realm. Yi Qinghan saw that Lu Shi was listening attentively, so he continued, so, I didn't think too much about it. I was only thinking about how to dodge your attack. At first, I didn't know how to dodge your attack for half a year. However, the rainbow light 2 months ago gave me a bit of insight. That light suddenly descended and spread in all directions. In an instant, it lit up the entire sky. At that time, I had a bit of insight. I associated that insight with dodging your attack. I realized that any attack will cause a vibration in the space. If you use your mind to sense this vibration, you'll be able to discover the trajectory and frequency of the vibration. Then, you'll be able to determine the speed and angle of the attack, as well as the time and distance of the attack. Then, you'll be able to react quickly and think of a way to dodge it. That's how I determined the fluctuation and frequency of your attack. Then, I dodged it. However, it's obvious that I haven't completely mastered this move yet, so I can't completely dodge your attack. Yi Qinghan explained everything. He told Lu Shi how he comprehended the law of space, how he entered the Imperial realm, and how he successfully dodged Lu Shi's attack. However, after he finished speaking, he saw Lu Shi frowning. He thought that his practice was bad, so he couldn't help but ask again in embarrassment, "What's wrong? Senior, did I go in the wrong direction?" Lu Shi finally opened his mouth. He sighed deeply and shook his head. "You're not wrong. We're the ones who are wrong. It's the idiots from the divine realm who said that the law of space is useless." Then, he fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, he pointed above his head and cursed, F***CKU. Which bastard told me that the law of space is useless? F***CKU. The law of space is the F***King's strongest law of heaven and earth. Then, his face was full of excitement. He looked at Yi Qinghan with a face full of smiles and laughed loudly. "Kid, you're a genius. Do you know that? Stick to your path of comprehending the law of space. F***CKU. If you successfully comprehend the profound mysteries of space, who can attack you? You'll be invincible among those of the same level. At least, you'll be invincible when escaping. You can sense the trajectory and frequency of other people's attacks in advance. That's too awesome." Looking at the excited goat-faced Lu Shi, who looked like he was about to go crazy, Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded. His mouth was wide open and he couldn't say anything for a long time. Chapter 239. After listening to Lu Shi's detailed explanation, Yi Qinghan finally understood how awesome his comprehension of the profound mysteries of space was. Invincible in escaping. No. Yi Qinghan was secretly happy. Not only was he invincible in escaping, but his body fusion technique was also invincible in attacking. If he continued to comprehend the profound mysteries of the law of space, he would be able to determine the frequency and trajectory of an enemy's attacks with 100% accuracy. Then, he would truly be invincible against attacks and defenses of the same level. Warriors of the same level couldn't attack him, but he could instantly kill them with his body fusion technique. Wasn't this invincible in the same level? What was this? Thinking of this, Yi Qinghan couldn't help but tremble. His Adam's apple kept squirming and he kept swallowing his saliva. Yi Qinghan's mood was very complicated at this moment. He knew that he was finally no longer the seventh son of the Yi family. He could openly return to the Yi family and loudly announce that the seventh young master of the Yi family and the seventh master of the Yi family had returned. He could even swagger over to the Yu clan and tell the Yu clan how correct their decision back then was. He could go to the barbarian city and tell the lady boss how powerful her man was now. He could tell Yi Qinggu that he could be completely responsible for her. He could tell his weak little sister that he could finally protect her for a lifetime. After resting for 3 days, Yi Qinghan stabilized his emotions and familiarized himself with the state of his body and soul in the Emperor realm. He couldn't care less about the flying technique given to him by the laws of heaven and earth in the Emperor realm. He decided to immediately start the challenge. He had stayed in the God-slaying mountain for almost 4 years. He was eager to break out of seclusion and return to the Fire Dragon continent and Yi family castle. Senior, I officially challenge you. Yi Qinghan cupped his hands at Lu Shi. Lu Shi smiled warmly and said, "Come on." In fact, he knew that Yi Qinghan could definitely defeat him when he controlled his strength. However, he still had to abide by the rules. After all, he made a divine blood oath in front of the master of the God-slaying mountain. If he violated the rules set by the master of the God-slaying mountain, he would be mercilessly erased by the laws of heaven and earth. Sorry for the offense. Yi Qinghan's expression became serious, and his eyes emitted a fiery light. He held the blue dragon dagger tightly in his hand and shouted, "Beast fusion." After a year of silence, Xiao He appeared for the first time. His tiny body turned into a shadow, and with a long howl, he once again burrowed into Yi Qinghan's body. In the next second, Yi Qinghan's aura suddenly soared, and a few strange and mysterious tattoos slowly appeared at the corner of his eyes. Shadow shift. Yi Qinghan's body suddenly disappeared. He kept flickering in the hall. Although his body was moving without any trace, he was constantly approaching Lu Shi. Ha! Lu Shi's body suddenly flew up into the sky. His body emitted a dazzling light and a super large light shield enveloped his body. At the same time, he kept waving his hands and countless chi swords began to shoot out from his body in all directions without any pattern. So smart. Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly. Although Lu Shi's method was simple, it was very effective. At this moment, he vaguely understood that Lu Shi might have already known his trump card, which was why he didn't let him get close. As long as he couldn't get close, the body fusion technique wouldn't work. So if Lu Shi could last for a month, the two of them would end in a draw. A draw would mean that Yi Qinghan would lose. After all, Yi Qinghan had to defeat and injure Lu Shi if he wanted to win. Although Lu Shi's battle aura was set to the second level of the Emperor realm, he wasn't afraid of using up all his battle aura. After all, he only needed to last for a month. When the agreed time was over, he would be able to recover his divine realm cultivation. The amount of battle aura of a second-level emperor was nothing to him. Swoosh, swoosh. Yi Qinghan's body kept flickering, dodging the messy chi swords that Lu Shi shot out. He was secretly thinking of a way. There's no other way. I can only attack even if I get injured. After a while, Yi Qinghan still couldn't think of a way out of this situation. He had no choice but to attack forcefully. He was currently at the first level of the Emperor realm. After merging with Xiao He, his strength was close to the third level of the Emperor realm. Moreover, his soul had already reached the peak of the Emperor realm. He could only rely on his rough aura to temporarily defend against Lu Shi's chi swords. Then, he quickly approached Lu Shi and released the body fusion technique. Charge. Yi Qinghan gritted his teeth. His body flashed with green light, and a green light barrier suddenly formed. At the same time, he started flashing in a straight line towards Lu Shi. Hee. Lu Shi had already expected that Yi Qinghan would choose to attack forcefully. He waved his hands quickly, and the number of chi swords released from his body suddenly doubled. The direction where Yi Qinghan was charging from was several times denser. Aura, hold on. Soul confusion. Yi Qinghan didn't care. He opened his eyes wide and roared angrily. At the same time, a bewitching purple light lit up and covered Lu Shi's head in the air. Bang! 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 Countless sounds of metal clashing could be heard. Yi Qinghan's aura was instantly shattered. Then, a few qi swords shot towards him at high speed. Yi Qinghan gritted his teeth. His body shook strangely and he actually flashed forward quickly. Qi, qi. Just before Yi Qinghan's body disappeared, a few qi swords pierced straight through Yi Qinghan's body, causing a few arrows of blood to spray into the air. In the next second, Yi Qinghan appeared again in front of Lu Shi. His face was as pale as snow, and his body and arms had countless visible bloody holes. Senior, I won. The dagger in Yi Qinghan's hand quickly made a light cut on Lu Shi's neck. Lu Shi's eyes were closed, and his eyes were blank. A faint trace of blood appeared. Then, his body trembled, and a mouthful of blood spilled out from his mouth. He fell powerlessly from the air. Lu Shi immediately woke up. Feeling the cool dampness on his neck, his face looked like he had seen a ghost. His pair of thin eyes were wide open. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was quickly falling to the ground, he quickly flashed and appeared on the ground. He stretched out his hand to catch Yi Qinghan, who was falling from the air. He said hoarsely, "Brat, what happened just now? Damn you, you actually made me fall into an illusion for a second. You actually almost killed me." He had always known that Yi Qinghan had a war beast. He knew that after Yi Qinghan fused with his war beast, his strength would increase greatly. He also knew that Yi Qinghan had hidden his trump card. He knew that Yi Qinghan could defeat him, but it would at least take a big fight, right? He didn't expect that Yi Qinghan would actually knock him out and kill him in an instant. How could he not be shocked? Not afraid? If Yi Qinghan had really chopped his head off with his dagger just now, he would really be dead. Chapter 240. Cough. Cough. Yi Qinghan did not answer. He quickly sat cross-legged and began to treat his injuries. Just now, he had withstood countless qi swords. Although he had forcefully twisted his body at the last moment to protect the vital parts of his body, his arms had been pierced through by the qi swords. Buzz, Lu Shi couldn't wait any longer. A white stream of air emerged from his body and enveloped Yi Qinghan's body. Under the envelopment of the white stream of air, Yi Qinghan's wounds began to rapidly close up and form scabs. Of course, this had something to do with the mystical stream of air within his soul ring. After more than 10 minutes, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes. He smiled and said to Lu Shi, "Senior, I've passed the test, right? Of course, you almost killed me. Tell me, how did you do it?" Lu Shi withdrew his airflow and nodded quickly. His expression was very solemn. I'll tell you. Please don't tell anyone else." Yi Qinghan was silent for a while and decided to tell Lu Shi. After all, he had seen what Lu Shi had done in the past year. Lu Shi had definitely gone easy on him and even helped him understand the law of space. This is a body fusion technique after I fused with my battle beast. It can cause dizziness to warriors of the same level of soul realm. Body fusion technique? Soul dizziness of the same level. F***ck me. Lu Shi was speechless. He didn't think that a small material plane like the Fire Dragon continent could actually produce such an abnormal skill. However, in the blink of an eye, he thought of that even more abnormal red-robed woman, and he faintly understood. His eyes flickered continuously. After a while, he said with a more serious expression, "Boy, you must pass the third test, enter the small divine pavilion, and destroy this god-slaying mountain. In the future, your road will be wider and more vast. Your achievements will reach heights that you can't even imagine." Hee. Of course I want to pass the third test. I don't want to die yet. There are still many people waiting for me outside. What's that? Senior, can I go to that small valley? I haven't eaten wild game for a long time and I haven't taken a bath. I really miss that taste. A trace of determination flashed in Yi Qinghan's eyes. He slowly stood up and grinned at Lu Shi. Of course, let's go. Take a good rest for a few days, and then break through the third level in one fell swoop. Lu Shi grinned and disappeared from the hall with Yi Qinghan. In the small valley, Yi Qinghan sat by the lake and looked at his reflection in the water. For a moment, he was filled with emotions. In the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed. The young and inexperienced boy had already become a mature and handsome young man. The childishness on his face had faded, and a faint beard had begun to grow on his chin. His body had also grown taller by a head, becoming 1.78 meters tall. Although his figure had changed, his appearance hadn't changed much. He still looked like a frail young man, too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. I wonder what the little girl in the back mountain looks like now? And Yi Qingcheng, after all these years, Yi Qingwu has become even more beautiful and enchanting. Yi Qinghan touched his nose. He was just about to sigh a few times when his reflection in the lake suddenly broke. A black shadow suddenly shot out from the water, and directly pounced into his arms. Boss, what are you thinking about? Why are you so engrossed? Xiao He excitedly rubbed against Yi Qinghan's chest and transmitted his voice. Nothing much. Go and catch some pheasants. We'll roast them. Yi Qinghan smiled and said. All right. Xiao He's eyes lit up when he heard this. He quickly pounced into the bushes at the side, and soon returned with a few pheasants and hares. Yi Qinghan fiddled with them for a while, and the man and the beast began to enjoy the delicacies. This is your pet beast? When Yi Qinghan was almost done eating, Lu Shi suddenly appeared. That day, he had disappeared after bringing Yi Qinghan here. Now that he suddenly appeared and saw Xiao He, he couldn't help but speak with great interest. Senior, you're wrong. When Xiao He saw that Lu Shi had arrived, he hastily threw himself into Yi Qinghan's arms and refused to show himself. Yi Qinghan picked up Xiao He and smiled as he stroked Xiao He's head and said, He is not my pet, he is my brother, a brother who has accompanied me in battle for a lifetime. Boss, you will always be my boss. When Xiao He heard this, he was moved and transmitted his voice. His horn constantly rubbed against Yi Qinghan, expressing his excitement and fondness for Yi Qinghan. Yes, you must treat him well. Lu Shi looked meaningfully at Xiao He's horn and continued to say with a smile, When are you going to challenge the third stage? Let me tell you, the third stage is a stage set by Master. It is very complicated and cumbersome. If you are not careful, even if you have heaven-defying luck, you will need a lot of time to break through it. There is still 1 year until the heavenly road of the Luotian mountain opens. This time, because you have broken through to the third stage, the first and second stages will be much weaker. Therefore, it is very likely that you will not be able to break through the third stage, but the warriors of the Flame Dragon continent will catch up to you. Therefore, you must hurry. I see. Then let's do it tomorrow. I have already rested for a few days. Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and decided to challenge the third stage tomorrow. Yes. I will rest here. Tomorrow I will take you to challenge the third stage. Have a good rest. Lu Shi nodded and sat cross-legged on the ground. Yi Qinghan also let Xiao He enter the beast battle space to recuperate and build up his strength. He was ready to challenge the third stage tomorrow. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, Yi Qinghan packed up everything in high spirits. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was ready, Lu Shi teleported with him. Why is it still here? Yi Qinghan looked around strangely and found that he had returned to the hall from a few days ago. He could not help but look at Lu Shi strangely. You will pass the third stage here. Don't think that this place looks simple, there are actually a lot of mechanisms that I have not activated. You will know later. Lu Shi said with a mysterious smile. Then, he waved his left hand and shot out a chi sword, fiercely shooting towards the wall on the left. The chi sword directly sank into the wall, and suddenly there was a "Kacha" sound in the hall. Yi Qinghan hurriedly looked over and saw that in the center of the hall, small neatly arranged stone pillars had suddenly appeared. The stone pillars were not small, just enough for one person to stand on, but there were many of them, more than 100,000. What is this? Seeing this strange situation, Yi Qinghan asked Lu Shi in surprise. This is the first minor stage of the third stage, the Gate of Destiny. Lu Shi's expression became especially serious at this moment, and he said to Yi Qinghan in a cold tone, "There are 3 minor stages in the Gate of Destiny. You must pass all of them to open the Gate of Destiny and enter the small divine pavilion. Kid, I ask you seriously, are you willing to challenge the stage? If not, I can protect your life and send you out of the God-slaying mountain. However, your cultivation must be abolished, and you will not be able to cultivate for the rest of your life. If you choose to challenge the stage, you will not be able to quit halfway, and there is a high chance that you will die in the Gate of Destiny. This stage was personally designed by the Master, and I cannot interfere in the slightest. Otherwise, I will be killed immediately. So, make your own choice." Chapter 241. Yi Qinghan saw Lu Shi's serious expression and knew that he was about to get down to business. However, he didn't expect Lu Shi to give him a choice. At this moment, he hesitated. There was a high chance that he would die in the challenge. Lu Shi definitely wouldn't lie to him about this. Don't challenge. He could get out alive and return to the Yi family. But, he would become a cripple. Return alive? No. No. Rather than living a useless life like a dog, it was better to die. Yi Qinghan made his decision after a moment. He had already enjoyed the exciting and hot-blooded life that great strength had brought him. If he became a cripple now, he was willing to die. I choose to challenge the challenge. The path of the strong should not be afraid of any dangers or difficulties. Only those with the heart of the strong can become strong. Yi Qinghan shouted without hesitation. At this moment, his battle intent surged. Even if there was a blue dragon in front of him, he would dare to pick up the weapon in his hand and stab it. What a great heart of the strong. Go, this is the first challenge, the Stone of Destiny. Lu Shi's eyes flashed with a trace of admiration. He pointed at the countless protruding squares and began to explain the rules. There are 1008 stones of destiny here, and 1008 of them contain sword chi that can instantly kill you. What you have to do is to find these 1008 stones of destiny and shatter the rest of them. Then you'll pass the test. F***CK. How do I find them? Isn't it obvious that they want me dead? Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded. These protruding stone pillars were all exactly the same. God knows if they contained sword chi or not. Lu Shi saw that Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded. His lips curled up slightly before he regained his composure and continued, "I'm not done yet. When you shatter a stone, if the 8 stones around you contain sword chi, there will be a hint. For example, if 2 of the 8 stones around you contain sword chi, there will be a word 2. If there are 3, there will be a word 3. You can follow this hint and find the stones without sword chi and smash them all. That way, you will pass. F***CK. Yi Qinghan was enlightened. At the same time, he seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and said in surprise, F***CK, isn't this Minesweeper? Minesweeper? What's a Minesweeper? Lu Shi asked curiously. What I mean is that this stone of destiny is very powerful. Yi Qinghan said vaguely, but in his heart, he was very happy. The master of Luotian Mountain was too talented. He actually made a game that was exactly the same as Minesweeper. Fortunately, in his previous life, when Yi Qinghan was bored, he often played Minesweeper. However, although the Fate Stone had similar rules to Minesweeper, it was gambling with his life. Moreover, there were too many stones and mines. Since you're clear about it, let's start. Lu Shi didn't say much and nodded. It seemed that Yi Qinghan could start now. Begin? How do I start? Should I jump in directly? F***ck. What if I jump in and step directly on a stone with sword chi? Wouldn't that be the end of me? When Yi Qinghan heard this, the joy that had just surged in his heart was instantly replaced by fear. Start directly? This was not a game. If he jumped wrongly, it would directly cost him his life. But if he didn't smash a stone, he couldn't start clearing the mines, right? In theory, you have a 90% chance of not stepping on a stone with sword chi. If you really step on it, then I'm sorry, but your luck is bad. If the heavens want to die, you have to die. You have no choice now. You chose to pass the test, so you can't quit. You only have a year at most to pass this small test. If you still can't succeed after a year, I will kill you directly according to the rules. Lu Shi said expressionlessly. Of course, he hoped that Yi Qinghan would succeed. Of course, if he couldn't, he would save Yi Qinghan. After all, he had promised the red-robed woman that he would protect Yi Qinghan's life at the last moment. However, if he were to save him, he would have to destroy Yi Qinghan's cultivation because this was the lowest rule set by the master of Luotian Mountain. F***ck, I'm going all out. I was able to transmigrate here even after I died in the past. My luck is heaven-defying. I don't believe that I'll be so unlucky this time. After carefully observing the situation for a while, Yi Qinghan completely gave up. No matter how he looked at or felt these densely packed stones, he couldn't find anything different. It seemed that he could only try his luck. Esteemed father, esteemed mother, esteemed Yi clan ancestors, please protect me. Yi Qinghan secretly prayed in his heart. At the same time, he randomly chose a stone in the center and directly used position transposition to flash towards that stone. His feet firmly stepped on the stone. Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly opened, and at the same time, he began to focus all his attention on the stone under his feet. He decided to immediately position transposition, as soon as he sensed something unusual and try his best to escape. Although he knew that this sword chi was set up by the master of Luotian Mountain, he could not avoid it with his little strength. 1 second. Nothing. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Yi Qinghan laughed wildly. His luck was not bad, he did not step on a landmine. However, if he had encountered a 1 in 10 chance, then his luck was really bad. It turned out that his luck had always been very good since he came to the Fire Dragon continent, and this time was no exception. Taking out the blue dragon dagger, Yi Qinghan fiercely slashed at the stone. Kacha! The stone cracked. When Yi Qinghan opened his eyes to look, he was dumbfounded again. The stone was hollow, and below it was a huge, dazzling red word too. Damn, my luck is really heaven-defying. There are 8 stones around, and 2 of them have landmines. Damn! Why did I choose this stone? Yi Qinghan scowled and cursed angrily. 2 of the 8 stones nearby had sword chi, which meant that there was a 25% chance that he would step on a landmine and activate the sword chi inside. Then, his soul would return to the heavenly realm and float to the west. If I die, then I die. Yi Qinghan was infuriated. Disregarding all consequences, he directly stepped out with 1 foot and casually found a nearby stone and stepped on it. If it was a blessing, it was not a curse, and if it was a curse, he could not avoid it. If the heavens wanted him to die, how could he live alone? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Aha! His luck was really good. He did not hit the jackpot again. There must not be a number, 0. It must be 0. Yi Qinghan hurriedly picked up the dagger and quickly slashed at the stone while praying. Kacha! The stone broke, and there was nothing inside. There was nothing. Wow, it's done. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed. As long as there was a stone that indicated that there was no sword chi nearby, then he would be absolutely safe. As a mine-clearing expert, he was confident that he could successfully clear all the mines within a few months. He had a high chance of breaking the Stone of Fate. Chapter 242. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Yi Qinghan was sleeping soundly on the pile of rubble in the hall. More than half of the originally densely packed stone pillars in the hall had already been split apart by him, but there was still a small portion that was as good as new and was quietly standing upright. At first, Yi Qinghan thought that as long as he could find the entry point, he would be able to break through the stone of fate like a hot knife through butter. He originally estimated that he would need at most a few months to find all the stone pillars without sword chi. But now that half a year had passed, he had only eliminated 2/3 of them. Indeed, this Minesweeper game had a knack. In fact, he could quickly calculate whether the stone pillars had sword chi or not, and then quickly break through them. But when he really started to move, Yi Qinghan tragically discovered that this was not a game. This wasn't a game, and most importantly, he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Because if he made a mistake, he might lose his life. Moreover, he also discovered that this chessboard was too big, and there were too many stone pillars. He did not have any objects that could be marked, nor did he use any cheats. So, he could only calculate very carefully, and every time he made a move, he would double-check before he dared to make a move. Because of this, his speed of breaking through the stages became quite slow, and because he was full of tools that could be marked, he could only rely on his brain to calculate and remember. Because of this, not only did his brain have to work very fast, but he also had to constantly remember which stone pillars nearby had sword chi, and those stone pillars were very suspicious, so he was quite mentally exhausted. Every time he eliminated a portion, he had to stop and sleep for a while to recover his energy. Sigh. After a long time, Yi Qinghan woke up, rubbed his aching head, and prepared to start another round of Minesweeper. Looking at the tens of thousands of stone pillars nearby, and the tens of thousands of broken stone pillars, he could not help but sigh. It seemed like the military engineers in his previous life were having a hard time. Kid, let me remind you, you've already spent half a year. If you don't speed up, the Heaven's Road will open in half a year, and there are still 2 small stages after that. Of course, you have to speed up when you're sure it's safe. Lu Shi was sitting in a corner, and seeing that Yi Qinghan had woken up, she reminded him. Thank you for your reminder, senior. I will take note. Yi Qinghan nodded. He rubbed his temples, narrowed his eyes, bent his body, and continued his career as a military engineer. Behind the Yi family castle, Yi Tianlong was very angry. His eyes were wide open, and the few white whiskers on his chin were fluttering in anger. As the leader of the Yi family, he hadn't been this angry for many years. The last time he was angry was when Yi Qinghan caused havoc in the enchanted garden a few years ago. However, at this moment, not only was he extremely angry, but he was also unable to vent his anger, so he was very angry. In the Yi family, the only person who made him angry but did not dare to do anything was Yi Ruoshui. Of course, after Yi Qinghan wreaked havoc in the intoxicated heart garden, he also had the right to do so. But now, there was one more person, Yi Qingyu. That's right, it was Yi Qingyu who made Yi Tianlong so angry that he almost went berserk this time. The cause of the matter was actually a gathering order from the Yi family a few days ago. It had been 4.5 years since Yi Qinghan had entered the God-slaying mountain. In another half a year, the God-slaying mountain's heavenly road would open. Not to mention that Lord Devour's message said that the supreme treasure of the God-slaying mountain would appear this time. Because Yi Qinghan's life and death were still unknown, Yi Tianlong had listed this God-slaying mountain trip as the top priority of the Yi family. Thus, a gathering order was issued from the Yi family castle. The Yi family wanted to recall all the Emperor Realm experts of the Yi family. They also sent out name cards and paid a high price to summon all the peak Emperor Realm experts of the House of Aries. Half a year later, an extremely powerful lineup was prepared to welcome or rescue Yi Qinghan. He had asked Yi Ruoshui and she had told him that there was a high chance that Yi Qinghan was still alive. Thus, he didn't hesitate and prepared to organize the largest force that the Yi family could organize to head to the God-slaying mountain to rescue Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was the hope of the Yi family's resurgence. Yi Ruoshui had said that if Yi Qinghan grew up, he would be more useful to the Yi family than him. The gathering order was issued in secret, but unexpectedly, Yi Qingwu still found out. In the end, Jianghu made a big fuss and insisted on going to the god-slaying mountain. Although her strength had only reached the second level of the Marquis realm, she pestered Jianghu every day, saying that she must go. Even if she couldn't go in, she wanted to wait outside the god-slaying mountain for the result. Alright, Jianghu made a fuss and Yi Tianlong endured it. But why was it that when Jianghu and Jianghu were arguing, Jianghu just happened to hear it? Yi Tianlong looked at the young girl in front of him, who had a delicate expression but an unusually resolute look in her eyes. He glared fiercely at Jianghu and Jianghu and waved his hands resolutely. There's no room for discussion. You can't go to the god-slaying mountain, no matter how much you beg me. Jianghu, go back to your room and stay there. I'm going. In these 4 years, Jianghu had grown taller and had become more mature and beautiful. However, the delicate aura that emanated from her face was still very obvious. At this moment, she stared at Yi Tianlong and gently opened her lips. Her tone was very calm, but it was clear that she was determined. Yes, great-grandfather. Several years had passed, but Jianghu was still the same. It was as if her face would never age. She pouted and didn't dare to say anything else. She turned around and left. Young lady, I'm begging you, don't make a fuss, okay? The family has already organized nearly 60 emperors to go and welcome little Han. What can you do even if you go? Jianghu saw that Yi Tianlong had reached the limit of his temper and hurriedly prepared to atone for his mistake. He came over to mediate. If you go, not only will you not be able to help, we will also have to take care of you. If this goes on, you will implicate them. Yi Baihu also hurried over to mediate. That's right, girl, don't make a fuss. You have to know that your identity is currently a secret. If you go to the god-slaying mountain, it is very likely that you will attract the attention of the monster race and barbarian race. They will then try to assassinate you at all costs. I don't need them to take care of me, I can protect myself. Jianghu shook her head and still said indifferently. It was as if she wasn't discussing this with them, but rather informing them. When Yi Tianlong heard this, he harumphed heavily, turned around, and scolded her without any trace of politeness. You can protect yourself? Don't think that you are very powerful just because you have reached the second level of the emperor stage. Let me tell you, this time, there are a lot of powerful people in the god-slaying mountain. Any one of them can kill you. Let's not talk about other things, just the Yi family alone has sent more than 10 peak stage emperors this time. These people can kill you easily. Jianghu's cultivation speed was very shocking. 2 years ago, she was only at the peak stage of the Duke realm. Yi Tianlong thought that Jianghu's cultivation speed would definitely slow down this time. After all, the emperor stage required one to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. This wasn't something that could be achieved through cultivation alone. It required comprehension and exploration. Just as Yi Tianlong and the others were about to explain some relevant information to Jianghu. However, in just a few months, Jianghu directly broke through to the emperor stage. It was as if she didn't need to comprehend it and directly understood it as she cultivated. Now, Jianghu's strength had reached the second level of the emperor stage. Although the Yi family had sent almost all of their emperor stage experts to the god-slaying mountain this time, Jianghu and the others obviously wouldn't let her go. Although Jianghu's realm was high, they were very doubtful that Jianghu had the strength corresponding to her realm. After all, Jianghu had never cultivated martial arts or fought in actual combat. I can protect myself. If you don't believe me, you can try. Jianghu was still very stubborn and said indifferently. It seemed that she was very confident in her strength and actually opened her mouth to provoke them. Chapter 243. This time, Yi Tianlong, Jianghu, and Yi Baihu were astonished. From the looks of it, this girl was really very confident. It seemed like that was the case. It seemed like if they didn't let her try, she really wouldn't know what she was talking about. Alright, Jianghu, suppress your battle aura to the second level emperor realm and also suppress your nomological attacks. Go and show this girl the reality. Yi Tianlong said. He was determined to let Jianghu see the difference between her and an actual emperor realm expert. Okay. Yi Qingyu nodded indifferently and looked at Yi Qingyu. Hee, little girl, be careful. If you can't hold on, shout for us to stop. Yi Qingyu nodded and looked at Yi Qingyu. Seeing that Yi Qingyu was ready, he casually sent out a wave of battle aura. Of course, he only used a layer of battle aura that wasn't very powerful. At the same time, he didn't use the nomological laws of destruction at all. He was afraid that Yi Qingyu would be caught off guard and fall into his trap. That would be troublesome. Yi Qingyu didn't move as she watched Yi Qingyu's battle aura rapidly shoot towards her body. Yi Qingyu and Yi Tianlong thought that this was Yi Qingyu's first time in actual combat and that she was scared silly. They were about to help her defend. Unexpectedly, a blue light suddenly flashed from Yi Qingyu's body, and a light blue light shield appeared out of nowhere around her. When Yi Qingyu's battle aura attacked this light shield, the shield suddenly flashed blue and started to spin rapidly. The surface of the shield looked like streams of water that flowed rapidly on her body. It was extremely strange. She easily transferred Yi Qingyu's battle aura to the back of her body and then returned to her original appearance. Bang! Yi Qingyu's battle aura smashed into the empty space behind Yi Qingyu with a loud bang and created a deep pit in the ground. Huh? What was this? The aura field didn't seem like an aura field, and the defensive barrier didn't seem like a defensive barrier. How could it divert the enemy's attack? Yi Qingyu, Yi Tianlong, and Yi Baihu rubbed their eyes and stared in disbelief at the light blue shield around Yi Qingyu's body. This thing was too strange. The three of them had lived for decades, but they had never heard of such a thing. Allow me. Yi Tianlong didn't believe it. He shouted, reminding Yi Qingyu that he was going to attack. Then, he rapidly released a wisp of battle chi which was a bit larger than that of Yi Qingyu and struck it towards Yi Qingyu. However, the moment his battle chi touched Yi Qingyu's light blue light cover, the light cover flickered and started to rotate rapidly, transferring Yi Tianlong's battle chi away. Similarly, Yi Qingyu's battle chi flew to the back of Yi Qingyu, causing a bigger pit behind her. Huh? Girl, what kind of skill is this? How can you transfer your battle chi attack? Yi Tianlong and the other two were sure this time. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Yi Tianlong didn't try and asked anxiously instead. I'm not sure about the specifics. I only know that this skill is called Blue Melancholy. It can transfer all material attacks of the same level. Of course, I haven't mastered it yet, so I can only block 3 attacks from a peak Emperor Realm martial artist. Yi Qingyu said slowly after a moment of silence. Blue Melancholy? Transfer all material attacks of the same level? Yi Tianlong and the other two looked at each other, a bit dumbfounded. This skill was too amazing. What? How could Yi Qingyu learn such an abnormal skill? Moreover, they had never heard of such an abnormal skill. And what was a material attack? What an abnormal skill. Looks like the relationship between Lord Devour and Little Han isn't simple. Just as they were looking at each other, a faint sigh suddenly came from behind them, followed by a series of words that made them even more confused. Greetings, Ancestor. Greetings, Ancestor. They were stunned for a moment, then quickly came to their senses. Their expressions became extremely respectful and worshipful, and they turned around to salute the person behind them. The person who came was white-browed Yi Ruoxue. Yes. Yi Ruoxue smiled slightly. Her figure flashed, and she arrived in front of Yi Qingyu. She looked at the light blue light shield on her body and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, girl. Your comprehension of the water laws is not bad. Work hard. You will become stronger in the future. Only when you are strong can you help your brother more. Ancestor, I want to go to Luotian Mountain. Please let me go. I will definitely cultivate hard. Yi Qingyu didn't care about Yi Ruoxue's praise. Instead, she opened her eyes wide and implored with expectation. Okay, I can promise you, but you can't go in. You can only wait outside. After all, it's useless for you to go in now. Yi Ruoxue thought for a moment, then nodded and agreed. Okay. I'll wait outside. When Yi Qingyu heard this, she quickly withdrew the light blue light shield on her body. A joyful expression appeared on her face. Her pure smile made her look very innocent. Ancestor, this. Yi Tianlong became anxious when he heard this. However, he immediately thought that since the ancestor had agreed, he would definitely take care of Yi Qingyu secretly. Thus, he was relieved. At the same time, he thought of Yi Qingyu's strange light blue light shield. He asked curiously, Ancestor, why is this girl's skill so strong? She can actually deflect a material attack of the same level? A material attack? Yi Qingniu and Yi Baihu also looked at Yi Ruoxue with wide eyes, very curious. After all, they had never heard of such an overpowered skill. Of course, Yi Qinghan's body fusion skill was also very overpowered. However, Yi Qinghan's body fusion skill was only produced because he had a beast, so this could be easily explained. On the other hand, Yi Qingyu didn't have anything. She had only cultivated for a few years. Of course this skill is strong. Because this is a fusion skill of the profound mysteries of the law. This is a skill formed from the fusion of the profound mysteries of the element of water and the roundness of water. Tell me, how could it not be abnormal? A material attack is the general term for all attacks made from energy. Any attack that harms the body is called a material attack. And Little Han's body fusion and the Yu clan's illusion attack the soul, so it is called a soul attack. Yi Ruoxue was obviously in a good mood. Her eyes were full of smiles as she explained to the three. Profound mysteries of the law can be fused? Profound mysteries of the law can be fused? Why have we never heard of profound mysteries of the law being fused? Yi Tianlong and the other two were even more shocked. Yi Qingniu was the first to ask. There are many things you don't know. Yi Ruoxue smiled faintly and said with a chuckle, the fusion of profound mysteries of the law, you can only comprehend it after you step into the God level. Not to mention the profound mysteries of the law of the heaven and earth of the same element, even those of different elements, such as the law of lightning and the law of earth, can be fused. After fusing, the power of both attack and defense will increase by several times. Of course, you don't need to know this now. Your current task is to successfully comprehend the profound mysteries of the element you have comprehended and reach the God level first. Profound mysteries of the same element could be fused after reaching the God level. Different laws of the heaven and earth could be fused. After fusing, the attack and defense would increase by several times. Yi Ruoxue's words brought Yi Tianlong and the others to a deeper and higher realm. They couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, they had a strong and urgent desire for the higher realm after the God level. After a moment, Yi Baihu suddenly thought of something. He frowned and asked in surprise, Ancestor, didn't you say that profound mysteries need to be fused after reaching the God level? Then what's up with Yi Qingyu? That's right. Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu also came to a realization. Yi Qingyu was only at the second level of the Emperor stage and had just comprehended the law not long ago. How could she learn to fuse the profound mysteries of the law? That was simply impossible. Yi Ruoxue paused for a moment, then chuckled and said, Hee, of course it's impossible for her to fuse profound mysteries. In fact, this profound mystery was not fused by her. That skill was not created by her. Even the water law she comprehended was not comprehended by her. Chapter 244. What? She was not the one who had fused the profound mysteries, nor was she the one who had created that technique. Even the water laws that she had comprehended were not her own. Yi Tianlong and the other two were once again dumbfounded. It was as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world, but this joke had come from Yi Ruoxue. Thus, they did not dare to treat it as a joke, nor did they dare to ask any further questions. They only cast puzzled gazes at Yi Qingyu and Yi Ruoxue. She was not the one who had comprehended it. Someone else had comprehended it. Could it be that Yi Qingyu had a soul in her head? Was she helping her comprehend the laws of heaven and earth? Hee, don't make wild guesses. Alright, I will explain it to you in detail so that you won't be overly suspicious. Yi Ruoshui saw the expressions on the three's faces and found it both infuriating and funny. She slowly said, actually, all of this is the effect of the divine crystal. When everyone becomes a god, the laws of heaven and earth will send down divine clouds and divine lightning to help them condense the divine crystal and grant them the ability to teleport. The divine crystal is the foundation of every god-rank cultivator. If a god-rank cultivator has a divine crystal, then as long as the divine crystal has not been shattered or the soul has not been completely destroyed, then he is equivalent to an immortal body. Even if his body is destroyed, he can condense it again. Yi Ruoshui smiled slightly when she saw everyone's dumbfounded gazes. She knew that what she had said had shocked them greatly. She paused for a moment before continuing, of course, if a deity-level cultivator's head is shattered, their soul will be instantly destroyed. This deity-level cultivator will die completely and their divine crystal will leave their body. However, all of his martial techniques and comprehension of the laws will be recorded by the divine crystal. If someone fuses with their divine crystal, then they only need to learn the martial techniques and laws stored within the divine crystal, like flipping through a book, and easily comprehend the mysteries of the laws contained within. And this is the case for Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu has a half-crippled jade spirit body, and her body still contains a lot of energy that she has not sacrificed in time. At the same time, the divine crystal also contains a trace of energy. Of course, this trace is extremely powerful for ordinary people. With the help of these two pure energies, Yi Qingyu can easily cultivate to the peak of the Duke realm. Then, she can study and comprehend the mysteries of the laws contained within the divine crystal. Then, she can easily advance continuously until she reaches the god rank. So that was how it was. All the mysteries surrounding Yi Qingyu have been solved. Yi Tianlong and the others finally understood why Yi Qingyu's cultivation speed was so terrifying, and why she was able to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth so quickly without any bottlenecks. It turned out that it was all because of the divine crystal and her jade spirit body. The divine crystal was the essence and foundation of a deity realm martial artist. No wonder it was so powerful. No wonder Yi Ruoshui had said that even if she sold the entire Yi family, she wouldn't be able to obtain it. This thing was just too powerful. Ancestor, I remember you saying that Lord Devour has a close relationship with Little Han. Is it related to this divine crystal? After a short moment, Yi Tianlong recalled what Yi Ruoshui said when she first appeared, and he couldn't help but ask. Of course it's related. Even God realm experts are divided into strong and weak. My strength can only be considered average among heavenly God realm experts. The three war gods of Dragon City and the island lord of Hidden Island were considered to be above average heavenly god realm, while the God City lord was at the peak heavenly god realm. Different realms have different comprehensions of laws. Some are strong, some are weak, and some are fused. Of course, the laws in our divine crystals are the same. And the laws in Yi Qingyu's body are absolutely the divine crystal of a peak heavenly god realm warrior. You said that Lord Devour doesn't have a good relationship with him. Why would he give a divine crystal to his sister and choose the best divine crystal of a heavenly god realm warrior? The divine crystal of a peak heavenly god realm warrior? It seemed that Little Han and Lord Devour had a close relationship. However, if they wanted to know the specific situation, they had to wait for Yi Qinghan to come back safely. Ancestor, do you think Little Han can come back safely? Yi Tianlong heaved a sigh and asked again. Yi Ruoshui shook her head slightly. I can't sense his current situation. Whether he can come back safely or not, it depends on God's will. Anyway, I think Lord Devour won't let him die. The answer will be revealed after half a year. Yi Tianlong and the other two squinted, gazing at the southwest. After half a year, they would know whether Yi Qinghan was still alive or not. At this moment, they were eager to know if Yi Qinghan could come back safely from the god-slaying mountain. What kind of hope and shock would he bring them? Seduction City, Tranquil Lake Island. Since the purple lightning strike had struck the Tranquil Lake Island 1 year ago, the island had been immersed in a joyous atmosphere. The Yu family finally had a god. Not only did the Yu family have peerless beauties, but they also had the ultimate power. It was a big event that could be recorded in the history book of the House of Aries. It was a happy event that could make the Yu family's disciples happy for the rest of their lives. It was a big event that could bring glory to the Yu family for 10,000 years. However, as the person involved in this event, she didn't have much excitement. Quite the contrary, she was a little worried. On the day that she had become a god, the 6 god-rank experts of the House of Aries had gathered on the Tranquil Lake Island and told her an extremely painful and sorrowful secret. This made Yu Shishui's mood a little sour, and the stubborn young girl in front of her made her feel even worse. A grown girl couldn't be kept at home. I have taught you for many years. As a daughter of the Yu clan, you must strive for the prosperity and glory of the Yu clan. You must think and fight for the Yu clan's interests. We can have our own selves, we can have dreams, we can have love, but everything must be placed behind the interests of the clan, Yu Shishui said faintly after a moment of silence. Clan leader, I understand what you are saying, but I don't think that love and the clan can't be considered at the same time. Based on the information you have, you can easily determine Yi Qinghan's potential and how important he is to the clan. Furthermore, you said that his sister, Yi Qingyu, is also about to become a god. I don't understand why you want to stop me from going to the god-slaying mountain. Yu Qingxing was currently kneeling in the Joyful Heart Pavilion. Even though her expression was very calm, the stubbornness in her eyes was very obvious. She wanted to go to the god-slaying mountain and use her meager strength to rescue her man. Most importantly, she understood how important she was to the Yu clan. As long as she went, the Yu clan would definitely not ignore her, and the chances of Yi Qinghan being rescued would increase by a few notches. However, when she mentioned this to Yu Shishui, she was unsurprisingly firmly rejected. She understood very well that Yu Shishui was a peerless woman who was comparable to the Moon Queen in the history of the Yu clan. She valued the glory and prosperity of the Yu clan immensely. For the sake of the Yu clan, she had sacrificed her youth, love, and everything else. She had bitterly cultivated for nearly 100 years before finally becoming a god, allowing the Yu clan's position in the House of Aries to become impregnable. As such, she didn't plan on using her infatuation with Yi Qinghan to move her. Instead, she began to analyze how important Yi Qinghan was to the Yu clan, hoping that the Yu clan would do their best to rescue Yi Qinghan. Chapter 245. As long as Yi Qinghan is alive, I will do everything the Yu clan has to offer. But you don't know that Yi Qinghan's strength is almost certain to die if he barges in recklessly. And Lord Devour said that the God-slaying mountain's ultimate treasure is about to appear. In half a year, the God-slaying mountain will be bathed in blood, and I have no intention of getting involved. Yu Qingxing's words didn't move Yu Shishui in the slightest. She shook her head slightly and persisted with her thoughts. But, the Yi clan said that there's a 60, no, an 80% chance that Yi Qinghan is still alive. And I don't believe that someone as extraordinary as him will die just like that. Yi Qinghan is definitely still alive, so I must go to the God-slaying mountain. Yu Qingxing's pearl-like eyes shone with a stubborn light. As long as she didn't see Yi Qinghan's corpse, she wouldn't give up. Yu Shishui sighed again. As she stared at the stubborn girl, she couldn't help but think of the previous holy maiden, Yu Yan. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Did the Yu clan owe a debt of love to Yi Dao and his son? 2 generations of holy maidens had fallen to their father and son's robes, and they hadn't changed even in death. You can go, and the Yu clan can also send someone, but you have to agree to 2 of my conditions. Yu Shishui made her decision. Clan leader, please tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely agree. Yu Qingxing's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly agreed. Yu Shishui's expression turned serious, and her eyes shone with a dignified light. I want you to promise me that, first, if Yi Qinghan dies, you must forget about him. Either you choose a new protector, or you will never marry and become the Yu clan's protector. Second, you only have the strength of a peak marquis, so you can only enter the heavenly road of the God-slaying mountain. However, you can only stay there and not challenge the trials. Otherwise, I will get someone to knock you out and bring you back to the Yu clan. A trace of disappointment flashed across Yu Qingxing's face, but she knew that this was Yu Shishui's bottom line. In the instant that Yu Shishui had become a god, the natural laws of heaven and earth had given her an enormous amount of energy. Even though her cultivation base had advanced to the peak of the Marquis realm, it was still not enough to stop her. But she knew that this little bit of strength was not enough to go to the god-slaying mountain. Nodding her head, she said, "Qingqing understands. Many thanks, clan head. Qingqing understands your painstaking efforts." Yu Shishui's conditions weren't harsh at all. Even if Yu Shishui hadn't mentioned it, if Yi Qinghan really did die, then she would spend the rest of her life on Calm Lake Island, never marrying. "Han, you have to live. Otherwise, I don't know if I will die of old age on the Tranquil Lake Island or if I will die like Aunt Yu Yen. Do you have the heart to see me live a miserable life?" Yu Qingqing slowly retreated from the joyful heart pavilion and cast her gaze towards the southwest sky. A bitter smile appeared on her face. Even the peach blossom on her head was no longer as alluring. Feng Zi came out of seclusion, and so did Hua and Hua. The two of them had reached the second level of the Duke realm thanks to the huge amount of spirit herbs and fruits provided by their clans and their hard work in cultivation. However, it was obvious that they hadn't reached the threshold to enter the god-slaying mountain. However, the two of them still remembered their promise from a few years ago. After a huge argument at home, they finally obtained the right to take a look at the god-slaying mountain's heavenly road. Of course, it was impossible for them to pass the trial. The two of them couldn't do anything about it. This was already the best they could do. Given their playful and lazy personalities, it was already very difficult for them to cultivate to such a level. Long Sainan also came out of seclusion. Her strength as a second-level emperor caused another commotion in Dragon City. However, her insistence on going to the god-slaying mountain to search for treasures attracted a lot of opposition from the Long clan. She was the young clan head of the Long clan, and she was on the verge of becoming a god. They didn't want anything to happen to her. However, Long Sainan brought out a war god from the house of Ares and showed off a holy weapon that the war god had bestowed upon her. No one in the Long clan questioned her anymore. They were just curious as to why Miss Long was so obsessed with treasure hunting. Did she want to pass the 3 trials and get the holy weapon? The divine city started to get busy. This time, the divine master had issued a death order to obtain the divine weapon and the small divine spark. If they got it, they would be rewarded handsomely. If they couldn't get it, they might have to bear the wrath of the Divine Lord and be executed. This time, the Divine Lord took out countless high-tier weapons and more than 10 holy weapons to distribute to the people who were going to search for treasures. They were armed to the teeth and their combat power increased greatly. Therefore, they were all very confident that the Divine City would be the winner of the treasure this time. Xue Wuhan was also very confident. He didn't get a holy weapon because he was only a first-level emperor. Moreover, he had only broken through for half a year. However, he was still very confident that he would be the one to succeed in the end. Tu Qianjun gave him a black snow lotus that was considered a treasure to the Xue clan's insects. After 1.5 years, all 12 of his insects had successfully evolved. He was very confident that as long as he succeeded in his sneak attack, everyone would end up the same. Death. Therefore, he was very excited and looking forward to it. The celestial demon city also started to get busy. The 12 clan leaders received the message from the demon god mountain and started to get busy. This time, all the imperial realm elites of the fiend clan were mobilized. They were all excited and ready to make a move. After all, this time around, the demon god mountain had already sent out a voice transmission. This time around, whichever clan obtained that supreme treasure, their clan leader would be bestowed the position of a saint sovereign. This position would be protected and supported by the demon god mountain for 10,000 years. After Yao Xie's death, the position of a holy sovereign would become empty. The clan leaders were obviously eyeing this position. However, the demon god mountain actually gave such a promise. Of course, they were very eager for this position. After all, if they succeeded, the clan that obtained the position would enjoy 10,000 years of glory. The barbarian god manor wasn't that complicated. Their clan leader, Man Gon's father, was the sole ruler of the barbarian god manor. Moreover, the barbarian race was incomparably united. As long as the barbarian god gave the order, they would go all out. This time, Man Gong's father, Man Xiaolu, naturally received the order from the god realm experts of the clan leader and was already prepared. The barbarian emperors of the clan were already prepared to kill their way to the Luotian mountain. It was worth mentioning that after 4 years of cultivation, Man Gong had miraculously reached the upper stage of the barbarian emperor realm. In the last prefecture battle, he had lost a lot of face because of Yi Qinghan. He almost lost his position as the young clan leader. Fortunately, after he returned, he cultivated hard and successfully reached the upper stage of the barbarian emperor realm. He directly swallowed the objections of the clan leader. This time, he decided to take back his lost dignity and prestige. Therefore, he prepared to lead the team to the Luotian mountain without hesitation. He knew that Yi Qinghan had died a few years ago. Therefore, he was very confident that this time, the Luotian mountain would ruthlessly slaughter the people of the House of Aries to avenge the humiliation of his broken finger. The hidden island was very lively. For the first time in thousands of years, the hidden island went to the Fire Dragon continent. Moreover, it was to kill and rob. The people of the hidden island were originally exiled sinners. The blood of murder and robbery still flowed in their veins. This time, of course, they were very excited. All of them rubbed their palms and prepared to set off. They would go all out and make the name of the hidden island famous. For a time, the undercurrent of the continent was surging. All eyes were cast on the junction of the 3 prefectures, at the mountain shrouded in white mist. Half a year later, the Luotian mountain would be very lively. Of course, it would also be incomparably tragic. Chapter 246. Yi Qinghan did not know, nor did he care, whether the opening of the God-slaying mountain's heaven road would be very tragic. What he cared about was whether his nerves would go wrong and whether his head would explode. The minesweeper work that had lasted for more than half a year had given him the urge to die. His nerves were always tense, his brain was always memorizing and calculating, and he was always in fear. He was afraid that if he was not careful, his body would be directly shot to pieces by the flying sword qi. He had been in this state for more than half a year, and it had been less than 2 months since the opening of the heaven road. If an ordinary person were to continue for such a long time, that person would either be crazy or dead. At this moment, Yi Qinghan not only did not have the slightest excitement and disdain he had when he first saw this minesweeper game. Instead, he felt incomparable admiration and anger at the master of the God-slaying mountain for designing such a game. This thing was really not something that ordinary people could break through. How many people could last for 10 months with their minds working all the time? To be able to last for 10 months in a state where one's nerves were tense, in extreme danger, and could die at any time. To be able to maintain a clear and calm mind and not make a single mistake. He thought of the first level, the land of illusion, and the second level, the puppet passage. He could not help but feel a deep lingering fear. At the same time, there were also strong questions in his heart. Why did the master of the God-slaying mountain set up this way? What was the purpose of this setting? Did he want to see countless people come in to die? Fortunately, Yi Qinghan had been the 7th son of the Yi family for more than 10 years. He had painstakingly cultivated all the way and stayed alone in the God-slaying mountain for several years. It created incomparably tenacious nerves, as well as an extraordinary personality and endurance. It was precisely because of his incomparably strong nerves, incomparably strong character, and his endurance that he was able to persist. Otherwise, he would have accidentally made a mistake, been killed by the sword qi, or become mentally deranged and crazy. He looked at the remaining 10,000 or so stone pillars and showed a gratified smile. He had already eliminated most of the swordless stone pillars. He estimated that he would be able to clear the remaining stone pillars in about 3 days and completely pass the Stone of Destiny. Yi Qinghan did not know what the master of Luotian Mountain meant, but Lu Shi was quite clear about it. He knew very well how terrifying and powerful his master was back then. Back then, before his master was seriously injured and on the verge of death, he randomly chose 12 material planes, threw down 12 divine swords and 12 small divine pavilions, and created 12 God-slaying mountains. His motive for doing this was very clear. He wanted to choose a peerless genius to be his successor and avenge him. He had created a passage that connected the god-slaying mountain to the small divine pavilion. His purpose was to test the abilities of the challengers in all aspects. The illusory realm tested one's character, while the puppet passage tested one's aptitude and potential. As for the third stage, it tested patience, intelligence, and more. It was obvious that the young man in front of him was top-notch in all aspects. Moreover, Lu Shi believed that this young man was not only top-notch, but because of other reasons, he was also peerless. Therefore, the way he looked at Yi Qinghan became gentler and more fond of him. He even faintly looked forward to what kind of powerful existence this young man would become in the future. 3 days later, Yi Qinghan glanced at the countless stone pillars that had been split in half, and finally fixed his eyes on a stone pillar in front of his left foot. If I remember correctly, this should be the last safe stone pillar, right? 1, 2, yes, that's right. This one is safe. After confirming it again and again, Yi Qinghan directly stepped on it. His god-level body was jumping to its limit. Safe. A second later, after confirming that it was safe, Yi Qinghan directly took out his dagger and slashed down. Buzz. Following Yi Qinghan's slash, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared under the stone pillar, illuminating the hall that was originally as bright as day. It was very beautiful. Oh no. Yi Qinghan was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. He operated his battle chi and immediately changed his body's aura. At the same time, his figure flashed as he prepared to use form displacement transposition to escape. Ha, kid, don't worry, this isn't sword chi. This is a hint that you've broken through the stone of destiny. Just as Yi Qinghan was extremely nervous and scared to death, Lu Shi's hearty laughter rang out, freezing Yi Qinghan's body in midair. Squeak, squeak. After the golden light, the stone pillars below all magically disappeared. The floor of the hall was once again restored to its original state. Phew, scared this young master to death. F***ck, the creator of the god-slaying mountain is not a good person. Yi Qinghan sat down on the floor, gasping for breath. He looked extremely dispirited and tired. Haha. Lu Shi slowly walked over with a sneaky smile on his goat-like face. He nodded and said, "Kid, you're very good. If I were to break through this level, I would have been thrown into disarray. In the past, I had nothing to do, so I tried it again and again, but I didn't succeed even after a year. This thing is too mentally exhausting." Yi Qinghan did not answer his words. Instead, he smiled bitterly and directly lay on the ground, sleeping soundly. He was too tired. Lu Shi smiled helplessly when he saw this. It was indeed hard on this child. This child was only 20 years old. He was estimated to be 15 or 16 when he first entered the god-slaying mountain. A child who had stayed alone in this godforsaken place for several years and was constantly in a dangerous situation was not something that an ordinary person could endure. Lu Shi estimated that there were less than 2 months before the heavenly road opened. Moreover, if the next 2 minor levels were successfully broken through, it would not take much time at all. He silently waited for Yi Qinghan to wake up. Yi Qinghan's sleep was very sweet and very long. He slept for 10 days and 10 nights. "You're awake?" Just as Yi Qinghan was half awake and half asleep, Lu Shi's faint voice sounded, pulling his consciousness back to reality. He rubbed his eyes, stood up, stretched, and wriggled his numb body. He cupped one hand in the other towards Lu Shi and said, "Hello, senior, I've made you wait for a long time." "Huh, no problem. Do you want to continue to rest, or are you ready to break through the second level?" Lu Shi said with a faint smile. I guess the heavenly road is about to open?" Yi Qinghan asked after a moment of silence. Lu Shi nodded his head and his expression became solemn. "Yes, indeed. To be precise, there is still 1.5 months before the heavenly road officially opens. What I want to tell you is that if you succeed, you will have to spend some time to refine the small divine pavilion. Most importantly, once you succeed, all the barriers will be weakened. Therefore, even if you succeed, there's a high possibility that your treasures will be snatched away by the latecomers. Therefore, you have to make the best use of your time. Chapter 247. F***ck, what a coincidence. Hurry up, if I succeed, the path to heaven will open. The people behind me can come in and check the loot. That's not fair. Yi Qinghan scolded angrily. It's not a coincidence. Hee, it's not a coincidence. Actually, it's the same no matter when you succeed. Once you succeed, the heavenly road will open immediately. At the same time, the difficulty will be halved. This was set up by my master. I can't do anything about it. She looked at Yi Qinghan's childish expression and chuckled. F***ck, then what are we waiting for? Senior, I want to pass the test immediately. Yi Qinghan was helpless. He could only pass the test quickly and strive to succeed as soon as possible before the experts from the other prefectures arrived at the God-slaying mountain. Well, let's begin. Let me explain the second test to you. She did not beat around the bush and directly explained, the second test is called the Questions of Destiny. There are a total of 5 questions. You only need to write down the correct answers and you will pass. Of course, if you answer a question incorrectly, you will be killed immediately. There is no suspense at all, F***ck, this is not fair. This is bullying. Yi Qinghan was speechless. This was too much of a bully. 5 questions from an almighty God-ranked expert. Needless to say, they were all extremely complicated and difficult questions. There might even be questions that no one in the entire Fire Dragon continent could solve. He would be killed immediately if he answered a wrong question. Kid, this world is not fair. Get ready to answer the questions. There is no use complaining. You have at most half a year to answer these 5 questions. You will still be killed within half a year. She also shook his head helplessly. Then, he waved his hand and shot out a qi sword. The qi sword sank into the wall on the left. Suddenly, the hall flashed with a golden light and the ground suddenly trembled. A stone tablet a few meters wide slowly rose from the ground. This is the first question. If you answer it correctly, the second stone tablet will appear. If you answer it incorrectly, the sword qi inside the stone tablet will kill you instantly. She looked at the helpless Yi Qinghan and pointed at the stone tablet. Yi Qinghan walked over. This was like forcing a duck onto a perch. There was no other way. He could only climb up even if he couldn't. He walked to the front of the stone tablet and looked at the large words on it. Fortunately, although the words were a little sloppy, the font was still exactly the same as the ones in the Fire Dragon continent. Question 1. 3 divine generals went to the Sea of Stars. They passed by the Sleepless Island and went to the largest sleepless inn in the city to stay. They asked for 3 earth rooms and spent 1,000 divine stones on each of them, making a total of 3,000 divine stones. The next morning, the owner of the hotel came back and found that he knew one of the divine generals, so he asked the waiter to refund them 500 parangons. However, the waiter had embezzled 200 parangons and returned 100 parangons to each of the 3 divine generals. In that case, each of the 3 divine generals had actually spent 900 parangons, making a total of 2,700 parangons. The waiter had embezzled 200 parangons, making a total of 2,900 parangons. However, the 3 divine generals had paid 3,000 parangons at the beginning. May I ask where the remaining 100 parangons have gone? Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded as soon as he read the question. Instead of answering it, he turned to Shi and asked, Senior, can I ask you a question? Shi was a little puzzled and said, Go ahead. If you want to know the answer, then don't bother. I haven't solved this question yet. I want to ask, where is the master of Luotian Mountain from? And have you heard of Earth? It's the Earth plane, something like that. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up and he eagerly wanted to know. Shi replied, Yes. The Stone of Destiny, before the third test and the current question made him very suspicious. The master of Luotian Mountain was very likely to be from Earth, or he had been to Earth, or he had come into contact with people from Earth. This was because the Stone of Destiny was simply a copy of Minesweeper, and this question was a very classic question on Earth. However, this question was mixed with a lot of so-called things from the God realm to confuse the audience. Of course, he was not sure if there was an Earth plane. After all, the God realm was omnipotent, and there were many strange people in the God realm. Maybe these questions were created by strange people. After all, they had become gods. If they could do such difficult things, then this small test should be easy. Where is the master from? Of course, the master is from the God realm. Earth? Earth plane? I've never heard of it. There are tens of billions of material planes, how would I know? Maybe there are. Why are you asking this? She looked at Yi Qinghan somewhat inexplicably, not knowing why he was asking such strange questions. Oh, nothing. Hearing Lu Shi's answer, Yi Qinghan was a little disappointed. Earth was his hometown. Although, if he was sure that Earth existed, he would not want to go back. After all, he had been away from Earth for so many years and had nothing to worry about, but here in the Fire Dragon continent, he had countless people and things to worry about. But, after living on Earth for more than 20 years, he still had a lot of feelings. If he was sure that Earth existed, and he had the ability, he might find a way to go back and play. Of course, that was very far away. Yi Qinghan no longer thought about it, but looked at Lu Shi and continued to ask, Senior, how should I answer this question? Say it directly? Or write it down? Well, you can directly say the answer to the stone tablet, and then say the answer. Finally, say it and answer it. The stone tablet will automatically judge the result, so you have to think clearly before answering. If you answer wrong, you're finished. Lu Shi explained again, and at the same time, cautiously instructed Yi Qinghan. Thank you, Senior. Yi Qinghan nodded, turned his head, and said to the stone tablet, Answer, this is a question that stealthily changed the concept. In fact, it should be calculated like this. The 3 godly generals spent 900 god stones each, which is 2,700 god stones. The hotel owner took 3,000 god stones and refunded 500 god stones. In the end, he received 2,500 god stones, and the waiters embezzled 200 god stones. The hotel owner's 2,500 god stones and the waiter's 200 god stones are exactly 2,700 god stones for the 3 godly generals. Answer complete. The answer matches Master's answer 90%. The answer is correct. As soon as Yi Qinghan answered, the stone tablet suddenly made a mechanical sound, and then it slowly sank. Finally, it disappeared completely. After a while, the second stone tablet slowly rose again. Stealthily changed the concept. 2,500, 200, 2,700. That's right, why didn't I think of that? Huh. Interesting, interesting. Just as Yi Qinghan was about to look at the second question, Lu Shi suddenly screamed, which shocked Yi Qinghan. Lu Shi could not help but nod, and he liked Yi Qinghan even more. He laughed and said, Kid, you're too smart. How did you think of it? And you answered it in such a short time. Genius, genius. Chapter 248. Damn. I'm just a little clever. Seniors who can comprehend the laws of heaven and earth and split the sky and earth apart, that's great wisdom. Yi Qinghan hastily replied modestly, but in his heart, he felt extremely ashamed. How could this be an answer that he had come up with directly? This was the crystallization of 5,000 years of wisdom of the Chinese people in his previous life. He had just stolen it. Ignoring Lu Shi, Yi Qinghan continued to look at the second question. After reading it, countless black lines appeared on his face again. The second question, the Lord of Ice and Fire Island, who has always been known for his strict laws, went to inspect the island's prison one day. He asked a young man what crime he had committed and how many years he would be sentenced to. The young man replied that he had assassinated the governor of a small city. He was heartless and killed innocent people, so he was sentenced to life imprisonment. The Lord of Ice and Fire Island felt very sorry for him. He was going to spend the rest of his life in prison. However, he killed indiscriminately and broke the rules of the island, so he couldn't go unpunished. So, he ordered the warden to reduce his sentence by half. The Lord of Ice and Fire Island left happily, but the warden was very anxious. How much was half of a life sentence? May I ask, if you were the warden, what would you do to satisfy the Lord of Ice and Fire Island? Yi Qinghan was worried. This question was a bit ambiguous. It was obvious that the Lord of Ice and Fire Island was very strict. If the warden didn't follow his orders, he would definitely anger the Lord and suffer. But who knew how long the young man could live if he was imprisoned for life? Then, he definitely didn't know half of the sentence. This was a dead question. After thinking for a long time, he still had no clue. Yi Qinghan decided to go to Lu Shi and see if he could get any inspiration. But when he looked at Lu Shi spoke first. Kid, don't expect me to tell you anything. I know this question, but I can't tell you. Otherwise, I will also be killed. That's serious? Yi Qinghan's nose twitched. Then he said, Senior, of course I won't ask you to tell me the answer. I just want to ask, what kind of place is Ice and Fire Island? Is there anything special about it? And the first question's God's Stone, Nightless Island, and so on. Can you explain it to me? Lu Shi saw that Yi Qinghan's questions were not against the rules, so she said without hesitation, these are all things from the divine realm. Ice Fire Island and Nightless Island are islands with a little fame in the stellar sea of the divine realm. God's Stone was a stone from the God realm that contained miraculous effects. It was relatively precious and had a wide range of uses, so the God realm used it as a universal currency. As for the specific situation on Ice Fire Island, I'm not sure. I don't have the right to enter. Not qualified to enter? It seemed that this Ice Fire Island was quite powerful. Yi Qinghan thought about it carefully and found no clues. Instead, he started chatting with Lu Shi out of curiosity. Senior, you're so powerful, so why aren't you qualified to enter? Does Ice Fire Island forbid outsiders from entering or leaving? Humph. My strength is at the top in your Flame Dragon plane, but in the Divine Realm, I'm at the bottom. What does the Divine Realm have the most? It's heavenly gods. Above heavenly gods are divine generals, divine kings, god emperors. Wait a minute, the island master of Ice Fire Island is a god emperor. He made a rule that experts below the divine king realm are not allowed to enter Ice Fire Island. Do you think I can enter? Lu Shi pondered for a while and felt that if Yi Qinghan couldn't break the god-slaying mountain, then it would be useless for him to know this. If he could break it, he would go to the divine realm sooner or later, so it didn't matter if he knew in advance, so she explained it to him in detail. Heavenly gods, divine generals, divine kings, god emperors. There were even stronger experts. Yi Qinghan was shocked. He didn't expect that Lu Shi would tell him something so shocking when he was just casually asking. The gods of the Flame Dragon continent were at the bottom of the divine realm? Then, how awesome was the divine realm? How exciting would that world be? So, isn't the Lord of the God-slaying mountain a god realm expert? What level is he at? Yi Qinghan thought of the Lord of the God-slaying mountain. Yi Ruoshui had told him that only Lord Devour could enter the restrictions of the God-slaying mountain. Even the Lord of the Divine City couldn't enter. It seemed that this god was really powerful. You guess. You should know if you think about it carefully. Lu Shi smiled mysteriously and looked at Yi Qinghan teasingly. I should know? Yi Qinghan was confused. How would he know? I'm not familiar with the Lord of the God-slaying mountain, and there's no relationship between us. Wait a minute, there seems to be a relationship. I got his Soul Emperor ring. Soul Emperor ring? Soul Emperor? He's a god emperor? Yi Qinghan's eyes widened as he exclaimed in disbelief. To be precise, he's a top expert among the god emperors, and his position is unquestionably the first among them. Of course, it's useless for you to know this now. It's still too far away for you. You'd better think of a way to solve this problem of destiny. Lu Shi's eyes shone with a strange light of worship. He respected and worshipped the lord of the god-slaying mountain, the sole emperor, from the bottom of his heart. Oh my! God Emperor! Yi Qinghan swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. His body began to tremble slightly. Even a sky god was so awesome. He couldn't imagine how powerful a god emperor, who was countless realms higher than a sky god, would be. At the same time, he was very confused. If the Soul Emperor was so powerful, then why did the Soul Emperor ring on his hand only have the power and functions of a divine artifact? It didn't deserve the name Soul Emperor ring at all. Could it be another imitation? Thinking too much was useless. He began to think about the second problem of destiny. But after thinking for more than a day, he still had no clue. Helplessly, he closed his eyes and prepared to rest. After all, mental activity was very exhausting. He had not recovered from the mental energy he had used to solve the Stone of Destiny. Of course, he felt mentally and physically exhausted. But, when he closed his eyes, he suddenly thought of something. His eyes widened, and he stood up. He looked at Lu Shi and said anxiously, "Senior, let me ask you something else. Is there day and night in the immortal realm?" Lu Shi was meditating. Hearing Yi Qinghan throw out such a strange question, he was secretly impressed, but he didn't show it on his face. He just said lightly, "Of course there is, but the days and nights in the immortal realm are much longer than in the Flame Dragon Plain. One day in the immortal realm is about half a month in the Flame Dragon Plain." Yi Qinghan got the answer. He stood up and said to the stone tablet, "Answer, if I were the warden, I would let this young prisoner go home during the day and go to prison at night. After a month, I would let him go home at night and go to prison for half a day. This cycle would continue until the day he dies of old age." Answer complete. Chapter 249. The answer is 90% consistent with Master's correct answer. The answer is correct. As a mechanical sound rang out, the stone tablet slowly fell down, and another stone tablet rose up. Yi Qinghan did not look at it, but turned his head and lay down on the ground, beginning to sleep. While Yi Qinghan slept soundly in the god-slaying mountain, it was indeed very lively outside. The wide flat land in front of the god-slaying mountain was now occupied by countless people and countless tents. There was only a little more than a month left until the heavenly road opened. One city, one island, and 3 prefectures, countless forces, and countless experts had already arrived outside the god-slaying mountain a few days ago, quietly waiting for the heavenly road to open. The 4 forces were clearly divided into 4 camps, which were set up at a distance from each other. The people were orderly and did not make any noise, nor did they come into contact with each other. Of course, there were no conflicts, disputes, or fights. Thousands of years ago, the blood oath between the divine city and the 3 prefectures had clearly stated that fighting was forbidden outside the god-slaying mountain, but once inside the god-slaying mountain, one could fight at will. Who would emerge victorious would depend on one's own ability. Of course, fighting was strictly forbidden outside the god-slaying mountain, or else the 3 prefectures would be slaughtered. This rule was actually very correct. After all, in the god-slaying mountain, the treasures were randomly scattered, and the terrain was strange. It was inevitable that people would kill and snatch the treasures, and eventually it would turn into a group fight. Since it was inevitable, it was better to make it public and allow it. Since one dared to come looking for treasures, then be prepared to be killed. Treasures belonged to those who had the ability, and those who did not have the strength to carry treasures would certainly get into trouble. Therefore, Yi Ruoshui and the patriarchs of the Feng, Hua, and Yu families forbade Yi Qingyu, Feng Zihua, and Yu Qingqing to come to the god-slaying mountain, but not to enter. At most, Feng Zihua and Yu Qingqing could only play in the heavenly road, and were not allowed to challenge the checkpoints. At this time, in a super large tent in the house of Ares' camp, There were many people sitting inside, and in the seats of honor were several old fellows from the various families. 2 members of the Yi family had come. Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingmiu sat at the head of the table. The Feng family had sent a Grand Supreme Elder, Feng Sisi. The Hua family had also sent a Grand Supreme Elder, Hua Xiang. The Yu family had sent an old acquaintance, Yu Ji. The Dragon City had also sent 2 saints. 7 Supreme Elders, such a powerful cosmetic surgery, it could be said to be a big operation. Of course, they were not here to search for treasures, and even if they wanted to enter, they could not. When the heavenly road opened, experts above the Saint realm could not enter. Strangely enough, the people from the Shui clan did not come. Clearly, the Shui clan had lost 2 peak-level experts, and they planned to lay low for a while. They did not want to get involved in this mess. This time, Lord Devour had said that the supreme treasure was about to appear in this world, even though the 3 divine cities had an agreement. However, if the people from the House of Aries had really gotten their hands on this treasure, they were afraid that if they weren't around, the mutated tribe or the people from the divine city's hidden island would make a move. So of course they had to come. Moreover, 1 more person from the Yi family had come. Of course, it was obvious that he had come for Yi Qinghan. Because of Yi Tianlong's guilt towards Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinghan's importance to the Yi family, he had to come. Moreover, Yi Qingmiu had come because Yi Qinghan had lost the divine mountain in his hands. Of course, he had to come. Other than the old fellows at the head of the table, the important disciples of the various families were below, such as Yi Chang, Yi Qingyu, Yi Qinggu, Long Sainan, and so on. Of course, those who were qualified to enter this place were the geniuses or important members of their families. Old Long, why does your daughter look so unfamiliar? Such terrifying power. I guess she's at the peak of the noble realm. You're so dishonest to have hidden her from the world so well. Yi Qingyu's appearance naturally attracted the attention of the old fellows from the various families. Although Yi Qingyu hadn't used her full strength, the old fellows weren't fools. Their eyes were sharp and they immediately noticed the girl's terrifying battle aura. Yi Qingyu looked like she was only 18 or 19 years old. Although they couldn't be sure of her exact strength without probing, the faint aura she exuded indicated that she was at least at the peak of the noble realm. Perhaps she'd already broken through to the emperor realm. How could they not be shocked by such strength at such a young age? How could they not be shocked? The fact that the Yi family had produced Yi Qinghan was already shocking enough. Now, an even more monstrous genius than Yi Qinghan had suddenly appeared. How could they accept this? Most importantly, they'd never discovered that the Yi family had been collecting spirit herbs and fruits on a large scale. If she wasn't an unparalleled genius created by spirit herbs and fruits, then she'd be even more terrifying and frightening. The younger generation of the clan has recently been stimulated by Yi Qinghan and have suddenly become diligent in their cultivation. As a matter of fact, another pretty good talent has appeared. This time, I brought him out to meet the elders and broaden his horizons. Only a few god-rank experts knew about Yi Qingyu. Yi Tianlong naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to expose her. If Yi Ruoshui hadn't spoken up this time, he wouldn't have let Yi Qingyu out even if he was beaten to death. He was, of course, just laughing it off. He wouldn't admit anything. As for what the others thought and guessed, it was none of his business. Old Long, you'll be struck by lightning if you act tough. You can't fool people like this. Stimulated? Our family's little lunatic was stimulated by your family's Yi Qinghan. He's only reached the 2nd stage of the Duke realm even after refining half of the family's accumulated wealth. Sigh, comparisons are odious. The Yu family's little brat has reached the pinnacle of the Duke realm without using any spirit herbs. You're slapping us in the face. Feng Sisi glanced at the elite descendants of the various families and sighed dejectedly. He'd brought Feng Zi out this time to gain some face. He hadn't expected to be slapped in the face twice by the Yi family and the Yu family. It was boiling hot, that's right. Strange things happen every year. I just don't understand why there are so many strange things happening in the Yi family. Not long ago, there was Yi Qinghan, and now there's someone even more insane than Yi Qinghan. Old Long, are you not going to let us stay in the House of Aries anymore? You can't play like this. Hua Xiang also sighed. He and Feng Sisi had the same idea, which was to bring out the flowers and plants to show off, but in the end, Yi Tianlong didn't reply, but Yi Qingmiu, who was beside him, said angrily with bulging eyes, "What's the use of saying this? If my little Han comes back alive, I'll stretch out my face and let all of you slap it." He would never forgive himself if Yi Qinghan didn't come back safely. Let's not talk about this. Let's discuss how the descendants of the various families should cooperate and fight against the enemy when they enter the God-Down Mountain. A Saint stage expert from Dragon City saw Yi Qingmiu's expression and hurriedly changed the topic, talking about what would happen after the opening of the Heavenly Road of Half Moon Queen. Chapter 250. Your little sister Qingyu? The few old fellows at the top formed a group, while the experts of the various clans below also formed two groups. Yi Chang and the other middle-aged men of the various clans gathered together, chatting and gathering information. Meanwhile, Yi Qinggu, Long Sainan, Yu Qingsheng, Feng Zi, Hua Zi, Yi Qingyu and the other third-generation elite disciples of the various clans gathered at the left corner of the big tent and chatted. The center of the topic was obviously the younger sister of Yi Qinghan, Yi Qingyu, who shocked the old fellows at the top and everyone in the tent. At this moment, Yu Qingsheng, who was wearing a peach blossom robe and had two black pearl-like eyes, was holding Yi Qingyu's hand and speaking excitedly. Your sister Qingsheng, right? I've heard about you from Sister Xiao Wu. You're very beautiful. You're worthy of my brother. It was Yi Qingyu's first time traveling and she was also very excited. Most importantly, she had met her brother's fiancé at this moment. Of course, her heart was filled with very complicated emotions. There was happiness, curiosity, intimacy, amazement, and of course, a little jealousy. Hee, Qingyu, let me introduce you. These are all your brother's good friends. This is Miss Long Sainan, the daughter of Residence Master Long. This is the madman of the Feng clan, Feng Zi. This is the rogue Hua Zi of the Hua clan. This is Long Shuilu, the nephew of Residence Master Long, Yu Qingsheng. Yi Qinggu, thanks to Yi Qingyu's good fortune, tagged along. Of course, she was happy and began to introduce everyone to Yi Qingyu. Nice to meet you, little sister Qingyu. You're such a lovely little sister. No wonder your brother loves you so much and is willing to risk his life for you. Long Sainan nodded. Yi Qingyu's weak and pitiful aura had successfully moved her heart. Instantly, her eyes were filled with love and pampering. Feng Zi laughed and said with shifty eyes, Sister Qingyu, don't listen to the little demon girl's nonsense. Call me Big Brother Feng from now on. When you go to West Wind City, just say your big brother Feng's name and you'll be able to do whatever you want. Go away, madman, don't lead little sister Qingyu astray. Little you, I'm just a flower. Your brother and I have a life and death friendship. From now on, you're my biological sister. If there's anything, just tell me. Even if it's the Emperor, I'll beat him up for you. Flower and Plant's pretty face was still as pretty as ever. His beautiful big eyes were very sincere. Long Shuilu didn't say anything. He just smiled and nodded. In his heart, he was very envious and jealous of Yi Qinghan. Of course, there was also some hatred. He felt very strange. Why did so many fresh cabbages end up in the hands of that pig, Yi Qinghan? Yi Qingyu responded to each of them with a smile. Her expression was very sincere and serious. She and her brother, Yi Qinghan, were used to being bullied since young. In the past, when they saw the real young masters of the Yi family, they would avoid them. They didn't dare to look at them directly. Now, so many famous young masters and young ladies of the House of Aries had appeared in front of her. They were very close to her and treated her so well. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel even more proud of Yi Qinghan, whom she hadn't seen for many years. When she woke up, her brother had become so powerful. Not only had he defeated the bad guys of the Yi family, but he had also become the hero of the House of Aries. Now, all these high and mighty young masters and young ladies had very unusual relationships with her brother. She could imagine how powerful and awesome her brother was. However, after a moment, the pride she had for Yi Qinghan started to turn into a deep longing. She looked through the curtain of the tent and started to look at the mountain in front of her that was covered in white fog. She started to quietly say in her heart, "Brother, Qingyu is here. I'm here to bring you home. You must come back safely. Come back safely. Qingyu doesn't want to be separated from you anymore. If you can't come back, Qingyu will look for you. Even if I have to go to the underworld, I will find you." The House of Aries was making preparations. The other three forces were also anxiously making arrangements for the opening of the Heavenly Road in 20 days. Mangon kept touching his left hand. His left hand that was missing his middle finger had always been a pain in his heart. Every time he rubbed his left hand, he would think of the humiliation and nightmares that Yi Qinghan had brought him. Therefore, he decided to take revenge on the House of Aries, take revenge on the Yi family, and take back the glory and dignity that he had lost. Shui Wuhan was very excited these days. When he saw the Yi clan's disciples through the robe, he saw Yi Qingyu, Yi Qinggu, Yu Qingsheng, Hua Hua Fengzi, and Long Shui Lu had all appeared. His blood was boiling all over his body. He knew that his chance for revenge had come. He had to do something for himself, for his dead father and master. He had to do it. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't know that his sister, whom he hadn't seen for a few years, was looking at him from the foot of the mountain. He didn't know that Yi Tianlong and Yi Qinggu had come to bring him home. He didn't know that Yu Qingsheng was wearing it. He didn't know that his favorite peach blossom had arrived. He didn't know that the wind purple flower had arrived. He only knew that he had one last question. He could solve this question of fate and challenge the last small challenge. Then, he would successfully enter the small divine pavilion, escape from the god-slaying mountain, return to the fire dragon continent, and return to the Yi family. Therefore, at this moment, he was very excited and eager. He was very lucky to solve the third and fourth questions in a very short time. Now, this was the last question. Looking at the stone tablet that was slowly rising, he began to pray silently. He hoped that the last question would be easy. It would be best if it was the same as the third and fourth questions. Actually, Yi Qinghan could easily solve the third and fourth questions. No. It was Yi Qinghan who could solve the first 4 questions. In fact, it had something to do with his 2 lives. In his previous life, although he wasn't highly educated, the 5,000 years of cultural heritage in Wuxia had given him a strong reserve of knowledge. Moreover, he was an otaku who played with the computer all day long. He was involved in all kinds of miscellaneous knowledge. His knowledge and logical thinking could be said to be super strong. It could be said that he wasn't the one who solved these questions. Instead, it was the precious culture of Wuxia and the huge amount of knowledge on the computer that helped him solve them. The 5th question was finally out. Yi Qinghan hurriedly looked at it carefully. Question 5. A mortal man and his fiancée went for a walk by the river. Suddenly, his fiancée fell into the river. The man hurriedly jumped into the water to look for her. However, he couldn't find his fiancée, so he left this place sadly. After a few years, he revisited this place. At this time, he saw an old man fishing. However, the fish that the old man caught didn't have any water plants on them. He asked the old man why the fish didn't have any water plants on them. The old man said, "You don't know, water plants have never grown in this river." At this moment, the man suddenly jumped into the water and committed suicide. Why? When Yi Qinghan saw this question, he was stunned. He was silent for a while. Then, he suddenly clenched his fists tightly and knelt on the ground. He forcefully pounded the ground and laughed wildly. Chapter 251. Yi Qinghan's inexplicable actions frightened Lu Shi. Lu Shi was startled and immediately stood up. His pair of slender eyes were wide open. He didn't understand why Yi Qinghan would suddenly lose her composure. Could it be that she had gone crazy answering the questions? He also knew that this reasoning was very strange. Those who were not perverted would not be able to deduce it. It took him several years to figure it out. At this moment, he could not help but look at Yi Qinghan anxiously and remind him, "Kid, calm down. Don't worry, there's still time." Yi Qinghan was still laughing wildly, but Lu Shi's words made him suppress it. He stood up, turned around, and laughed wildly at Lu Shi again. Then, he clenched his fist and made a very arrogant gesture. He chuckled and said, "Senior, don't misunderstand. I'm just too happy. I've already King solved this question. I'm going to solve the question of destiny." "What?" Lu Shi blinked her eyes and was stunned. Was this kid still a human? Did he come up with an answer just by looking at the question? One had to know that his master loved these kinds of strange questions. Back then, he had paid a huge price to publish a lot of posts in the realm of the gods and collected a lot of information before finally choosing a few of the classics. Didn't expect it? This kid solved it in the blink of an eye? Genius? Answer: when this man went to save his fiancée, he mistook her hair for the seaweed that was entangled around his leg. As a result, he kicked his fiancée away. Now that he found out that he was the cause of his fiancée's death, he committed suicide out of sadness. Answer complete. Lu Shi was still in shock when Yi Qinghan began to answer loudly to the stone tablet. The answer has been determined to match Master's correct answer 90%. Answer correct. The question of destiny has been solved successfully. The stone tablet's mechanical voice sounded again. Then, with a flash of golden light, the hall returned to its original state. "Oh yeah. I'm too talented, no, I'm too talented in the Chinese civilization." Yi Qinghan laughed happily. He was extremely happy. He was only one step away from success. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Lu Shi walked over with large strides. His entire goat-like face seemed to have become several decades younger. His face was flushed and glowing, and his expression was extremely excited. His two slender eyes were suffused with rays of light. He looked at Yi Qinghan with a fiery gaze, as if Yi Qinghan had already broken through all the barriers and was about to break out of the god-slaying mountain. He had finally imprisoned the dragon out of the sea. He laughed heartily and said, "Kid, you're not bad. What's your name?" Yi Qinghan saw that Lu Shi was even more excited than he was. Moreover, it had been so long since Lu Shi had asked about Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan couldn't help but say, "Junior is called Yi Qinghan." "What is it, senior?" Nothing, nothing." Yi Qinghan, your name is very good, and you're also a very good person. Well, do you want to take a rest first, or do you want to start the last barrier? Lu Shi asked with a smile but didn't explain much. He only praised him a few times and asked. "Well, let's start. Junior is in good spirits now. I'll try to break through the last barrier in one go. This place. I don't want to stay here for even a moment longer." Yi Qinghan took a deep breath and replied with a serious expression. He had been here for far too long. He had been away from his family, his woman, for far too long a time. Well, the last barrier, the gate of destiny, open. Lu Shi's expression also became serious. He had to treat this matter seriously. With a wave of his hands, two dazzling energy swords burst out from his left and right hands at the same time. The energy swords left his arms and shot towards the walls on both sides. The two dazzling energy swords split into 5 at the same time in mid-air, turning into 10 energy swords that fiercely hit the walls on both sides. Hua! The 10 energy swords were like 10 boulders smashing into a calm lake. It couldn't help but cause a shocking sound and ripple at the same time. Following the 10 crisp sounds, the two sides of the walls suddenly lit up with a dazzling light, illuminating the entire hall as white as snow. It also made Yi Qinghan's eyes unable to see anything clearly, leaving only a vast expanse of whiteness. Squeak squeak, the sound of the stone slabs rubbing against each other, which made one's teeth ache and goosebumps rise all over his body, rang out. The dazzling light gradually dimmed. Yi Qinghan hurriedly closed his eyes to recover and adapt to the light. After a long while, the sound stopped. Yi Qinghan hurriedly opened his eyes and looked to the side. However, when he looked, his entire body tensed up and his soul trembled at this moment. He saw a magnificent scene that he had never seen in his life. On both sides of the walls, 10 huge doors appeared at the same time, and behind the doors was a dazzling golden path that stretched as far as the eye could see. Most importantly, this path stood in mid-air and extended into the distance. Up, down, left, and right, it was all a vast and boundless starry sky. It was unknown how vast the starry sky was, how many dazzling stars there were, how long the path was, and what kind of world it was connected to at the other end of the path. 10 vast and boundless starry skies, 10 dazzling golden paths that led to the heavens. Seeing such a scene for the first time, the word shocking wasn't enough to describe Yi Qinghan's current feelings. At this moment, the only thing he could think of was that the God Emperor was really King awesome. Alright, stop daydreaming. Lu Shi's voice pulled Yi Qinghan back to reality. Yi Qinghan once again closed his eyes, not looking, not thinking. He forced himself to calm down and opened his eyes to look at Lu Shi, waiting for his explanation. This is the final stage, the door of destiny. Once you enter this door, your fate will change. Live, die, become strong, or become crippled. Everything is within your control, and everything is within your control. Lu Shi nodded. Without any nonsense, he immediately started explaining the rules of the final stage. The rules of this stage were personally set by Master, and there is no possibility of cheating. These 10 doors lead to 10 small spaces that Master has set up. One of them is very safe, and it leads straight to the small divine pavilion. As for the other 9, it leads straight to hell. Because all 9 of the spaces are guarded by high-tier holy beasts, although you will eventually reach the small divine spark, with your strength, if you encounter a holy beast, the outcome is 100%, death. There is no suspense at all. The rules of this stage are that you can randomly choose a door to enter. Whether you live or die, it all depends on your luck. Silence. After listening to the rules, Yi Qinghan didn't say a single word. He only fell silent, and his face gradually turned pale. Then, the paleness turned into a flush of red. His chest started to tremble, and his entire body started to tremble. Finally, he slowly raised his middle finger, opened his pursed lips, and said resolutely, Soul. Emperor. I.F*CK, your big uncle. Chapter 252. What did it mean to have a slim chance of survival? This last level completely explained the true meaning of having a slim chance of survival. A high-rank holy beast was a divine existence. Even a Saint Realm powerhouse would die if they came here. The Soul Emperor, that old bastard, simply wanted to play people to death. A 1 in 10 chance. No one could be so lucky as to walk to safety on the first try. And it was obvious that this game could only be played once. Hey! Yi Qinghan, what's that? Don't scold me. Although my master is indeed a bit abnormal and I hate him sometimes, aren't you slapping me in the face by scolding him in front of me? Lu Shi was furious at Yi Qinghan. It was not strange at all. If it was anyone else who had made it to the last level with a slim chance of survival, and now had to make a forced choice again, even a saint would go crazy. However, since Yi Qinghan had scolded his master like this, although he laughed inwardly, he still reprimanded him on the surface. Seeing that Yi Qinghan had finished venting and had calmed down a little, Lu Shi said again, of course, the master of this level is a bit abnormal, so he also gave the challenger another choice. There's another choice? Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up and he wanted to scold again. You goat-faced old monster, why did you leave your words unsaid? Are you trying to learn from your master and play with people? Of course, he did not dare to say this. He just quietly listened to Lu Shi's words. The other choice given by the master is that if the challenger makes it here, he can choose not to accept the challenge of the last level. He can let me send you out of God-slaying mountain. Of course, the price is to destroy your cultivation. You will become an ordinary person in the future and live a quiet life. Of course, as compensation, I will give you a holy weapon and a wealth that you will never be able to use in several lifetimes. Lu Shi nodded, a trace of slyness flashing in her eyes. However, she quickly regained her seriousness and said indifferently. *CK, I'm going to destroy my cultivation again. Without cultivation, what's the use of having a holy weapon? Wealth? Without strength, can I keep this wealth? Yi Qinhan began to curse the 18 generations of female relatives of the Soul Emperor, the master of God-slaying mountain. This last stage was too poisonous, even more poisonous than syphilis. The first option was to risk his life and take a gamble. It was possible that he would lose his life, but it was also possible that he could obtain the supreme treasure of the God-ranked mountain. Although he did not know how powerful the supreme treasure of the God-ranked mountain was and how useful it would be to him, he was certain that the items of the God-ranked Almighty would not be too bad. The second option would indeed allow him to leave safely. He would bring a sacred artifact, several lifetimes worth of wealth, and a completely useless body back. He would live a peaceful life and die of old age in the Yi family castle. How should he choose? This was a difficult choice. This was because both paths were basically dead ends. No normal person would choose either one. However, there was no third option. Yi Qinhan slowly closed his eyes and began to think carefully. One would face many choices in life. Since he couldn't avoid it, he could only face it coldly. Life was like rape. If he couldn't resist, he could only enjoy it. He began to think about his previous life. He thought about his previous life as an orphan otaku. He thought about the 15 years of oppressive life in the Yi family castle. He thought about the blood oath he made in front of his mother's coffin. He thought about the several times he wandered between life and death in the savage mountains. He thought about the gratitudes and enmities in the Garden of Enchantment. He thought about the lake water of the Tranquil Lake Island. He thought about the countless corpses he had cut down at Duanren Feng. He thought about the divine city. He thought about Yi Qingyu's delicate figure. He thought about Yu Qingqing's tacky peach blossom. He thought about Yi Qingwu's impressive chest. He thought about Dark Moon's pink bed. He thought about many things. He asked his heart, what did he want? What did he want? How should he choose? Sometimes, when you don't know what to choose, you can only calm down and ask yourself sincerely, what do you want? Then you will have a clear answer. Although the result may not be very satisfactory, at least you won't regret it. Because this is your heart's choice. Half an hour later, Yi Qinhan opened his eyes. There was no confusion, no anger, no resentment in his eyes. There was only a faint calmness and an indomitable determination. He started to walk towards the door on the left. Of course, he just randomly chose one. He knew that luck was not something that could be forced. If it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a curse. If it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. In the end, he stood outside the glittering golden door. He turned his head and smiled at Lu Shi. After leaving a sentence, he resolutely stepped through the door. It was straightforward and decisive. Senior, I once said that if you want to become strong, you must have the heart of a strong person. And I already have the heart of a strong person. My life has already been extraordinary, so I will continue to be extraordinary. Even if I die, I won't regret it. Then, Yi Qinghan's figure disappeared from the hall. The door slowly closed, leaving behind a smiling goat face and a sonorous voice. Yi Qinhan, on the other hand, easily stepped through the door and walked on a golden path with an unknown future. But unbeknownst to him, when the 10 doors closed, the entire god-slaying mountain shook. An earth-shaking, earthquake-like sound rang out, awakening all the martial artists at the foot of the god-slaying mountain. Immediately afterwards, a 7-colored ray of light suddenly shot out from the top of the god-slaying mountain, illuminating hundreds of miles in all directions. It also made the sleepy eyes extremely awake, as well as the shock and astonishment in their eyes extremely clear. What's going on? The experts of 1 city, 1 island, and 3 prefectures all came out of their tents and looked at the god-slaying mountain in astonishment. They looked at each other, as if trying to find the answer in each other's eyes. But everyone was confused. Since the god-slaying mountain came to the fire dragon continent, there had never been such a change. Of course, no one knew what had happened. Boom! The colorful light from the top of the mountain gradually began to envelop the entire god-slaying mountain, and the sound was indeed getting louder and louder. The white mist of the god-slaying mountain suddenly became thicker. At that moment, the white mist was suddenly replaced by a golden light in the center of the front of the god-slaying mountain. The golden light gradually expanded, completely pushing away the white mist, and finally formed a sparkling golden door dozens of meters high and dozens of meters wide. On the other side of the door, there was indeed a dark and gloomy hole, as if a giant beast had opened its mouth. Oh my God! The heavenly road has opened ahead of time. What's going on? Isn't there still 10 days? The heavenly road has really opened? The colorful light? The sign of the birth of a supreme treasure? It's too strange. As soon as the golden door was formed, most of the experts present knew what had happened. And Yu Qingsheng, Feng Zi, and the others who had not entered the god-slaying mountain also saw the black hole, and a golden road slowly began to extend out from it. They all understood. The golden road that slowly extended out was the heavenly road formed when the god-slaying mountain opened. The god-slaying mountain had opened ahead of time. Chapter 253. Members of the God City, listen up. Therefore, all the challengers, set off. Target, clear 3 stages, such as the small divine pavilion. Set off. At the moment when everyone was feeling puzzled, a small voice broke the silence. Immediately, hundreds of emissaries of the divine city covered in golden robes began to quickly rush towards the path of heaven. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the path of heaven and began to rapidly advance towards the interior of the god-slaying mountain. All demonic thearchs, move out. The demonic gods will be with you. The second to react were the demons from the demon immortal abode. After a series of rustling sounds, all the demon emperors in the demon immortal abode set off. Children of the god of berserkers, the god of berserkers is with you. Charge with me. The god of berserkers' sons also set off. Hundreds of tall pillars moved forward with loud footsteps. Oh no, they got ahead of us. Children of the house of Ares, charge. The treasure belongs to the house of Ares. Hua Xiang shouted hurriedly. Yeah, hurry up, hurry up. Yi family members, charge. Yi Qingmiu also became anxious and hurriedly called out. They had already instructed the members of the Yi family to find and rescue Yi Qinghan as their primary objective. At present, the sooner the better. Otherwise, if Yi Qinghan were to encounter the powerhouses of the other manors, it might be even more dangerous for him. The heaven road had opened in advance, and with the strange changes in the god-slaying mountain and Lord Devour's message, it was easy to determine that the most precious treasure of the god-slaying mountain was about to be born. Since it was absolute, then the difficulty of passing the test would definitely not be as abnormal as before. Therefore, those who entered early would have a much higher chance of success. After a flurry of movement, the great army of the House of Ares began to surge towards the heavenly road. However, because there were many families in the House of Ares, there were also many more people, so the command was a little uncoordinated. Hence, after a flurry of movement, they all rushed towards the heavenly road. On the other hand, the people from Hidden Island were neither slow nor slow. They waited for the people from the House of Ares to enter the heavenly path before slowly following behind them. They walked towards the heavenly path as if they weren't here to break through, but to have fun. For a moment, the camp, which was originally densely packed with people, became empty after a short while. Only a few old fellows from each faction and a few elites were left. All right. Little lunatic, Xiao Chao, they've all gone in. You guys can go to the heavenly road now. Remember, you can only stay in the hall inside the heavenly road to play. You can't challenge the checkpoints. If there's any danger, quickly exit the heavenly road. The elders of the House of Ares heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that all the challengers had entered. The arrangements were almost complete. As for the outcome, it was up to God's will. Only now did they remember that they had promised to let Feng Zihua and the rest into the God-slaying mountains heaven's road to play. Feng Zi, Hua Hua, Yu Qingqing, Long Shui Lu, and Yi Qinggu, the 5 of you can go in and play, but you can't challenge the levels. Otherwise, when you come back, you will be punished according to the clan rules. Yi Tianqing, and the guards of your families, remember, if they do anything strange, knock them unconscious and bring them back. Yi Tianlong nodded. As the person with the highest status among the Sage Realm experts, he spoke directly. This matter was agreed upon by Yi Tianlong and the grand elders of the major families. They would let a few Emperor Realm experts bring them into the hall inside the Heavenly Road to play and broaden their horizons. After all, the Heavenly Road was safer. The illusions and monsters of the God-slaying mountain wouldn't attack them. Moreover, if there was any danger, they could directly retreat. With these old fellows outside, no one could act recklessly. Among the young elites, only 2 people had reached the Emperor Realm. Long Sainan was strong enough and had a treasure bestowed by the war god. She followed the group in to search for treasures. Yi Qingyu had also reached the Emperor Realm, but Yi Tianlong wouldn't let her in, even if it was relatively safe in the Heavenly Road's hall. Yi Qingyu? Yi Tianlong suddenly thought of a problem. He suddenly turned around and looked around for a while. Then, he stared at Yi Qinggu and shouted, Yi Qinggu, where is Yi Qingyu? She's not here? Oh, she said she went to the toilet. What's wrong? Yi Qinggu was very excited when she saw that she was about to enter the God-slaying mountain. Suddenly, she was shocked by Yi Tianlong's shout and turned around in a daze. Yi Tianlong had instructed her not to leave Yi Qingyu's side for even a moment. Now that she suddenly didn't see her, she became a little anxious. But then she remembered that when the God-slaying mountain changed, Yi Qingyu said she was going to the toilet, so she quickly explained. Bastard, didn't I tell you to follow her closely? Go and find her. Everyone in the Yi family, go and find her. Yi Tianlong felt a bad omen and shouted. I was shocked by the change outside and didn't notice. I'll go and find her now. Yi Qinggu panicked. She quickly explained again and prepared to go and find her. There's no need to go. Xiao Wu, you. Oh, something bad is going to happen. Yi Qingmyo's face was very gloomy. When he saw an elder of the Yi family quickly walk out of the Heavenly Road, he felt that something was wrong, very wrong. Reporting to clan leader, Supreme Elder, Miss Yi Qingyu has disguised herself as a woman of the Yu family and entered the land of illusion. Third Master Yi Chang has already followed her and asked me to report this. The person did not waste any time and directly brought news of Yi Qingyu. Bastard, go in immediately and tell Yi Chang to keep a close eye on Yi Qingyu. If anything happens to Yi Qingyu, tell him to bring his head to see me. Go. Yi Tianlong cursed angrily. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. His whole body trembled and he seemed to be on the verge of going crazy. You little bastards, what are you waiting for? Why haven't you entered the Heavenly Road yet? Yi Qingmyo understood Yi Tianlong's mood and was afraid that he would fly into a rage. He hurriedly urged Yi Qinggu, Yu Qingqing, Feng Zi, and the others to enter the Heavenly Road. Feng Zi and the others had long been suffocated by the aura that Yi Tianlong had inadvertently released. When they heard this, they hurriedly entered the Heavenly Road. Clan leader, Yi Qingmyo lowered his head in shame and said to Yi Tianlong, looking slightly helpless and worried. Sigh. Brother Long, don't worry too much. There are so many people in the House of Aries. Your little girl may not be in trouble. Yu Ji tried to smooth things over and comfort Yi Tianlong. Sigh. Yi Tianlong let out a deep sigh and looked at the Luotian mountain that was shrouded in white mist. The 2 peerless geniuses of the Yi family had entered and he did not know if they would return in the end. If something happened to them, how should he explain it to Yi Ruoxue? Everyone also looked at the Luotian mountain with very complicated expressions. At the top of the Luotian mountain, the colorful light was still dazzling and blurry. Chapter 254. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's mood was very complicated. He was a little worried, a little scared, and a little conflicted. However, his footsteps did not stop. He did not regret it either. He walked forward resolutely, taking big strides towards the unknown. In his previous life, he was an orphan. He was an otaku. He was a stray dog that wandered around rubbish dumps and dirty ditches. No one cared about him, no one cared about him, no one liked him. Every day, he relied on his meager salary to survive. He was humble, lonely, and lived an ordinary and numb life. Only on the internet could he imagine a beautiful, hot-blooded, extraordinary life. In this life, he had transmigrated. He had become the seventh child of the Yi family. Although, in the first 15 years of his life, he was only the seventh child of the Yi family. He was bullied and humiliated by others. However, a mystical ring had changed his life. An even more mystical beast had changed his entire life. These few years, although he had suffered, been tired, cried, and laughed, he was very satisfied and enjoyed this kind of life. Hot-blooded, exciting, glorious, and controlled. He was sure that he liked his current life. He had also decided to walk on the path of a strong warrior. He would keep moving forward until he died. He knew that 10 wonderful years was better than a dull and ordinary life. He did not know if his choice was right, but he knew that he would not regret it. If you don't grab the opportunity when it comes, then you will live a dog's life forever. Advance, advance. With the blue dragon dagger in his hand, his aura outside, and his shadow step below, Yi Qinghan did not think too much. He concentrated on investigating the situation around him and advanced at full speed. After 10 minutes, he still could not see the end of the road. Half an hour later. 2 hours later. He finally reached the end. It was a door that was exactly the same as the entrance, shining with golden light. Without hesitation, he unleashed his battle aura, merged with his beast, and concentrated. The blue dragon dagger swallowed and spat out waves of energy. His aura suddenly soared, and his whole body rippled with a fierce, resolute, and indomitable aura. He suddenly rushed towards the door. Separated by a single door, it was like a completely different world. Yi Qinghan felt his body sway. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the scenery in front of him. It was like a fairyland, and he was stunned once again. Was this the immortal world? Was this the God world? He had come to a place that he had never dreamed of. This was just like an immortal's residence. The place where he stood was a small square made of white jade. The entire body of the transparent white jade was suffused with a sparkling and translucent radiance, and it was spotless. On the left was a small pond. The water was clear, and there were a few beautiful fishes swimming in it. The water was flowing. On the right was a small garden. Colorful flowers, grasses, and trees of unknown names were releasing their own fragrance and green. The most shocking thing was that there was a palace right in front of them. It was a super big palace. This palace was not dazzling with gold or jade, nor was it colorful. It was pure white. The palace was built very beautifully, just like a palace of immortals. At the main door, there were 3 big words written in bold calligraphy, which added a bit of immortal aura to the palace. Carefree Pavilion. The entire surrounding terrain was shrouded in a faint white fog, but it did not affect Yi Qinghan's vision. Instead, he felt that it was full of immortal aura. Moreover, when he came here, he felt that the air here was different from other places. It was very comfortable, very warm, and very intoxicating. Boss, be careful. This place is so strange, there might be a holy beast. Xiao Hei's voice brought Yi Qinghan's thoughts back to reality. He could not be bothered to appreciate the beautiful scenery here, and hurriedly looked around to make sure there were no abnormalities. Buzz! At this moment, the air trembled, and Yi Qinghan's taut nerves became even more tense. A figure suddenly appeared in front of her, a figure that made Yi Qinghan jump in fright. Senior? Why is it you? The person who came was the goat-faced Lu Shi. Lu Shi did not answer his question. Instead, he comfortably closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and leisurely said, "After thousands of years, I finally smell the aura of the God realm again. The aura of the God realm is really nice and comfortable, haha, senior, what is this situation?" Yi Qinghan faintly felt that there was some very good aura, and hurriedly asked. This time, Lu Shi responded. He turned around, and his face was no longer smiling. Instead, his expression was serious and solemn. He suddenly knelt down on one knee and respectfully said to Yi Qinghan, "Congratulations, young master, for breaking through all the checkpoints of the God-slaying mountain and becoming the master of the Carefree Pavilion. At the same time, you have also become Lu Shi's young master." Yi Qinghan was stunned, confused, and dumbfounded, then shocked, panicked, and scared. He hurriedly shook his head and said, "Senior, quickly get up, what is this situation? Don't scare me, okay? What a joke." Lu Shi was a god-level expert, a legendary god. How could he dare to accept his worship? How could he accept it? And what master of the Carefree Pavilion? Wasn't the Carefree Pavilion the immortal palace? The more he thought about it, the more confused and panicked he became. These unbelievable things scared him. Haha, young master. Don't panic, it's very simple. You broke through all the checkpoints of the God-slaying mountain and entered the Carefree Pavilion. Therefore, you have been rewarded by the master. From now on, you are the master of the Carefree Pavilion. As for me, before the young master reaches the god level, I will always protect your safety until you ascend to the god realm." Lu Shi stood up. He was very satisfied with Yi Qinghan's respect towards him. His eyes were full of smiles as he explained to Yi Qinghan. I broke through the last checkpoint. So simple. My luck is so good that I actually had a 1 in 10 chance of meeting it. Ha ha ha, my luck is invincible." Yi Qinghan finally understood. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Then, this smile grew bigger and bigger. It turned into a smile, into a laugh, and finally into a maniacal laugh. The truth is that your luck isn't good." Lu Shi's words caused Yi Qinghan to stop his maniacal laughter. But, he was still overjoyed. He looked at Lu Shi with a bright smile as he listened to him speak. Lu Shi meaningfully smiled. The truth is that in the last checkpoint, the Gate of Destiny, it is the same no matter which path you take. The result is that you will arrive here without any danger. The moment you stepped into the Gate of Destiny, you have already broken through it. Ah! Yi Qinghan was startled. His mind raced for several moments before he immediately understood. The last checkpoint was a bluff. There was no chance of death or life or any high-rank saint beasts. It seemed that the Soul Emperor had only set up this checkpoint to test the heart of a powerhouse. As long as one dared to accept the challenge and step into these 10 gates, then one had already succeeded. If one didn't, then not only would their heart be crippled, but their body would also be crippled. That old bastard, he was far too sinister, far too cruel. Chapter 255. A 1 in 10 chance was basically courting death. The other way was to leave safely, obtain a sacred artifact, and an endless amount of wealth. Only the challengers would be a little afraid, a little timid, and wouldn't dare to choose this path with a 9 out of 10 chance of survival. Hee. Lu Shi understood Yi Qinghan's thoughts. She smiled and said, "That's right. In fact, the first trial tests the heart and character. Those with a bad heart and bad character will be directly eliminated. The second trial tests potential and talent. Master will not choose a piece of trash as his successor. The third trial tests patience, intelligence, and the heart of an expert. Without patience, one won't be able to walk the path of the gods for long. Without intelligence, one will die sooner or later in the divine world. Without the heart of an expert, one will never become a peak expert and laugh proudly at the common people." Awesome! At this moment, Yi Qinghan finally understood everything. He couldn't help but feel endless admiration for the Soul Emperor, this mighty god-rank expert. However, he didn't have time to think about this. Apart from ecstasy, his heart was also filled with urgency. He had to go home. Rubbing his hands together, Yi Qinghan swallowed and said with a chuckle, "What is that?" "Senior, when can I go out? Also, didn't they say that the minor godhead, the unfettered pavilion, has a divine artifact? Countless treasures?" Lu Shi looked at Yi Qinghan's unintentional childish behavior and couldn't help but find it funny. She said, "Don't worry, you need to refine the core spirit artifact of the unfettered pavilion. It will take about 2 or 3 days, but you can go out after that." There are divine artifacts, and of course there are treasures too. Come, let's go in and see the treasures that belong to you. Hearing this, Yi Qinghan became even more excited. He swallowed a few times, and his body trembled with excitement. He followed Lu Shi and strode toward the unfettered pavilion. Yu Qingsheng, Yi Qinggu, Feng Ziwafu, Long Shui Lu, and the others had complicated feelings when they stepped onto the heavenly road. 5 years ago, they made a solemn vow to work hard to cultivate and break into the god-slaying mountain together. But unexpectedly, 5 years later, Yi Qinghan had been trapped in the god-slaying mountain for a few years, and it was still unknown whether he was alive or dead. Long Sainan had entered the Emperor realm and had already followed the large group to break through the barriers. Even Yi Qingyu had sneaked in. At this moment, she must have followed the large group to break through the barriers and search for Yi Qinghan. As for the few of them, although they had been working hard on their cultivation for the past 5 years, they had not been able to cultivate at all. However, their original realms were too low. Although they cultivated diligently and consumed a large number of natural treasures, spirit medicines, and spirit pills, or had other encounters, they were still too weak. However, none of them had stepped into the Emperor realm, so they didn't even have the qualifications to enter the god-slaying mountain. They could only stroll around the path of heaven under the protection of the Emperor realm experts of their family and see the world. The path of heaven was very magical. The strange gravity in front of the god-slaying mountain was not located on the path of heaven, so they walked on the path of heaven with ease. The path of heaven was very long. After walking for a few minutes, they still couldn't see the end. The scenery outside, the supreme elders of the various families, and the countless tents could no longer be seen clearly. However, the path of heaven had not yet reached the end. There was fog on the path of heaven, but this fog was very magical. It floated over in waves. The white fog on both sides of the path of heaven was very thick, and the surrounding scenery could not be seen. However, the path of heaven was not fixed in time and space. Occasionally, a wave of white fog would float over, making the path of heaven become faintly discernible, like a fairyland. Finally, they reached the end. At the end of the path of heaven was a super large square. At a glance, the square was shrouded in white fog from time to time, so they couldn't see the end. The average visibility was only a few hundred meters. However, after they walked around, they roughly estimated that the square was about thousands of meters long and thousands of meters wide. There was a shining golden door in every direction. It seemed like it was for people to enter. "Grandpa Tianqing, there's nothing here. It's not interesting at all." After walking around a few times, Yi Qinggu found that there was only white fog in this place. It was monotonous and boring, so she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Yi Qingyu had already gone in, but she was still wandering around outside, waiting. She felt very uncomfortable. "Miss Wu, I advise you not to go in. We will be monitoring you at all times. If you make any strange movements, we will have to knock you out and bring you back. Moreover, don't be discouraged. After entering the path of heaven, there is a good chance that you will obtain treasures. It is very likely that treasures will be scattered in this square. Of course, the treasures of the god-slaying mountain will be scattered at random times. Whether you can obtain them or not depends on your luck." Tianqing swept his gaze over the young men and women. He understood what they were thinking. He had placed a lot of importance on Yi Qinghan back then, and he really wanted to go in and investigate. However, he was only a second-level emperor, so Yi Tianlong had given him the task of keeping an eye on her. The two Yu clan's emperors didn't leave Yu Qingqing's side for even a moment. Yi Qingyu's incident was a warning to them, and they didn't want Yu Shishui to go berserk. Yu Qingqing was very sad. Even though she was dressed in red and had a peach blossom on her head, it couldn't hide the sadness and paleness on her face. The man she deeply loved was right in front of her, and she didn't know if he was dead or alive, but all she could do was wait here foolishly. She couldn't do anything for him, and she couldn't find out his situation immediately. She didn't know if she would ever see him again, so she was very sad and her heart hurt. She peered through the thick white fog, constantly looking around and searching. Her nerves were tense at all times. She was constantly anticipating and fantasizing. She imagined that the handsome, somewhat evil youth would suddenly appear in front of her just like he had at the foot of Duanren Peak and wave at her. It had been 5 years. How was he doing? What had he become? He seemed to know that she had missed him for 5 years and couldn't sleep every night. Did he know that her heart had been aching for 5 years? Yi Qingyu's heart didn't ache. She was just very anxious. She looked angrily at the elders of the Yi family surrounding her. Even though she had sneaked in, she was still discovered by Yi Chang. Even though Yi Chang didn't know what happened to Yi Qingyu, he knew how important Yi Qingyu was to the Yi family due to Yi Qingyu's sudden increase in strength and the attitude of Yi Tianlong and the others towards her. Therefore, he didn't leave Yi Qingyu's side at all. He even called a few elders to look after and protect Yi Qingyu together. Yi Chang was the deputy elder of the battle hall of the family, and he was also the son of Yi Tianlong. More importantly, his strength had skyrocketed in the past few years. After the incident with Yi Jian, Yi Chang understood something. Power and status were all fleeting clouds. Strength was everything. Therefore, he cultivated very hard. Due to the change in his state of mind, his understanding of the laws of heaven and earth suddenly sped up several times. At this moment, he was already a level 3 Emperor Realm expert. Therefore, he became the leader of the Yi family's treasure hunt in the God-slaying mountain without any suspense. Chapter 256. At this moment, Yi Chang was standing on the first level of the puppet channel. He could not help but frown as he watched the monsters being easily slaughtered by the elders of the Yi family. There seemed to have really been a change in the God-slaying mountain. 10 years ago, he had led a team to the God-slaying mountain. The guardian beasts of the God-slaying mountain were not at this level. He thought of the illusion of the first level and how easily they had broken through. He could not help but have a deep suspicion that the God-slaying mountain must have changed. The difficulty of breaking through had been directly reduced by half. Now, any expert could easily pass through. However, Yi Chang did not order the team to move forward quickly. Although the treasure of the God-slaying mountain was important and precious, the purpose of their trip was one person. A person who was more important and precious than the treasure of the God-slaying mountain, Yi Qinghan. Yi Chang, take 10 people and quickly break through. Night Spring, take 10 people with you and break through as quickly as possible. Be careful not to show off, and don't fight the outsiders. Finding Yi Qinghan is the most important thing. Everyone else, spread out and search for him. Night Spear didn't think too much about it. Everyone hurriedly obeyed and acted separately, leaving only Yi Chang, Yi Qingyu, and the other 2 elders of the family. The God-slaying mountain was very strange. There were countless parallel spaces in the puppet channel, and each group of people had to break through a different level. Moreover, the area was very large. Therefore, Yi Chang had no choice but to continue to break through and quickly spread out to find Yi Qinghan after passing through a level. Yi Ruoshui had said that Yi Qinghan had an 80% chance of survival, but he did not know whether Yi Qinghan was in one of the countless small spaces in the puppet channel or had already reached the 3rd level. He could only try his luck. Fortunately, the other major families had also separated and did not break through at the same time. In this way, they might be able to find Yi Qinghan and protect him. Yi Qingyu did not know the situation of the God-slaying mountain. Although she had come in, she had no clue and did not know how to change her real name to find Yi Qinghan. Yi Chang was always by her side, so she couldn't run away. Brother, Qingyu is here. She's here to look for you. But, where are you right now? She could only pray silently in her heart, praying that she could once again see the figure that had haunted her dreams countless times. Looking at the sky full of yellow sand, her heart began to tremble faintly. She tried her best to open her eyes wide and kept shouting in her heart, just like when she was in her own courtyard in the Yi family castle, looking at the direction of the barbarian city and the rising sun in the east. Yi Qinghan did not know that in the God-down mountain, his sister, woman, relatives, and friends were all looking for him. Of course, he didn't have the time to think about these questions. He was stunned by the things in front of him. At this moment, he was standing in a large hall of the unfettered pavilion. Looking at the furniture and decorations in the hall that were made of unknown materials, he was somewhat dumbfounded. He wasn't someone who didn't know what was good and what was bad. The Yi family was one of the 5 major families of the House of Aries, so the things in the family were considered top-notch. Moreover, he had also been to the Yu family and stayed there for a period of time. But at this moment, when he looked at the luxurious and expensive furniture in front of him, he felt like a country bumpkin entering a villa. A table made of jade, a black wooden chair made of an unknown material that exuded a faint fragrance, a screen that exuded an oppressive aura, a dazzling pendant decoration, and profound calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall. Senior, these things must be very valuable. Following behind Lu Shi, Yi Qinghan observed for a long time and finally couldn't help but ask this question. He, you can't just use the word valuable to describe these items. Master is the most powerful person among the god emperors. He has countless treasures and wealth. This unfettered pagoda is one of his 12 celestial residences. Any one of the items here is enough for you to live comfortably in the firmament. Lu Shi smiled, but suddenly thought of something and said, Young master, you don't have to call me senior in the future. I'm your servant now. If you really want to call me that, just call me old dear. Otherwise, I'll be angry. Old dear, Then I'll call you old dear. You don't have to call me young master either, just call me little Han. That's what all the elders in my family call me. Lu Shi was being polite, but Yi Qinghan didn't dare to take advantage of him. At the same time, he thought of something and said, if I take one of these things out, will it be valuable in the Fire Dragon continent? Of course it's valuable. At least one of these things can be exchanged for a few so-called divine tools. Of course, don't think about it. You can't take any of these things out, at least not in the Fire Dragon plane. Okay, I'll tell you about these things later. This is just a side palace, follow me to the main palace. Lu Shi didn't explain too much, but quickly walked towards a corner in front of them. Oh my, this is just a side palace, there's still the main palace. Yi Qinghan felt dizzy again, and quickly followed Lu Shi. The main palace was a bit bigger than the side palace, and didn't have as many gorgeous decorations. The whole main palace could be described as empty, but what Yi Qinghan saw here made him even more shocked and excited. There was a black stone platform at the top of the main palace, and there were 3 things on the black stone platform. It was these 3 things that made Yi Qinghan's breathing become extremely rapid and fanatical. A sword as white as snow, a black saber, and a purple ring. Divine tool? Yi Qinghan finally cast a questioning look at Lu Shi. Although he looked very serious, his involuntarily trembling body and accelerated heartbeat betrayed his current mood. Things that could be placed in the main palace were definitely precious treasures, and precious treasures were divine tools that were even more powerful than divine tools. The most important thing was that there were 3 of them. Little Han, don't get excited. Although these 3 are divine tools, only one is useful to you. The answer was revealed. Sure enough, they were all divine tools. However, Lu Shi's words still made Yi Qinghan feel slightly depressed. Why was there only one that was useful? This sword is called Broken Snow, so it's naturally a divine tool. Moreover, it's a high-grade divine tool among divine tools. Lu Shi walked to the front, and picked up the divine sword. The divine sword was 1 meter long and half a foot wide. It was completely snow-white, and the scabbard had patterns of strange beasts. The surface of the entire sword was faintly glowing, and even a fool could feel that it was extraordinary. Clang! When Lu Shi held this sword, it was as if the faint light on the surface of the sword had come to life, and actually swam around the body of the sword. It was as if a white dragon was attached to the divine sword, and at the same time, it let out a crisp clang clang sound, as if it was showing off and humming proudly. This broken snow divine sword is possessed by a dragon's soul, and can increase the strength of the user by 500%. It's a high-grade divine tool, and it's considered a rare item in the immortal realm. It can be exchanged for a city. When Yi Qinghan saw this, he became even more excited. These were all his, and he could actually have a divine tool. This was an indescribable feeling. He moved his mouth, and asked, "Can I use this sword?" "No, not to mention in the Fire Dragon continent, even in the immortal realm, you can't use it." Lu Shi shook her head, and put the divine sword back in its original place. She picked up the black saber, and said again, "The broken snow divine sword is too famous. The remnant snow sword is far too famous. Moreover, this sword itself contains a great secret. As long as you dare to reveal it, you will forever be hunted down. No one will be able to save you. As a result, you can only display this high-quality sword in the unfettered pavilion. You definitely cannot reveal it. In other words, you can only look at it and not use it." Chapter 257. What a pity. What a waste. Yi Qinghan sighed and felt a little helpless. It was indeed a pity that he could only look at such a good thing but not use it. However, he understood that Lu Shi's words made sense. Thus, he did not think much and nodded. Seeing Yi Qinghan nod his head, Lu Shi continued, "This blade is known as the Slaughter God Blade by its owner. Its grade is unknown. Its abilities are unknown. Although it can only increase the user's attack power by 200%, it is still unknown. Although it can only increase the user's attack power by 200%, Master said that this blade is not ordinary." However, he did not have the time to decipher its secret. From the outside, you can't tell that this blade is a divine weapon. When you use it, there are no special effects. It looks like an ordinary weapon. Thus, you can use this blade without worry. Catch. Slaughter God Blade. Grade unknown. Ability unknown. Increase the user's attack power by 200%. Not ordinary. Yi Qinghan was still pondering over Lu Shi's words. Unexpectedly, Lu Shi threw the blade to him. Yi Qinghan quickly caught it and looked at it carefully. Strictly speaking, this Slaughter God Blade could not be called a blade. It was straight, but it could not be called a sword. The tip of the blade was flat, and only one side had a sharp edge. The blade was 1.5 meters long and 1 foot wide. It weighed about 100 kilograms and was completely black. There were some mysterious dark red patterns on it. This blade reminded Yi Qinghan of the legendary warrior's weapon, Sky Splitter. It was the same design, but the color was black. And this blade could also be called a giant iron ruler. It was just that one side had a sharp edge. Yi Qinghan held the hilt and felt the shocking weight of the Slaughter God Blade. This was the first time he saw a weapon that weighed more than 100 kilograms. However, with Yi Qinghan's current cultivation base, he could easily carry 100 kilograms like he was holding a kitchen knife. After casually swinging it a few times, Yi Qinghan was very satisfied. Actually, he had wanted to change his weapon for a long time. Although he was used to using the blue dragon dagger, it was too short. Furthermore, now that he had successfully cultivated the Night Emperor's 7 styles, he had always wanted a domineering long saber. As for this Slaughter God saber, he was very satisfied with it. He couldn't bear to part with it. Good blade. Good blade. Yi Qinghan continuously caressed the blade, feeling the chill brought by the blade. He was in a good mood. Although he was satisfied with this blade, the divine sword was gorgeous, mysterious, and mighty. However, when Yi Qinghan held the saber, he felt very comfortable and happy. It was as if the saber had always belonged to him. It was as if the saber had become an inseparable part of him. Although he didn't know its rank or its abilities, if a powerful person like the Soul Emperor said that this saber was unusual, then it was definitely unusual. Yi Qinghan decided that when he had time in the future, he would carefully explore it. Perhaps this saber would be like his soul ring, suddenly surging with many inexplicable and mysterious abilities. All right. Lu Shi's words pulled Yi Qinghan back to reality. Lu Shi looked at Yi Qinghan like a child who had obtained his favorite toy. He smiled and continued, there will be plenty of time for you to play in the future. Now, you have something more important to do. Yi Qinghan smiled embarrassedly and nodded. What is it? Please speak, Elder Lu. Refine this ring. This ring is the center of the free and unfettered pavilion. This is a magical space ring. Refining it is equivalent to refining the free and unfettered pavilion. In the future, you can enter the free and unfettered pavilion at any time. Lu Shi grabbed the ring and slowly threw it over. A spatial divine item. Refining it is equivalent to refining the Carefree Pavilion? Yi Qinghan looked at the ring in his hand doubtfully. His other hand was still holding onto the slaughter god blade. Actually, the entire unfettered pavilion was originally inside this unfettered ring. However, Master forcibly moved it to the space turbulence of your flame dragon plane. Now that you have refined this unfettered ring, the unfettered pavilion will naturally return to the unfettered pavilion. This isn't an ordinary spatial artifact, because ordinary spatial rings can't store living people. Lu Shi nodded solemnly and began to explain and refine this ring for Yi Qinghan. After a while, when Yi Qinghan finally understood how to refine the ring, Lu Shi urged him. All right, refine it immediately. The path of heaven has already opened and the power of the trial has been reduced by half. Hurry up and refine it. I will explain the rest to you in detail in the future. All right. Yi Qinghan knew the importance of the matter. He did not waste any more time and quickly sat cross-legged. He placed the slaughter god blade at his feet and closed his eyes to refine the Carefree ring. When Yi Qinghan started to refine the Carefree ring, the fallen god mountain shook again and the small divine pavilion at the top of the fallen god mountain shook slightly. However, it was obvious that the people below didn't notice it. Actually, the small divine pavilion that they saw in the Flame Dragon continent was just an illusion. The real small divine pavilion was actually in the turbulent space in the Flame Dragon continent. In the turbulent space, there were countless spatial cracks and turbulent wind blades that could easily kill a god-grade expert. However, when these wind blades floated to the exterior of the small divine pavilion, they automatically bent. It was as though there was an invisible force that was automatically parting the turbulent wind blades. It was very magical. However, when Yi Qinghan refined the Carefree ring, the small divine pavilion shook slightly. Not far away, a black figure entrenched in the turbulent space suddenly lit up with two dazzling lights. It was a mysterious man with two horns. This man was sitting cross-legged in the turbulent space, and the surrounding turbulent wind blades took the initiative to detour around him as if they couldn't touch him. The horned man's eyes were brown. At this moment, he was staring at the small divine pavilion. After looking for a while, he closed his eyes again and continued to sit cross-legged. He was like a sand city in the turbulent space, continuing to remain silent. At the same time, in an ancient castle in the deepest part of the dark forest, someone let out a slight sound of surprise. In the deepest part of the dark forest, there was an ancient castle that no one knew about. The ancient castle was very gorgeous and beautiful. It was several times bigger than the Carefree Pavilion, and its various decorations were more luxurious, even extravagant. At the moment when the small divine pavilion shook slightly, a woman in a fiery red robe who was reading a book on the top floor of the ancient castle exclaimed in surprise. She put down the book in her hand and looked in the direction of the fallen god mountain with a playful smile on her face. However, after a while, the woman of unknown age smiled slightly and continued to pick up the book in her hand. She concentrated on reading as if she didn't notice anything and nothing had happened. The dark forest returned to its former peace. While Yi Qinghan was refining the Carefree ring, Lu Shi's figure flashed and he left the Carefree Pavilion. He actually returned to the hall of the last stage of the puppet passageway. He returned to the hall and quickly aimed his hands at the walls of the hall. He began to shoot out chi swords of varying strength in different directions. As he shot out the chi swords, a screen suddenly magically appeared in the hall. On the screen, different figures were flashing. If Yi Qinghan were here, he would definitely shout in excitement. Because the figures on the screen were not flashing, he knew many of them. There were people from the Feng family, Dragon City, Barbarian God Mansion, Demon God Mansion, and of course, Yi Cheng and Yi Qingyu. Huh, it's quite fast, Little Han needs to refine for a day, so I might as well have some fun. This is also the last time I play, so I must have some fun. A playful look flashed in Lu Shi's eyes. He continued to wave his hands and control the countless formations and mechanisms of the fallen god mountain. Chapter 258. The team from the Divine City was the first to enter the Heavenly Road and was also the fastest. As Yi Qinghan had broken through all the checkpoints of the god-slaying mountain, the power of the checkpoints had been halved. Therefore, the team from the Divine City was the fastest. In just one day, they had reached the 8th checkpoint. The leader of the team from the Divine City was a very short peak Emperor realm expert. His name was Tu He, and he was a collateral descendant of the Massacre God Guard clan. Tu He looked coldly through the golden robe. He couldn't help but smile when he saw the group of level 8 blood tigers being easily defeated by his subordinates. Although he didn't know why the god-slaying mountain had suddenly changed, it didn't affect his mood. He had reached the 8th checkpoint in one day. It seemed like he was extremely lucky this time. He was already imagining his team breaking through the checkpoint of the god-slaying mountain, obtaining the divine sword, and returning to the divine city. He would then be bestowed with the 5 guards by the divine lord. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He waved his hand again and all the emissaries beside him rushed towards the blood tigers. They would probably be able to break through the checkpoint in 10 minutes. The next checkpoint, the 9th checkpoint, was the stone-swallowing rat level. Although there were many guardian beasts in the puppet passage, the terrain would automatically change according to the overall strength of the person passing the checkpoint. However, he knew very well that the guardian beasts of the 1st, 5th, and 9th checkpoints had never changed. It was just that the strength of the guardian beasts was different. On the 9th level, there was a stone-swallowing rat that was very difficult to deal with. Since all of them were emperors, they would be facing a stone-swallowing rat of the lower 8th level. Of course, although there were more stone-swallowing rats in the 9th checkpoint, Tu He didn't care about them. The terrain of the 9th checkpoint was a plain, so they could see the entrance at a glance. Therefore, most of the team could pass if they risked their lives. 10 minutes later, most of the blood tigers had been cleared. Tu He ordered most of the team to rest. They were about to pass the 9th checkpoint, so they had to maintain the team's peak strength. Xue Wuhan was sitting among the group of golden-robed people in a very low-key manner. Along the way, he had never used his 12 golden-shelled insects. He was waiting for the perfect opportunity to either steal the treasure or kill someone. He believed that once his 12 golden-shelled insects that had swallowed the black snow lotus attacked, no one in the god-slaying mountain would be able to stop them. Not even Tu He, who was at the peak of the Emperor realm. Go. Half an hour later, He Tu stood up and waved his hand coldly. All the golden-robed men stood up and surged towards the entrance of the 8th trial. After exiting the passageway, they didn't stop at the resting area, directly exiting the puppet passageway, and then collectively rushed into the 9th trial. What's going on? Why did the terrain of the 9th stage change? As soon as they entered the 9th level, Tu He and the other experts who had passed the 9th level before were all astonished. The terrain of the 9th level had suddenly turned into a canyon, and it was a maze of a canyon. This wasn't right. There had never been such a problem in the past few trials and the records of the Divine City. *T, the god-slaying mountain has changed. If the guardian beast of this level is still the stone-swallowing rat, then it's going to be troublesome. Tu He's face darkened, and he sighed inwardly. The stone-swallowing rats weren't difficult to deal with, but there were too many of them. In the past, if it was a flat terrain, then it would be easy to deal with them. If they fought with all they had, it would be very easy to reach the passageway. But now, in this maze terrain, the passageway entrance was random. Finding the passageway entrance was a troublesome matter, not to mention dealing with the endless number of stone-swallowing rats. Squeak squeak, whatever he said came. Following a series of sharp squeaks, countless stone-swallowing rats swarmed over from both sides of the canyon. On the ground, in the air, and on both sides of the canyon, there were stone-swallowing rats everywhere. It was a dense black mass that made people feel a chill from the soles of their feet. *T, everyone. Triangular arrow formation, attack forward. Tu-Hei cursed. Helpless, he began to command the small team to fight against the countless stone-swallowing rats. *T, why are there 8th-rank stone-swallowing rats mixed in? What's going on? What's wrong with the god-slaying mountain? The more Tu-Hei fought, the more he felt a headache. According to the difficulty of the previous 8 levels, this level should have at most 8th-rank stone-swallowing rats. But just now, several stone-swallowing rats that were at least 8th-rank stone-swallowing rats had appeared, causing the formation of their small team to fall into chaos. 2 of their team members had died on the spot. Everyone, turn around and form a defensive formation with your backs against the wall. Take turns to defend. Wait for the experts of the other 3 prefectures and Hidden Island, otherwise we will all be annihilated. After a moment, Tu-Hei issued a helpless order. There were too many stone-swallowing rats. If they continued to advance, then they would constantly have people die because their aura was broken. In the end, they would all be annihilated. Helpless, he could only take turns to defend and wait for the people of the other 3 prefectures and Hidden Island to arrive. Only then would they charge forward and break through the level. When this order was issued, everyone in the small team breathed a sigh of relief. They quickly formed a defensive formation and took turns to defend. Finally, they were able to withstand the continuous attacks of the stone-swallowing rats. In the hall of the 12th level, Lu Shi looked at the situation on the large screen in front of him and smiled. He said leisurely, "That's more like it. You guys charge too quickly, so there's no point in playing like this. When everyone is here, I'll give you something more fun." Hee, fun. The change in the 9th level was, of course, Lu Shi's doing. In fact, for thousands of years, Lu Shi had been controlling the mechanisms of the fallen god mountain and toying with countless challengers. Of course, he did not violate the rules set by his master. He just wanted to make the game more fun and exciting. 2 hours later, the small team from the demon god residence had reached the 9th level, but as soon as they appeared, they were immediately besieged by a similar number of stone-swallowing rats. They could only barely defend and did not dare to advance. 3 hours later, the barbarians from the barbarian god residence had entered. But these barbarians relied on their strong defense to ignore the attacks of the stone-swallowing rats and began to advance. In the end, they suddenly encountered a group of 8th-rank stone-swallowing rats. After paying the price of several lives, they did not dare to advance. They seemed to be waiting for the other martial artists to arrive and advance together. 5 hours later, the people from Hidden Island had also arrived. Instead, the people from the House of Ares were the last to arrive. The people from the House of Ares arrived one after another. The first to arrive were the people from the Feng family. When they saw the sea of stone-swallowing rats, they naturally did not dare to move recklessly. They stood their ground and defended themselves, waiting for the other families to arrive. The last to arrive were the children of the Yi family. When the Yi family children entered the 9th level, something strange happened. All the stone-swallowing rats suddenly retreated. Not a single one of them stayed, leaving behind countless rat corpses and a pool of fresh blood on the ground. What's going on? Long Fei, Feng Xiaoxiao, Yu Rou, Hua Lu, have you found our Yi Qinghan? Yi Chang looked at the elites of the various clans of the divine battle manor before him. Many of them were injured, and some of them even had their bones bitten off, revealing bloody wounds and chilling white bones. Yi Chang looked at the elites of the various clans of the divine battle manor before him. Chapter 259. I just asked. We didn't see your kid along the way. I'm not sure about this place. This place is too strange. I've never encountered anything like this before. Also, the stone-swallowing rats suddenly disappeared the moment you guys arrived. This is too strange. Could it be a conspiracy? The leader of the Dragon City team was called Long Fei. Long Fei sighed in relief when he saw the stone-swallowing rats retreat. Yes, it's too strange. Why did the stone-swallowing rats retreat the moment Yi Chang and your group arrived? We've been fighting for more than an hour. The leader of the Feng family, Feng Xiaoxiao, was covered in blood as she gently wiped her clothes. Yu Rou did not speak. She only shook her head slightly, indicating that she did not see or find Yi Qinghan. Her expression was anxious. Yu Rou was from Yu Yen's generation. She had watched Yu Qingqing grow up. Of course, she hoped to find Yi Qinghan so that Yu Qingqing would not be sad. Yi Qingyu did not speak either. When she saw that no one had found Yi Qinghan, her expression became even more dejected and sad. She was filled with hope and anticipation at every stage, but all she got in return was heartache and sadness. I suggest that we split up. This place is very strange. Let's rest and move together. Safety first. Hua Lu, who had been silent all this while, spoke. The group discussed for a while and felt that they should move together. After all, this was a maze. If there was another wave of stone-swallowing rats, it would be easy to deal with. Moreover, this place was strange. They guessed that the experts from the other two manors and divine cities' hidden island were still in this stage. If they encountered them, they could take care of each other. Half an hour later, the experts from the House of Aries began to move forward. They constantly roamed the canyon, looking for the exit to the next stage. However, the maze was too big and too complicated. They could not find the exit even after wandering for a long time. Strangely, they did not encounter a single stone-swallowing rat along the way. As for the troops from the Divine City and Hidden Island, when the Yi family experts reached the 9th stage, the stone-swallowing rats that attacked them suddenly retreated. Then, they began to search for the exit to the 9th stage. Strangely, the small teams continued to advance in the disorienting gorge, but they did not encounter a single stone-devouring rat. In the hall of the 12th level, Lu Shi was chuckling to himself. On the screen in front of him, a few teams were moving forward according to the route he had set. If there were no accidents, the four forces would meet at the center of the canyon maze in half an hour, in a super large open space. Fun. There's not much time left. Little Han is about to refine it. This is the last time we'll play, so let's play it big. Like a child, Lu Shi stared at the screen, her eyes narrowed into slits, her face full of pride and happiness. Yi Chang was puzzled. He suspected that they were going around in circles. The team had been walking for a few hours, but they hadn't found anything. They hadn't even seen a stone-swallowing rat, let alone the exit of the 9th level. The captains of the other clans also noticed this strange situation. However, in such a situation, they had no other choice but to continue forward, hoping to find the exit. Although the gorge was big, there were hundreds of people in the team, so the team was stretched into a long snake. The Hua family and Dragon City were scouting ahead, while the Yu family was in the middle, and the Yi family and Feng family were at the back. 10 minutes later, the gorge became wider and wider, and the long snake formation gradually turned into a triangular arrow formation. This was the first time they encountered such a wide terrain in the maze, so they were very cautious and slowed down their pace. All of them were equipped with blades and armor, and their battle aura was activated, ready to deal with any sudden situation. Slowly, the terrain became wider and wider. Without a choice, the team formation changed again, turning into a circular defensive formation. Most of the peak stage Emperor Realm elites were sent to the front, and the Yu family and Feng family members were surrounded in the center. Their speed slowed down again. 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters. When everyone took a big turn, their field of vision suddenly became incomparably wide. In front of them, there was a flat ground as wide as the square of Dragon City. What's that? As an assassin, Hua Lu's eyesight was the sharpest. He saw the abnormality in the center of the empty ground and exclaimed in excitement. Treasure? Sage artifact? Yi Chang looked over and saw 3 items in the center of the empty ground. One was a battle armor that emitted a green light, one was a golden spear, and one was a short dagger. From afar, the 3 items emitted a faint special light. Everyone could tell that these items were extraordinary with a single glance. Something that could emit light was at least a high-tier artifact, and there was a high possibility that it was a sage artifact. Swoosh! Hua Lu was the first to react. His body disappeared into thin air, and he used stealth to dash towards the 3 treasures. At the same time, several peak stage Emperor Realm elites from the Hua family disappeared and started to move stealthily. A peak stage expert from Dragon City also dashed over. Everyone, come back. Yi Chang originally released his battle aura and was about to leap towards the treasures, but he saw something strange in his peripheral vision. He quickly stopped and shouted at the experts from the Hua family and Dragon City. The members of the team behind him also stopped moving and looked around in confusion. Swoosh! 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 At this moment, there were countless sounds of air being torn apart in the empty ground. At the same time, several white lights lit up in 2 directions. It was obviously an attack, and the target of these attacks was the treasure in the center of the empty ground. The experts of Dragon City hurriedly came to a screeching halt and began to retreat. On the other hand, Hua Lu and the few powerhouses from the Hua clan did not stop moving. Instead, they moved even faster. This treasure belongs to the divine city. Whoever dares to snatch it will be killed without mercy. Tu He roared loudly. He brought more than 10 people with him and rushed over from the left. Our demon god residents discovered it first. Don't snatch it, or don't blame us for taking action. The people from the demon god residence appeared on the right at the same time. The leader was a demon with a face full of hair and a pair of green eyes. He also roared. Demons, you are too shameless. We barbarians saw it first. Children, charge. The leader of the barbarians was Mangon. Mangon wore a golden battle armor again today, and he rushed over with his men in an arrogant manner. I say, you people are F***king sick in the head. Why are you talking so much? You are all robbers and murderers. Why are you pretending to be pure and righteous? Brothers, let's get to work. A big business is coming. Look carefully, whoever takes the treasure will be chopped to death. The leader of Hidden Island was a human wearing a flowery robe. He looked like a hooligan. Chapter 260. Several forces arrived at the empty space at the same time and saw the 3 treasures, so they made their moves at the same time. There was a high possibility that these were sacred artifacts. Sacred artifacts were very rare in the Flame Dragon continent. Although the people from the Divine City had more than 10 of them, and the experts from the various forces had more or less a few, these things had to be handed over when they returned. However, these 3 treasures were different. The big shots of the various forces had said that apart from the Fallen God Mountain's treasure, the treasures would belong to whoever obtained them. Therefore, all the experts were envious and made their moves without hesitation. However, just as the crowd was about to approach the 3 treasures suddenly disappeared without a trace. F***ck, it's the Hua family's stealth technique. Black Slayer reacted quickly and clenched his left hand into a fist. He punched the air, and a black fist aura left his body and smashed forward. Everyone reacted to Black Slayer's words and simultaneously sent out energy toward the center. In an instant, the central space was filled with colorful energy that dazzled the eyes. Boom, boom. Powerful energy collided and burst forth with a violent explosion. Hua Lu and the 3 experts from the Hua family could no longer hide their figures and were exposed to everyone. The 4 of them looked very miserable with blood at the corners of their mouths. They must have suffered internal injuries. No need. Here. Hua Lu was also an expert who knew when to retreat. He immediately threw the 3 treasures wrapped in black cloth into the air in front of him. At the corner of the black cloth was a shining golden spearhead. However, Hua Lu's figure quickly retreated. It's mine. Black Slayer was the fastest. He flew into the air and reached out to grab the treasures. Whoosh, whoosh. But when he grabbed the black cloth bag, the chi from all directions shot towards him at the same time. Although Black Slayer was very strong and had cultivated the law of fire well, he didn't dare to take on so many people's attacks at the same time. His figure flashed and he dodged to the side. The treasures in the black cloth bag were sent flying by the explosion caused by the collision of energy. I got it. A barbarian reached out and grabbed the spear. Unexpectedly, before he could rejoice, he was shot into a hornet's nest from all directions. As for the other expert from the hidden island, just as he grabbed the armor, he was immediately dismembered. For a moment, the scene turned into a chaotic melee. As long as a treasure fell into someone's possession, that person would immediately become the focus of everyone's attacks. The scene was very chaotic, so chaotic that no one knew that one of the 3 treasures was missing. Damn it, barbarians, why are you only killing us demons? Demon soldiers, kill them. Kill your sister. It's you who wanted to kill our people. F***CKU. Barbarian disciples, kill them all. People from Hidden Island, you actually dare to kill people from Divine City? Does your Hidden Island want to be exterminated? F***CK your sister. We don't care about God City or Dog City. Brothers, continue killing. Whoever has the treasure, chop them up. The chaotic battle began, and in the end, it spread to everyone from the 4 forces. For a moment, the flames of war raged, and curses, roars, and screams filled the air. More and more corpses fell to the ground, and more blood flowed. Hee, little 6, well done. The people from the House of Ares did not move. They only welcomed Hua Lu and the others. The expert from Dragon City, Long Fei, looked at Hua Lu, whose mouth was full of blood, and laughed. No, if they were any later, all 3 would be mine. Hee. The corner of Hua Lu's mouth twitched. He looked very excited. He began to slowly retreat along with the people from the House of Ares. They retreated to the corner just now. This way, they could watch the battle, and they could also have a good defense. They could also avoid being affected by the melee. The Hua family's stealth technique is unparalleled in the world. Moreover, you are also smart. You took a piece of black cloth and fished in troubled waters. Yi Chang looked at Hua Lu and said with some envy. The people fighting outside were too nervous and chaotic to notice. The people from the House of Ares were very clear that Hua Lu only threw out a long spear and armor, but he secretly hid the dagger. However, Yi Chang did not have the thought of robbing them. After all, the 5 great families were of the same breath and branches. Besides, this was something that Hua Lu had exchanged with his life. Besides, if the Hua family wanted to escape, no one would be able to catch up to them. Besides, the leader of the small group had already agreed that the treasures belonged to the leader of the small group. The rest of the group would have to protect the leader. Stop talking and watch the melee. Did you notice something? Several groups of people have appeared at the same time. Why do I keep getting the feeling that someone is purposely causing a melee? Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? The leader of the Yu family, Yu Rou, was not overly concerned about the treasures that Hua Lu had obtained. Instead, she stared suspiciously at the increasingly heated battle in the distance. It is indeed very strange. It looks like we shouldn't get involved. Otherwise, I don't know how many of us will survive this time. Feng Xiaoxiao's expression was solemn as she gave a suggestion. That's right, let's wait for them to finish fighting before we go. Perhaps there are even better items up there. This stage is too strange. I think we shouldn't get involved. Yi Chang seized the opportunity to speak. The Yi family's priority was to save Yi Qinghan. He wished that the other 4 organizations would all be wiped out. Of course, he really hoped that the members of the House of Ares would not join the melee because he still had Yi Qingyu to protect. I agree. Under the strange circumstances, all the leaders of the small groups expressed their opinions. They stood in silence as they stared at the battlefield in the distance with great interest as if they were watching a show. In the battlefield in front of them, all parties had suffered losses. However, the divine city was clearly holding the upper hand. The cultivators of the divine city were relatively the strongest. Most importantly, they were well equipped. All the cultivators were armed to the teeth. They had piles of spiritual weapons and treasured weapons. They even had more than 10 sacred weapons. How could the others compete with them? The ones who had suffered the heaviest losses were the demons. After all, the barbarians had strong defenses and were tall and well-built. They were suitable for group battles. The people of the hidden island were gangster assassins. They were the best at group battles. They specialized in sneak attacks, and gang fights. They could use all kinds of gangster moves. Slowly, the cultivators of the demon race started to retreat as they fought. In the end, they simply retreated out of the battlefield and stopped fighting. However, they refused to leave. They just watched like tigers watching their prey, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Tu He sent a cultivator of the hidden island, who was about to sneak attack him, flying. He thought that this couldn't go on. When would this melee end? At this moment, a quarter of the people of the divine city had died. If they continued fighting and delayed the divine master's plans, he would lose his head. Although treasures were important, life was more important, wasn't it? Leader Tu He, I have the confidence to kill the leader of the hidden island. You can threaten them to stop, but I want that battle armor. Just as he was worrying, he suddenly received a voice transmission from a golden-robed emissary beside him. He couldn't help but look at him in surprise. Through the robes, he saw the emissary's gray and black eyes. He knew this person. His name was Shui Wuhan, because he was a subordinate that young Master Tu Qianjun valued. Although he was skeptical of Shui Wuhan's words, since Shui Wuhan dared to say this, he should have a certain degree of confidence. Moreover, it didn't matter if his threat was unsuccessful. Hence, he nodded and stood in the air, shouting, "Brute force! Invikill! If the two of you don't retreat with your people, don't blame me for attacking you." Chapter 261. As soon as Black Two said this, the barbarian race and the people of Hidden Island quickly strengthened their protection of the two. Although they didn't know the meaning behind He Tu's words, in the past, there had never been a precedent of killing a leader in such a chaotic battle. Of course, Yi Qinghan had killed Yao Kaka in an instant during the prefecture battle. Even if Black Two said that he didn't have the strength to kill Man Gon and Invikill, the barbarian race and the people of Hidden Island still carefully protected the two. Man Gon was the young clan leader. Last time, he lost a finger, and the clan leader, Man Shen, was furious. Invikill was the leader of Hidden Island who was wearing flowery clothes. Invikill was obviously his nickname. Although the name didn't sound good, Invikill was the disciple of a big shot on Hidden Island. If he died, the entire team would be finished. *T. Do you think I'm scared? Let me tell you, I started killing at the age of 6 and raped beauties at the age of 10. I've run amok on Hidden Island for decades. I'm not afraid at all. Brothers, beat this bastard down. Invikill shook his head and didn't care about Black Two's threat at all. However, just as he was about to call for people to beat Black Two down, two experts beside him suddenly fell to the ground inexplicably. Their bodies were black, and blood flowed out of their orifices. Invikill, if you don't believe me, you'll be the one to die in the next second. Reckless, if you don't believe me, then two of you will die too. A gloomy voice came from the center of the divine city's emissaries, scaring everyone. Ah. At this time, two more screams sounded, scaring everyone even more, causing them to stop fighting. Man Gon looked at the two people who suddenly fell to the ground in front of him. Their deaths were exactly the same as the people beside Invikill. His expression changed and he quickly retreated as if he had seen a ghost. Ha! Invikill, reckless, hurry up and tell your people to retreat. The next person to die will be the two of you. Tu He's expression changed several times when he saw this. He gave Shui Wuhan a deep look before laughing loudly and speaking arrogantly. Invikill didn't act arrogantly this time. His face turned pale. He didn't feel any attack just now. The people from Divine City actually killed 2 peak Emperor Realm experts on his side without him noticing. He knew very well that the strength of the 2 people who died was not much weaker than him. His complexion changed. He waved his hand and cursed the people of Hidden Island to retreat. He didn't dare to act recklessly. He was a person who was afraid of death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have surrendered to Yi Qinghan in the last prefecture battle. At that moment, he realized that there was someone like Yi Qinghan who could easily kill him. Of course, he immediately retreated. His movements were very clean. Haha. That's more like it. Ugh, it's a pity that the dagger is gone. Tu Hei happily picked up a spear and a set of azure battle armor that his subordinates handed over. When he tested them, he discovered that they were both holy tools. He was in a good mood. At the same time, he threw the armor toward Shui Wuhan, who was one of the golden-robed envoys. At the same time, he was a little puzzled. There was also a dagger that suddenly disappeared after the battle started. However, he didn't think too much about it. After all, the dagger was too small. The situation was so chaotic just now. He guessed that the unknown expert might have kept the dagger and no one would know. Shui Wuhan didn't stand on ceremony. He put on the battle armor, making his golden robe look a little out of place. However, he didn't care. This was a holy tool. After putting it on, he wouldn't care about ordinary attacks from Emperor Realm experts. Moreover, he had 12 insects. After the test just now, he could easily kill everyone here. Now, he was the strongest person here. His defense was the strongest, and his attack was invincible. However, after so many years of growth in the Divine City, he wisely chose to keep a low profile. He still didn't take off the golden hat on his head. Instead, he stood quietly among the golden-robed envoys without saying a word. There was no benefit, and there was no need. Of course, he wouldn't be stupid enough to expose his identity. He just looked at the small team from the House of Aries in the corner in the distance with some pity. If the people from the House of Aries had participated in the battle just now, he would have secretly killed all the people from the Yi family and the Yu family. Then, he would continue killing until there was no one left in the House of Aries. Of course, at this moment, he wouldn't foolishly kill them. After all, having a holy tool didn't mean that he was invincible. After a round of attacks from others, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Haha, everyone, let's disperse and find the exit of the 9th level. I wish you all good luck. Black 2 waved his golden spear. He was in a good mood when he felt that it was extremely powerful. At the same time, he had a very good impression of Shui Wuhan. This brat was actually so powerful and knew how to behave. Not bad. Sigh, boring, boring. Let's disperse like this. I haven't had enough fun yet. Lu Shi, on the other hand, was very happy watching from the hall of the 12th stage. However, when Tu Hei and Shui Wuhan took action, Invakil and Man Gon became afraid and immediately stopped fighting. They split up and walked away, which made Lu Shi very angry. The once-in-a-decade god-slaying mountain was Lu Shi's best entertainment. After all, he had stayed in this damn place for thousands of years. If he didn't have any fun, he would definitely go crazy. However, when he was about to make everyone dizzy again and return here, scattering a few treasures for them to continue fighting, he suddenly felt that there was some slight movement in the Carefree Pavilion on the other side of the space turbulence. Little Han, are you going to refine it so soon? Sigh, there's no more fun. Let's play it big one last time. Lu Shi looked at the people passing through the canyon on the screen and revealed a sinister smile. At the same time, his hands did not stop moving. Countless chi swords emerged and began to control the mechanisms of the god-slaying mountain. After a while, with his last strike, the entire god-slaying mountain began to shake. At the same time, the white fog in the god-slaying mountain became thicker. The people in the 9th level canyon felt the ground shake, and then their bodies suddenly trembled and could not move. They could not help but turn pale with fear. The god-slaying mountain will no longer exist in the future. Go back. I'll give you one last chance to snatch treasures. Kill them well, kill them ruthlessly. Whoever kills more will get more. It's been thousands of years, I'm finally going to leave this damn place. Lu Shi let out a long laugh. With a look of relief on his face, his figure flashed and he disappeared. What happened? The abnormality of the god-slaying mountain obviously alarmed Yi Tianlong and the others outside. The old guys who were guarding outside walked out of the camp one after another and stared at the constantly shaking and rumbling god-slaying mountain. Their expressions changed greatly. Little Han, Yi Qingyu, Yi Chang, don't let anything happen to you. Why haven't Xiao Wu and Qingqing come out of the heavenly road yet? Chapter 262. Yi Tianlong did not speak but frowned slightly. Beside him, Yi Qingmyo was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He paced back and forth, muttering worriedly. Several clan grand elders were also very anxious. They looked at the exit of the heavenly road and cursed the Emperor realm experts guarding Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingqing. They should have brought them out as soon as something strange happened. The massacre god guard on the left side of the heavenly road did not look good either. This time, the Divine Master had given a death order to obtain the supreme treasure of the god-slaying mountain. Therefore, the 4 massacre god guards had been mobilized to hold the fort. However, with the strange phenomenon happening on the god-slaying mountain, he was very uncertain and could not help but feel anxious. The barbarian race and demon race were also very anxious, especially the barbarian race. Their young clan leader was inside. The mountain kept shaking. If all the people inside were buried alive, how were they going to explain it to their superiors? It was not that Tianqing, Yi Qinggu, and Yu Qingqing did not notice the strange phenomenon happening on the god-slaying mountain, nor did they not act immediately. It was just that, by the time they realized the strange phenomenon, they could not leave. The god-slaying mountain shook. The Emperor realm experts in charge of protection immediately went to their young masters and young mistresses and guarded them tightly. At the same time, they circulated their battle chi and prepared to rush out of the heavenly road. Just that. Suddenly, a white light flashed, and countless people suddenly appeared in the Heavens Road Plaza, causing the spacious Heavens Road Plaza to become a little crowded. Furthermore, the white fog became even thicker, and there were people everywhere. In such a strange situation, they did not dare to move, and could only stay close to each other and defend. F***CK. Why are we back? Why are we back on the heavenly road? What's going on? We are not done with the trials, and it is not time yet. Damn it, I did not get a single treasure. No, start again, start again. At this time, Invakil's voice rang out in the hall. His unique way of cursing made everyone understand a very strange thing. They were back on the heavenly road. Just now, they were strangely unable to move in the 9th trial. Then, with a sudden flash of white light, they were all back on the heavenly road. That's not right. Didn't Lord Devour say that the supreme treasure of the god-slaying mountain would appear? What's going on? We're still trying to break through. How strange, how strange. I can't even enter the passageway. What the hell? Tu Hei's voice also sounded from the right. Although he had obtained a divine weapon this time, he did not obtain the supreme treasure of the god-slaying mountain. He did not know how to face the divine lord when he returned, so he hurriedly shouted anxiously. That's not fair. It's not time yet. We still have to clear the stage. Yi Chang's voice rang out for the 3rd time. Yi Qinghan hadn't seen anyone yet. Why did he come out? If he went out like this, how would he face Yi Tianlong and the Night Blue Bull? Therefore, he also cried out anxiously. Yi Chang's voice, however, made Tianqing happy. He kept Yi Chang close to him and hurriedly brought Yi Qinggu, Yu Qingqing, and the others towards Yi Chang. Why are you still inside? Nonsense. As soon as Yi Qinggu, Yu Qingqing, Feng Zihua and Long Shuailu approached, they were immediately protected. Yi Chang wanted to curse. At this moment, in such a chaotic situation, these juniors were adding to the chaos. 3rd uncle, where's little Han? Aunt Ro, Where's Yi Qinghan? As soon as Yi Qinggu and Yu Qingxing went over, they immediately looked for Yi Qinghan in the crowd. However, after looking around a few times, they did not see that familiar figure, so they could not help but ask anxiously. If you haven't found Yi Qinghan, don't talk and stay still. The situation is very chaotic and very strange. Something big is going to happen. Yi Cheng shook his head. Then, as if he had discovered something, he hurriedly instructed in a low voice. At the same time, he ordered the experts of the Yi family to all circulate their battle qi and be on high alert. The other experts of the House of Aries also seemed to have discovered something. They stopped talking and began to observe the situation around them. Tu Hei and Invakil did not call out again. They each ordered their team members to be on high alert. For a time, the heavenly road gradually quieted down. Everyone began to secretly prepare and wait quietly. This was because they discovered that the fog in the heavenly road square was slowly thinning. At the same time, a very oppressive aura began to envelop the entire hall. This aura was the aura of a god-level expert. Hello everyone, I am the guardian of the God Down Mountain, the great Lord Lu Shi. The most precious treasure of the God Down Mountain will appear today. After today, this old man will leave the God Down Mountain. In the future, the God Down Mountain will no longer exist. This will be your last chance to enter and seize the treasure. Later on, this old man will scatter 100 treasures. After half an hour, the person who obtains the most treasures will be the winner. You will have the opportunity to obtain the most precious treasure. I wish you all good luck. An abrupt voice sounded out abruptly like a thunderclap in the middle of the night, and it blasted everyone to the point they were all dumbstruck and dazed, and it exploded to the point their hearts rose to their throats. 100 treasures? With the appearance of the supreme treasure, the rules had changed? Tu Hei laughed. His laughter was extremely wanton, extremely joyful, and extremely brilliant. The rules had actually become so simple. Wasn't this clearly giving the supreme treasure to him and the God City? He and Xue Wuhan had joined forces. In addition to the formidable strength of the God City, the final victory would undoubtedly belong to the God City. The leader of the demons cried. In the 9th stage, the demons had already suffered the greatest losses. Now that there was another group battle, the demons would definitely be the stepmother's children again. They were always being bullied. This time, when they returned to the Heaven Demon City, they would definitely be severely punished by the Demon God Mountain. He was in a dilemma. Should he do it? Or not? This was a very difficult choice. If he didn't do it, he would be too ashamed to return. Moreover, where would he find the dignity and glory that he wanted to regain? Just do it? He was very afraid that he would end up like his two subordinates, bleeding from all 7 orifices and directly turning into a pile of rotten flesh. Invakil, on the other hand, had a strange smile on his face. He laughed so hard that his body trembled slightly. Group battle was good. Group battle was good. If they didn't group battle, how could they fish in troubled waters? The absolute strength that the God City had displayed in the 9th stage had definitely become the greatest threat to the various forces. What if he instigated it later? It was still unknown who would emerge victorious. Yi Cheng, on the other hand, was anxious. He didn't want the treasures, not even the supreme treasure. He only wanted Yi Qinghan. Now that the protector of the fallen god mountain clearly didn't want them to continue, how could he find Yi Qinghan? Hence, he anxiously shouted, I don't want the supreme treasure. Senior, please let me continue. I'm here to find someone. Yu Qingxing was also anxious. Her pale face was flushed because of the urgency. However, with so many elders present, how could a woman like her shout? As a result, her flushed face became even redder, redder than the peach blossom on her head. Chapter 263. Yi Qinggu was also anxious, but Yi Qingyu was even more anxious. However, just as they were about to yell and quarrel, at Yi Cheng's signal, a few elders beside them suddenly made a move. They knocked the two unconscious and protected them strictly. The situation was already so bad and complicated. Yi Cheng didn't want any more accidents to happen. Yichang's angry roar was met with silence and the rustling sound of rain. Various colorful and oddly shaped objects began to fall slowly from above their heads. There were shining golden sabers, shining white swords, huge axes, dark green bows and arrows, rings, jade bracelets, clothes and armors. Countless treasures floated strangely in the air like a drizzle in spring, falling and fluttering with the wind. Ha ha! Divine city, victory is certain. Those who stand in my way shall die. He too made his move in an incomparably domineering manner. He immediately released his battle chi, which transformed into a huge palm that swept towards the treasures in the air. Of course, his hand wasn't the dragon catcher hand and couldn't grab physical objects. However, his intention was clear. He wanted to sweep most of the treasures in the direction of the divine city. Swish! Swish! On the other side of the divine city, countless people rose into the air after He too made his move and flew towards the treasures in the air. Damn it, the divine city wants to keep everything for themselves. Everyone, let's kill the people of the divine city first. The divine city is too arrogant. If we don't kill them, everyone will die. Kill. House of Ares, let's join forces and take down the divine city. We'll split the treasures 50-50. You guys deal with the small fries, and we'll kill their leaders. Hidden Island made its move. However, there was only a chaotic roar, the clanking of weapons, and the noise of people moving around. Although they were shouting fiercely, they were all putting on an act. They stood on the spot and didn't move at all. Instead, it was the demon race and the barbarian race that were moving. When the demon race leader and Man Gone heard this, they suddenly thought. That's right. Even elephants are afraid of ants. Why would the four powers not be afraid of exterminating the people of the divine city? Initially, when they saw the people of the divine city carrying so many treasures, they were already very envious. But now, after being incited by the people from the hidden killer organization, they immediately became impulsive. So, under the command of Man Gone and the leader of the demon clan, all of them moved out. Destroy the God City, don't leave a single one alive. The experts of God City have so many treasures on them. Let's kill them all and split the spoils. When the demon race and barbarian race made their move, the people of Hidden Island naturally made their move. They shouted loudly and all of them attacked the people of Divine City. The chaotic battle started again, and chaos instantly descended upon the entire Heavens Road Square. However, this chaotic battle was different from the previous one. This time, it was a battle between the Hidden Island, the Man Dwellers, and the Demon Race, and the Divine City. Another scuffle? Should he do it? Everyone, take a stand. This is a good opportunity. Feng Xiaoxiao looked at the battlefield in front of her. The Divine City's formation had been thrown into disarray by the attacks from 3 different parties. The Divine City's formation had been broken apart and countless people had died. He licked his lips and said sneakily. The eyes of the leaders of the House of Ares burned with passion. This was a good opportunity. If the people of Divine City were destroyed, the House of Ares would have a great chance. After all, the House of Ares had not lost many people. The Yi family will withdraw from the fight for the treasure. If you want to go, you can go. Guardians, the Yi family doesn't want the treasure. Please help us find someone. Just as the crowd was hesitating, Yi Chang shouted loudly and winked at the leaders. He then looked at Yu Rou meaningfully. The Yu family will withdraw from the fight. We're here to help the Yi family find someone. If you want to go, you can go. Yu Rou understood and quickly shouted. Feng Xiaoxiao, Hua Lu, and Long Fei also understood. The 3 of them began to scold each other. Feng Xiaoxiao was the first to scold. Yi Chang, Yu Rou, you have no sense of brotherhood. If your families aren't going to fight, why should we fight? We'll have to watch the show. Longqing only wants 10 treasures. We'll have an explanation when we return. Longqing will withdraw from the fight for the treasure. Long Fei leaped into the air and used his dragon catcher hand to grab the 10 treasures in the air. He then returned to the House of Aries and did not make another move. The Hua family also wants 10 treasures. They will withdraw from the fight for the treasure. Hua Lu immediately went stealthily. His figure flashed in the air and disappeared. When he returned, he was holding 10 treasures. F*ck me, the Feng family also wants 10 treasures. We'll have an explanation when we return. Feng Xiaoxiao could not take it anymore. She immediately rode on her sword and brought back 10 treasures. After the people of the House of Aries had taken 30 treasures, they immediately retreated to a corner and stood guard. They looked like they were only defending and not attacking. Lord Guardian, please give us another chance. Let the Yi family and the Yu family go in again. We won't take any treasures. We're only looking for someone. Yi Chang continued to shout but received no response. Their performance was very successful. The people of the demon race and the barbarian race's hidden island divine city were stunned and confused. Was the battle god Manor putting on an act? Or was it for real? From the looks of it, that seems to be the case. However, they had heard a little about Yi Qinghan. Yi Chang's shout was very sincere, very affectionate, and very emotional. This made them believe it a little more. Moreover, they were currently in a heated battle with the divine city. They did not have the time to care. At most, if the House of Aries really wanted a share of the loot, the three forces could continue to form an alliance and destroy the House of Aries. Hence, the hidden island and the barbarians saw that the House of Aries did not make any further moves. They did not care about them. Instead, they increased the intensity of their attacks on the divine city. Meanwhile, the divine city could not even take care of itself. How could it care about the little tricks of the House of Aries? Invakil, Man Gone, Demon Chicken, the three of you are courting death. Xue Wuhan, kill the three of them for me. I will reward you handsomely later. Tu Hei was no longer as arrogant as before. In just a short while, a third of the experts of the divine city had been killed or injured under the joint attack of the three forces. This made him extremely frustrated and furious. He could not help but wave his palms a few times and roar in anger. Xue Wuhan. Xue Wuhan. The familiar name made countless people in the House of Aries widen their eyes and frown. Long Sinan slowly took out her dragoncry sword. Feng Zi clenched her fists and cracked her knuckles. A hint of gloom flashed across her beautiful eyes. Yu Qingqing's flushed face turned dark red. The dark red of anger, idiot. A hint of anger flashed across Xue Wuhan's gray and black eyes. He cursed Tu Hei in his heart. Just now, he had already assassinated more than 10 experts in the dark. As long as the people of the divine city could hold on for a little longer, then, he would be able to kill a large number of experts from the three constabularies. This way, he could slowly establish the divine city's victory. Now, Tu Hei, that idiot, had not only exposed his identity, but also ruined his plans. However, his eyes flickered a few times and he sighed helplessly. But after a while, his face became slightly excited. A hint of ruthlessness appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, Invakil, Man Gone, Demon Chicken, I will count to 3. If you don't stop, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 264. Man Gone felt a chill run down his spine when he heard Xue Wuhan's sinister words. They were very familiar with this voice. It was the voice that killed 2 of their powerful subordinates in an instant during the 9th stage. Therefore, the 2 of them didn't waste any more words and immediately retreated into the protective circle of their subordinates. What kind of dog is this? How dare he be so arrogant? Xue Wuhan? The Xue family? Why did he go to the divine city to be a dog? The demonic chicken was at the 9th stage earlier and wasn't in the middle of the battlefield. It didn't understand what was going on. Therefore, when it saw Xue Wuhan shouting so arrogantly, it scolded him impolitely. However, in the next second, 6 golden lights flew towards the demonic chicken from the direction of the divine city's team. The demonic chicken's subordinates and he hurriedly blocked and attacked. The demonic chicken even burned its demonic artifact and turned it into a defensive barrier. However, when the 6 golden lights arrived in front of them, they realized that they were not hidden weapons, they were actually flying insects. The 6 golden-shelled insects were very fast, and even though they were surrounded by so many people, they were able to escape from their encirclement. In the end, they directly attacked the monster chicken's body, which was burning its demon artifact and releasing its demon shield. Ah, the demonic chicken was at the peak of the demonic Arch realm. At this moment, it burned its demonic artifact in exchange for a demonic shield that could block countless peak Emperor realm martial artists' attacks at the same time. In front of Xue Wuhan's insects, it was like a half-naked girl facing a rapist. It didn't put up any resistance and was directly broken through. The 6 golden insects pierced through the demonic chicken's neck and head and disappeared mysteriously into the demonic chicken's body. The demonic chicken's entire body turned black. Streams of black blood flowed out from the black holes in its head and neck, shocking everyone present. To tell you the truth, I have a lot of these insects. They are secretly hiding in the soil under your feet. They are extremely poisonous. Anyone who is bitten will die in a second. So, everyone, if you don't want to die, then all of you better stand still. Xue Wuhan slowly took off the golden hat on his head, revealing a pair of peculiar eyes and a handsome face. That's right. Since his identity had been exposed, he would stand up openly and proudly. He would announce to the people of the continent and the people of the House of Aries that he, Xue Wuhan, had returned. Ah. Oh. Ugh. The 3 experts from the demonic god manor were preparing to launch a sneak attack to avenge the death of the demonic chicken. But just as they were about to move, they suddenly screamed in pain. Their faces turned black as they collapsed to the ground. Beneath their feet, a golden light flashed and vanished. Black blood spurted out from their feet, and the blood that spurted out was exactly the same as the demonic chicken's. Apparently, he was assassinated by Xue Wuhan again. Ah, at the same time, 2 strange cries came from the barbarian god manor and the hidden island, and 2 more people fell to the ground. Don't move. Don't move. This time, Mangon and Invakil panicked and shouted. The bloody truth told them that Xue Wuhan had a pair of peculiar eyes and a gloomy aura. The person in front of him with strange eyes and a gloomy aura was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Otherwise, the consequences would be tragic, extremely tragic. The demonic god manor's side also panicked. The demonic chicken and the 2 people who died earlier were the strongest experts in the team. They died so suddenly, and in such a miserable way. They didn't even have the chance to say their last words, and they were completely scared out of their wits. In fact, what they were most afraid of was not Xue Wuhan's strength, but the way he attacked was too strange and swift. Who knew how many worms were buried in the soil under their feet? Who knew, in the next second, countless worms would crawl out and turn them all into rotten corpses? Yi Chang was shocked, Yu Rou was shocked, Yu Qingxing was shocked. The people of the House of Aries were shocked. They saw Xue Wuhan's unintentional glance at them. In that pair of gray and black eyes, there was coldness, laughter, and arrogance, but what they saw most was hatred. Monstrous hatred, hatred that made their bodies turn cold. The scene of Xue Fei and Xue Piaoro committing suicide in Dragon City appeared in their minds. They understood that Xue Wuhan was back for revenge, to kill. Well done, Xue Wuhan, well done. Later, I will reward you handsomely, and report to the Master God about your achievements. Now, I order you to kill Invakil. He was the one who encouraged the demonic god manor. Black too walked over with big strides, his face full of pride, smiles, and arrogance. But before he could finish his sentence, his face suddenly changed. His eyes looked at his feet in horror, and his body trembled. He pointed at Xue Wuhan, wanting to curse. But, he couldn't say anything, and fell to the ground, dead. Below his feet, there were 2 bloody holes, and black blood was flowing out. I don't need your reward. I will report to the Master God. I have reserved the position of the 5th guard of the Divine City half a year ago, so you can die now. Emissary of the Divine City, now that I am leading the team, you don't have any objections, right? Shui Wuheng turned his head around and stared at the crowd of Divine City eerily. When he saw the crowd of Divine City nodding their heads in fear, he smiled eerily. He turned to Invakil and said slowly, "Then, the treasure belongs to me. I think everyone has no objections, right? I am not a person who likes to kill, I like to be reasonable. So, people who reason with me usually live a long life. Young Master Shui, I like reasonable people the most, I have no objections." Invakil was the first to respond, raising his hand in agreement. Mangan also wanted to raise his hand, but he suddenly realized that his raised hand was missing a middle finger. He quickly retracted his hand, and said with a charming smile, Young Master Shui, of course I have no objections. Back on Nether Island, I already knew that you like to be reasonable. The treasure belongs to the strong, of course I have no objections. The demon race has no objections. The people of the demon race quickly followed suit, as if afraid that another person would die if they answered too late. It's good that no objections. You see, I like to be reasonable the most. Okay, you guys stay here, I guarantee your safety. Shui Wuhan very elegantly touched a few strands of hair in front of his forehead. His smile was very charming and very bright. After a while, he twisted his neck, turned around, and looked at the House of Aries. He narrowed his eyes, and his smile became even brighter. He said, since we are talking about being reasonable, then I think I need to reason with the big shots of the House of Aries. As Shui Wuhan raised his gentle smile and narrowed his eyes, the experts of the House of Aries collectively shivered. At this moment, they seemed to feel a cold winter wind blowing in the God-slaying mountain, and it was cold to the bone. Chapter 265. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt very warm, very excited, and very refreshed. He had refined the Carefree ring, he had defeated the God-slaying mountain, he could finally go home. He was a child who had wandered outside for 5 years, struggling alone for 5 years, not daring to miss home, not daring to miss, not daring to rest. He could only muster up his courage, fight with all his might, desperately cultivate, and move forward. He just wanted to find a way home, a way to see his family and his woman again. Today, he had finally found this way, and he had already reached the exit of the road. He was about to jump out of this cage and go home, back to his woman and his family. Moreover, he had brought many treasures, powerful strength, and was returning home in glory. How could he not feel warm? Not excited? Not happy? He wanted to shout, laugh, and roll on the ground to express his feelings at this moment. However, he told himself that he was no longer young. He was no longer the 7th son of the Yi family. He was an expert, a big shot, and he had to have a temperament, so he forced himself to calm down. He stood up and put the Carefree ring on his ring finger, lining it up with the Soul Emperor ring. Then, he shouted in a very restless voice, "Elder Lu, it's thundering, it's raining, come back to collect the clothes." Xiao. Lu Shi appeared in a flash. Although there was a lively battle on the heavenly road, he had no time to watch, because Yi Qinghan had finished refining the ring, and he was going to take Yi Qinghan out. "Little Han, you're very efficient, what's the matter, are you impatient?" "We're going back." Looking at Yi Qinghan's flushed face, he laughed mockingly. "Yes, please take me out, Elder Lu. I'm homesick." Yi Qinghan was not joking, but said very seriously, his eyes slightly burning. "Okay, I'll take you out. Are you going to leave the God-slaying mountain, or go back to your home? Where is your home? I can teleport you there." Lu Shi stopped joking around. He could see that Yi Qinghan was calm on the surface, but deep down, he was eager to return home. He was extremely excited. Therefore, in his heart, he felt a surge of tender affection for Yi Qinghan. No matter what, he was still a child. My home is in Sang City, Yi family castle." By the way, has the God-slaying mountain's heavenly path opened yet?" Yi Qinghan replied honestly, but he suddenly thought of a problem. If it was time for the opening of the God-slaying mountain, Perhaps someone from the Yi family was already outside the god-slaying mountain, or perhaps they had already entered. Huh? Didn't I tell you that as soon as you entered the Carefree Pavilion, the god-slaying mountain opened? Right now, there's a group of people fighting on the Heavens Road, haha. Lu Shi laughed heartily. He was still reminiscing about the group of people he had arranged to fight twice in a row. What? They've already started fighting? No, someone from the Yi clan must have come. The old ancestor must have told them that I'm still alive. Maybe even Jianghu has come. Not good. Old Lu, please take me to the Heavens Road immediately. I want to take a look. Yi Qinghan's back was drenched in cold sweat when he heard this. Your relatives are down there? Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Before you go down, I have to tell you that Master has given me an order. Before you go to the Divine Realm, apart from ensuring your safety, I can only help you 3 times. If you want me to help you, you must be careful. Lu Shi touched his face and said embarrassedly. At the same time, he thought of something and hurriedly explained. 3 times? Enough. Elder Lu, please take me down. Yi Qinghan's eyes flashed and he nodded. Okay. Let's go. Lu Shi did not waste any more time. His figure flashed and disappeared from the Ecstasy Pavilion with Yi Qinghan. Young Master Feng, Young Master Hua, Lady Qingqing, Lady Long, Young Master Long, everyone is here. And the experts from the House of Aries. My lords, I, Xue Wuhan, am pleased to meet you. At that moment, Xue Wuhan took out a folding fan out of nowhere and began fanning himself in an elegant manner. However, he was wearing a set of cyan armor on the outside and a set of golden robes on the inside. He was no longer as elegant as he used to be. Instead, he appeared somewhat strange. Hee. Young Master Xue, you're too kind. I can't accept your courtesy. Feng Zi was a straightforward person. Since he had fallen out with Xue Wuhan in the past, he did not want to get back at him now. He laughed coldly. Xue Wuhan, stop fanning yourself. You're wearing a dog's robe. You can't fan yourself as elegantly as you used to be. Hua Xia, who was obviously courageous, said sarcastically. Young Master Xue, actually, I've always regretted it. Yu Qingqing also faintly opened her mouth. Her clear and melodious voice caused Xue Wuhan's brows to twitch. He was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, the second half of Yu Qingqing's words made him directly crush his folding fan into pieces. I regret getting to know a piece of trash like you. There's a saying that goes, a dog inside a bone, although it's wearing a human skin, it can't change its servile nature. Yu Qingqing was obviously in despair. She could not find Yi Qinghan and Xue Wuhan obviously would not let them go. She had already decided to die, so she was very blunt with her words. He's a bad guy. I know him. He beat up my brother in the past. At this moment, Yi Qingyu and Yi Qinggu woke up. Yi Qingyu looked at Xue Wuhan and suddenly opened her eyes wide. She pointed at Xue Wuhan and said coldly. Huh. The humiliating words of the crowd had obviously driven Xue Wuhan a little mad. He directly tore away his polite and graceful facade. His face turned ferocious as he roared, "You're the one who's going to die." Good, very good. I'm a dog, I'm useless. Yi Qinghan is good, Yi Qinghan is strong, Yi Qinghan is not bad. He's the hero of the House of Aries. He stole my woman and forced my father and my master to death. But, where is he now? Ask him to come out. Ha. Let me tell you, he's already dead. But I'm standing here, and I can control your life and death. No, even if he's not dead, I can still kill him with one finger. So he's a piece of trash, a dog. So what if he's a genius? When a genius dies, he's a piece of trash. I, Xue Wuhan, can stand here today and control your life and death. I'm the genius, I'm the hero. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. From the Yi family and the Yu family, other than Yi Qinggu, Yi Qingyu, and Yu Qingsheng, if the rest of you commits suicide now, I can let the rest of you go. Of course, Yu Qingsheng, Yi Qinggu, and Yi Qingyu, you must marry me and serve me well. I want to torture Yi Qinghan's women every day. Otherwise, today, I'll let all of you die without a complete corpse from the house of Aries. Ha! Shui Wuhan's maniacal laughter reverberated in the hall of Heaven's Road. His face was sinister, and even slightly distorted. He was like a dog hiding in the small pavilion in the god city. He lived a useless life, struggling at death's door, and trained hard every day and night. It was all for the sake of returning openly, just like today. Chapter 266. He thought that with his powerful strength, he could even control the life and death of everyone present. He thought that the people from the divine battle manor would be afraid, terrified, and kneel in front of him to beg for his forgiveness. Who would have thought that all he heard was undisguised humiliation and insults? That was why he was mad, angry, and desperate. The death of his father and master, and the 5 years of living like a dog, were all released at this moment, causing his emotions to completely explode. Facing Shui Wuhan, who was like a mad dog, Invakil slightly shrunk his body and took 2 steps back. The people of the demon race, barbarian race, and hidden island god city did not dare to make a sound. They knew that Shui Wuhan was in the most danger at this moment. One wrong move and he would be killed by a mad Shui Wuhan. Yi Chang's expression was very bad. This time, he brought Yi Tianlong, Yi Qingniu, Yi Baihu, and the hope of the Yi family. He thought that he would be able to rescue Yi Qinghan. But now, Yi Qinghan was not found, but Shui Wuhan suddenly appeared. He knew very well that Shui Wuhan could kill the demon chicken Tuhei and so many experts. Then, no matter how he resisted, it would be useless. After all, he was very clear about the insects of the Shui family. Before he could resist or escape, they would definitely kill him. He would definitely die today. It didn't matter if he died, he always thought that one would have to pay the price sooner or later. But Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu could not die. Yu Qingsheng and the future hope of the other families could not die. Otherwise, he would become the sinner of the Yi family and the people of the house of Aries. So, after a moment, he had a definition in his heart. He spoke softly, Shui Wuhan, right? I think that when you're doing something, you should think of a way out for your Shui clan. If you kill all of us, I'm sure it won't take long for your Shui clan to be annihilated. You must have heard about what happened to you in Dragon City. No one will be able to save the Shui family if you incur the wrath of the masses. So, I'll give you a discount on your conditions. I, Yi Chang, will take responsibility for everything. I'll kill myself. How about letting the others go? Yi Chang wasn't wearing white today, but his cultured and refined scholarly temperament was very intoxicating. Yi Chang's words obviously aroused the admiration of everyone present. Even Invakil secretly gave him a thumbs up and sighed softly, what a real man. However, Yi Chang's heroic spirit and smile did not move Shui Wuhan. Shui Wuhan became even more furious when he heard that. His eyes began to turn slightly blood-red. He sneered and said angrily, my father, my master, the 2 closest people to me in the Shui clan have been forced to their deaths by you. I no longer have any attachment to the Shui clan. Today, I am here to avenge them. I don't want to waste my breath. I'll count to 5. If you don't kill yourselves, I'll make my move. Emissaries of the divine city, heed my command. Prepare to attack. 1. Yi Chang sighed helplessly. He looked at Yu Rofeng, Xiao Longfei, and Xiao Rofeng. At the same time, his eyes flashed with the determination to die. At the same time, they sent a message to the experts of their clans. They were prepared to risk their lives to stall for time. Some of them would take advantage of the chaos to bring Feng Zilong, Sai Nan, and Yi Qingyu out of heaven's path. Once they got out of heaven's path, everything would be fine with Yi Tianlong and the others. As for them, they had no choice but to die for their clan, too. Yu Qingsheng, Yi Qingyu, and Yi Qinggu looked at each other. They didn't care about Shui Wuhan's counting. They knew what Yi Chang and the others were thinking. However, they didn't plan to escape. Instead, they looked at the gates of heaven's path. They seemed to be waiting for their men to appear. They were waiting for their men to appear. They were waiting for their men at the foot of Duanren Peak. He was stepping on the purple light. He was like a god descending to save them. They didn't want to leave. Without Yi Qinghan, there was no point in living anymore. They felt that if they couldn't die at the same time as Yi Qinghan, at least they could die in the same place. 3. The urging voice continued to ring out. The people of the divine city took out their weapons one after another. Their auras swirled around them, waiting for Shui Wuhan to count to 5. Then, they would immediately attack and kill all the people from the divine battle manor. The people from the hidden island, the barbarian race, and the monster race slowly took a few steps back. They didn't want to be affected by the battle. However, they didn't dare to run away. They were afraid that Shui Wuhan would kill them too. The battle was about to start. 4. Shui Wuhan's eyes gradually became cold. The corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile. He slowly raised his hand and was about to put it down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We went up the mountain to kill the tiger. The tiger wasn't at home. We went to Wuhan's house. Why did we go to his house? Because we went to F***ck him. Ha. Everyone, long time no see. Just as Shui Wuhan was about to count down to 5 and start killing, a frivolous and mocking voice was suddenly heard in the hall. A very obscene limerick had completely shattered the tense atmosphere. Ah. Oh. Ha. What was going on? Invakil was confused. He couldn't figure out who could be so talented. So courageous. How could he be as lewd as him? Man Gon heard the voice. He held his left hand that didn't have a middle finger. He looked as if his father had died. He was puzzled. Didn't they say that good people would live long and bad people would all die a violent death? How could this scourge still be alive? Feng Zi grinned. Hua Hua and Long Shuilu smiled. They were thinking, when did this young master learn how to compose poems? And it seemed very neat. But Shui Wuhan's mother was so old. Why didn't he let her go? Yi Chang's elegant expression was no longer elegant. He was so excited that his body started to tremble. Yu Ro's eyes widened. Hua Lu's eyes widened. Feng Xiaoxiao and Long Fei's eyes widened too. They wanted to see clearly. Did this legendary young man have 3 heads and 6 arms? Otherwise, why would he be so ferocious? Yu Qingxing cried into a complete mess. Yi Qingwu cried until her face was covered in tears. Long Sainan cried, but she felt embarrassed, so she held back her tears. But unknowingly, they flowed down once again. Yi Qingyu didn't cry. She only felt that the mountain behind her had returned. As long as this mountain was there, she wouldn't be afraid of anything. She just smiled and called out softly, like a young girl welcoming her loved ones at the door of her home, affectionately calling out, "Brother." Shui Wuhan was furious. This scene was supposed to belong to him. He had been dreaming about it for a long time. But he couldn't understand. Why did he receive such a response when he made such a strong entrance? Why did this person steal all the limelight the moment he stepped onto the stage? But after a while, he figured it out and wasn't angry anymore. One more person coming to die was perfect for his revenge plan. This didn't seem too bad. So he smiled and said gently, "Yi Qinghan, you didn't take the road to heaven. Instead, you came to hell. I'll send you on your way today. I'll let you reunite in hell." Chapter 267. Yi Qinghan slowly walked out of the passageway. His footwork was very relaxed and his expression was very satisfied. After 5 years, he was finally out. He wanted to shout, "I, Hu Hanshan, am finally back," however. Shui Wuhan's gloomy words interrupted his good mood. Hence, he waved his hand unhappily and said with a smile, Shui Wuhan, can we settle the score later? I don't really need this little bit of time. Let me see my family and friends that I haven't seen for a long time. After saying that, he ignored Shui Wuhan and the many experts nearby and frivolously walked towards the people from the House of Aries. Ha! Go and say your last words. Later, I will let your family and women die in front of you one by one. I will let you have a taste of the pain that I have endured for the past 5 years. Shui Wuhan waved his hand and stopped the people from God City from attacking. He gracefully let Yi Qinghan walk over. He felt that this game was getting more and more fun. He was also thinking about how he should play later to make himself feel better. Brother. Yi Qingyu's innocent and charming face rippled with a warm smile. Seeing Yi Qinghan slowly walking over, she stretched out her hands. 5 years had passed. Her brother had changed. He had become taller and more mature. However, no matter how much he changed, Yi Qingyu could still recognize him at a glance. Han. Yu Qingqing softly called out, but her voice was immediately drowned out by choking sobs. She wiped the tears on her face while looking at Yi Qinghan. However, she seemed to realize that the tears on her face were increasing. Yi Qinghan, you bastard, you. Yi Qingwu looked at the man who had stolen her innocence and heart. She wanted to scold him a few times, but she realized that she didn't know how to scold him. In the end, she simply continued to cry. Qingyu, be a good girl. I will cook for you when we get home. Qinggu, don't cry. Your man is back. Smile for me. Yi Qinghan lightly walked over and hugged Yi Qingyu, Yu Qingqing, and Yi Qingwu in his arms. He patted them a few times, then turned around and continued with a smile, greetings, third uncle, greetings, seniors, young Master Feng, Miss Flower, Miss Dragon, and brother Lu Shui. Don't go back later. Go to the Yi family castle and eat for 3 days. Huh, my treat. Everyone was collectively shocked by Yi Qinghan's arrogant attitude. All the family leaders gave him a thumbs up. This young genius of the Yi family was indeed extraordinary. Not to mention anything else, just this aura, this natural and unrestrained temperament, no matter how you looked at it, he belonged to the fierce level. Qinghan, third uncle is very happy that you can return safely. Second brother has given birth to a good son. Yi Chang's face didn't have the worry and melancholy from before. Since Yi Qinghan could return safely, then the purpose of this trip had been achieved. He was prepared to let them return safely at all costs, even if he had to die a horrible death. Third uncle, don't worry. Isn't it just a bastard from the Shui family who went to the Divine City to learn some tricks? Yi Qinghan laughed. He could see the deep meaning in Yi Chang's eyes. He immediately comforted him. Then, he turned to Yi Qingyu, Yu Qingqing, and Yi Qingwu and smiled. He took a step forward and said, coincidentally, I also learned some tricks. Wait for me to slap him to the ground. Then, I will come back and chat with you. Qinghan. Come back, Shui Wuhan is very powerful now. You are no match for him. Yi Chang hurriedly took a step forward and pulled Yi Qinghan back. Battle chi surged from his body and he was ready to attack. Third uncle, go back and have a good rest. Believe me, since I can walk out of the god-slaying mountain, I can easily slap Shui Wuhan to death. Look after Qingyu and the others. Yi Qinghan smiled and sent a message to Yi Qinghan, expressing his attitude. Seeing Yi Qinghan slowly walking forward, the people of the House of Aries all had complicated expressions. Yi Qingyu, Yu Qingqing, and Yi Qingwu did not stop him, nor did they say anything. The thoughts of the three of them were very simple. They were already very happy to see Yi Qinghan again. If Yi Qinghan couldn't deal with Shui Wuhan, then dying together with him was also a good ending. Therefore, they did not do anything. Instead, they looked forward to Yi Qinghan's performance with excitement. This man was a man who could bring miracles. Yu Rou, Long Fei, Xiao Xiao, and Hua Lu looked at Yi Chang in confusion. Shui Wuhan could instantly kill a peak Emperor realm powerhouse, but Yi Qinghan actually walked past him so easily. Could it be that he was even more powerful than Shui Wuhan? What was wrong with the teenagers nowadays? How could they survive in the future? Feng Zihua, Hua Shuihua, Long Shuilu, and Long Sainan looked at Yi Qinghan's back with a face full of hope. This back had once saved them from a hopeless situation. Would history repeat itself this time? They were very expectant. Are you done with your last words? Shui Wuhan squinted his eyes slightly. His expression was a little crazy and arrogant. However, when he saw this expression in Yi Qinghan's eyes, he remembered that Yi Qinghuang was also like this a few years ago in the enchanted garden. He couldn't help but feel a little funny. He rubbed his nose and said, I really don't like this look of yours. But speaking of which, I have never liked you since the first time I saw you on the Cowherd Street in Sung City. It's a pity that I didn't catch you on the Nether Island. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to see your disgusting look again today. Yi Qinghan, please don't always act like this, okay? This is not the Moon Tower, nor is it the Nether Island. I can control all your lives here. Do you understand? Aren't you afraid that I will kill your sister? Kill your woman? Kill everyone in the Yi family? Then don't you think it's more appropriate for you to kneel in front of me and beg me to let them go? Shui Wuhan was very uncomfortable with Yi Qinghan's look. He felt that Yi Qinghan didn't seem to understand the current situation. Why was he so arrogant and direct? Why was he so calm and direct? Why could he still laugh so happily in such a situation? Therefore, he reminded Yi Qinghan. He felt that Yi Qinghan shouldn't be standing there with a smile, but should be kneeling and crying, crawling on the ground like a dog, begging him to let go of his loved ones and women. Oh. What's going on? Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows understandingly. With a surprised expression, he turned his head and looked around. He happened to see Man Gon's bald head, who was looking at him stealthily. He hurriedly said, from your tone. It seems that Shui Wuhan is very powerful. Is he very fierce? Brute Gon, tell me, how fierce is he now that I'm afraid of him? Ha! Brute Gon, hurry up and tell Yi Qinghan, let him understand. Hearing this, Shui Wuhan showed a proud expression on his face. He waved his hand and signaled Brute Gon to tell him. Man Gon wanted to slap himself. At the same time, he stood up shyly and said weakly, young Master Yi, Master Shui is very powerful now. He can kill all of us here in a second. Brute Gon's fearful expression and the other people's expressions made Shui Wuhan feel very comfortable. He looked up to the sky and laughed. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes. He said, Ha! Did you hear that? Yi Qinghan, are you afraid? You didn't expect this, did you? I, Shui Wuhan, can also have this day, right? Let me tell you, today, I will make you pay for the humiliation you have brought me and what you have done to my father and my master. Aren't you very arrogant? Aren't you very arrogant? Didn't you want to kill me in the Yulu? Aren't you invincible on the Nether Island? Why don't you continue to be arrogant and arrogant?